Every milestone comes with its skill, and Chaos had its own milestone skills. What was its first skill? Chaos Overload. This was it, an awe-inspiring name and a horrifying ability to be on the opposite end of. Chaos Overload was simply a release of chaos. A release of every affinity and ability Draco has at once. It was a wave attack that Draco could form with any part of his body. Had he been in his chaotic form, he would have used his horns as it was more simple. But in his human form, he materialized into a spear. A completely dark fogged spear with white, golden, and blue streaks running around at random speeds, sometimes going fast and sometimes slow. Thunder crackled around it, space was cracking all over Draco, the spear lagged in and out of existence as an oppressing aura distorted the air around Draco. The world cried in pain as all around Draco's space fell out like fragmented glass. He looked down at the beast that was standing still in its place from the feeling it felt for the first time in eternity. "That's right, chubby boy. This is fear," Draco said as he took the spear all the way back and threw it. FWSHHHHHZNNNNNN. And silence. Before. Crack crack BOM. The large beast with all of its glory fell to the ground as it dissolved into tiny black dust and turned into a hurricane that was then absorbed by Draco's, devouring. You've killed Grotto Abyssal Calamitous Doomsdaybringer, Transcendent Rank Fusion not started, plus 0 XP, 1 billion gold. Devouring in progress. Host has gained the skills, Doomsday Virus, Doomsday Blast. Condition stabilized. You gained the following transformations, Grotto Abyssal Calamitous Doomsdaybringer. You gained the following bloodline, Sadface Transcendent Rank, You've gained the following affinities, Ice, Transcendent Rank plus 128,000% power 100% understanding rate 0.000% fusion, Poison, Transcendent Rank plus 128,000% power 100% understanding rate 0.000% fusion, Petrification, Transcendent Rank plus 128,000% power 100% understanding rate 0.000% fusion, Space, Transcendent Rank plus 128,000% power 100% understanding rate 0.000% fusion, Time, Transcendent Rank plus 128,000% power 100% understanding rate 0.000% fusion, Heavenly. Thunder, Transcendent Rank plus 128,000% power 100% understanding rate 0.000% fusion, Doomsday Fire, Transcendent Rank plus 128,000% power 100% understanding rate 0.000% fusion, Origin, EX Rank plus 64,000% power 0.001% understanding rate, Abyss, Transcendent Rank plus 128,000% power 100% understanding rate 0.000% fusion, Catastrophe, Transcendent Rank plus 128,000% power 100% understanding rate 0.000% fusion. You've gained the following personality traits after filtering, 1 goal for life, Sleeping Calamity. SP plus 0, skill points plus 5,445, gold plus 50 trillion. Integrating memories. Achievement unlocked, greatness doesn't come from one stage, kill a transcendent rank being plus 2,500,000% boost to all stats. Devouring complete. Draco then looked at the space around him that was fragmented beyond belief and took a step forward to enter the origin of life's origin. The second he stepped inside, he wasn't in the scope of neither Portalia nor Alexander's origin of life. No. He was inside the origin of everything. Looking around, he tried to understand a little bit of what he was seeing, however. It's too soon for you to be here, naughty child. Have some of this, and go back to your place. Was all Draco heard from a voice that was far too soothing than anything he had ever heard before he found himself standing in front of Alexander. You've gained an origin seed from your The Great Mother. Quest completed. Quest, escape the origin of life. Quest info, escape as soon as possible and win the bet against your foster son. Quest difficulty, middle transcendent rank, recommended level, middle transcendent rank. Quest rewards, plus 100 trillion XP, held until next evolution, plus 50 trillion gold, plus 45,000 system XP, chaos memory, EX rank evasion affinity maxed understanding. System level, 3, 4, 000/250, 000. Upgrading the system. Upgrade complete. Hello, Master. I'm your system assistant. Would you mind giving this subject of yours a name? Draco looked to his right as a cold-looking black-haired beauty tried to act feminine in front of him but failed badly. Your name will be Zero. Wait for me to finish what I have at hand and tell me the new features. Draco looked at her and said before he faced Alexander, who stood there shocked and with blood pouring out of his mouth. So? When will you hold your words, son? Draco said, noting that Alexander didn't seem to be able to see the system assistant by his side. I'm a man of my word. The Empire is yours. Evolution panel. Evolution conditions. 1. Conquer the great empire of Devania in 3 months, including Devania herself. Progress, 100%. 2. Destroy 50 important human forces 1 month, 50/50ths. 3. Reach max level in 1 day, completed. 4. Understand 100% of 5 laws, 10/5ths. Congratulations, host. You're able to evolve anytime you want. MHM. Draco didn't care about his next evolution or what he had to do next. It was about time he thought of his next move. And it was a little bit too risky. You know about that second condition I've made? Draco suddenly said. Alexander looked at him and replied. Yeah, you get to continue causing chaos in the Empire. Go on, kill as many innocent people as you want. I'm not stopping you. No, scrap that. I have something more important at hand I want you to do instead of that. Draco said. What about the Empire? And the chaos? Alexander said. You can keep the castle and rule it as you want. You're my son and your mother is my wife. I should at least keep you and your family's house intact. Don't you think too lowly of me? As for the chaos, I don't need that anymore. You can do what you wanted to do earlier and bring back your order or whatever it is. Draco talked dismissively. You're not as bad I thought. Alright, speak. What is it you want instead of the chaos? Alexander asked cautiously. I shall accompany you to the prison. I shall accompany you to the prison. Draco said in all seriousness as he looked straight into Alexander's eyes. The latter was slightly surprised, however, after thinking about it for a second he said. Sure, I don't have any problem whatsoever. I will be going back in a month, wait for me until then. You would have to wait for me. I will be evolving soon and it might take me a few months to wake up. You might have the chance to go and come back multiple times before I wake up. Draco dropped a bomb nonchalantly with utter calmness as went on to ask the system about the new features it gained from this upgrade. You're evolving? When was it that you last evolved? Alexander said in utter shock. The day I married your mother. Had you come earlier I would have evolved sooner. Draco replied before he added. Fucking cheater. Alexander cussed. Smack. Drac flicked him with a finger to his head, hurting Alexander a little before he said. We of the Wallenstein family don't use curse words. Capice? For the first time ever, Draco said something that was more on the good side and something he followed. What's capice? And I'm not of your Wallenstein family. Alexander replied, feeling wronged. How old was he? And after all this time, he was hit for the first time by the father he never had for something he did all the time. Tisk, uncultured. It means, do you understand? And you're from the Wallenstein family, whether you like it or not. Draco replied. Ah, I see. Well, it's not like you don't curse. Alexander said, slightly annoyed. I don't. Draco said. Alexander tried to recall his memory to remember some time when Draco cursed, but, to no avail. You go do what you need to do. I don't have time for you right now. Draco said before he teleported away. What kind of situation have I got myself into? Alexander, floating alone in the sky, said as he looked down. Back in the dungeon, Draco's main body was unveiling its full glory with succubi of all shapes and forms around him, but none of them were in good physical or mental condition. Draco sat back on his throne and the system assistant showed up. He looked at her and said. So I can buy affinities now? Indeed, host. As well as immunities and maps of every corner of the world you're in. The system replied. I see, that sounds good. What else? Draco asked. I've unlocked the function of Opportunity Map. Using your Opportunity Affinity and my Map function, I'm able to locate opportunities for you without you having to use your Chaotic Resource Detection, as that works passively alongside Chaotic Resource Collection when it comes to material resources. On the other hand, you're also able to spend your skill points on skill trees. Skill trees? Draco asked, perplexed. If it was what he thought it to be, then he's in for a good treat. Indeed, host. Skill trees allow you to first and foremost upgrade skills to maximize their potential, leveling them up to 3 times before you will have to upgrade them to the next stage. You are no longer bound by the need to devour high-ranked beings to take a higher form of a skill. You can evolve a skill limitlessly as long as you have the skill points needed. But it doesn't end there. The skill tree function is mainly the ability to gain skills derived from the main skill you upgrade. Such as a cooking skill, its skill tree will have 3 other derivative skills such as fast hands, perfect spice, and perfect timing. Combine this function with skill creation and you will never be in a tight situation again. I see, it is more amazing than what I had in mind. Draco said with a large smile on his face. It's even better that you're here now, Zero. I've been negligent when it came to using the system, but, with you here, I can leave this kind of stuff to you. Draco looked at Zero and said. Thank you, host. So? Are we going to do what you've been doing to these succubi? No. You're my assistant. My possession. My eternal tool. That's what you are. You have better usage than lust-driven beings such as these succubi. Draco said before he turned to look at the evolution panel before him. The system looked at Draco before she looked at the succubi and smiled slightly. What's my authority capable of doing right now? Draco suddenly asked. Anything up to the peak of the heavenly ranks. When it comes to questions related to the world, then everything inside and close to the cursed world of Portalia, including the cursed prison. I see, so I can't ask questions related to the Celestials yet, right? Indeed, however, you will be able to do so starting my next level. I see. Sounds good. Draco nodded before he returned to look at the available evolution paths. Zero. Draco called once again. Yes, host? What do you think is the best option here? He asked. I believe the Transcendental Chaos Incarnation is best fitted for you, dear host. Zero gave her honest opinion with a smile. Draco heard her and said. That's what I was thinking. He then tapped his throne a few times before he rested his head against its back and slept. He wasn't done yet. He opened his eyes a second later and asked Zero one more question, or more as he ordered her. Zero, I will be unconscious this entire period of evolution. Create a skill or anything that will allow me to keep my Marco clone, which was unfortunately useless, and David. I will have to leave them here alongside me when I leave for the prison. Very well, host. And Draco went into deep slumber. What were the evolution paths shown to Draco? There were only a few. 3 to be exact. Transcendental Chaos Incarnation, Transcendental Rank Creature, Extinct Unique Demonic Species, Perks, all stats multiplied by 10. Skill, Chaos Transcending, pierce through the fusion of all affinities like no other, all affinities rank up. Skill, Chaos Expansion, spread chaos all over the world, whoever is near you is affected by chaos, becoming a chaos entity following your lead. Chaotic Aura racial trait gained, extreme enhancements evolved to transcendental enhancements. Transcendental Original Demon Tree, Transcendental Rank Creature, new unique demonic species, a species of unknown origins holding complete control over the origin affinity in the form of a colossal continent-sized tree acting as the origin of a new demonic species, demonic elves. Perks, all stats multiplied by 10. Skill, Origin Transcending, pierce through the fusion of origin like no other, origin affinity rank up. Skill, Return to Origin, act as the origin of the world you're situated in. Everybody pays homage to you in return for your blessing, which boosts their understanding of the origin law. However, they change into demonic beings. Demonic Aura racial trait gained, extreme enhancements evolve to transcendental enhancements. Transcendental Dimension Invader, Transcendental Rank Creature, extinct unique demonic species, bringer of calamities upon entire dimensions. They spread chaos and destruction. Their main weapons are the many deadly and destructive affinities such as abyss, catastrophe, void, death, and poison. Perks, all stats multiplied by 10. Skill, Calamity Transcending, pierce through the fusion of all destruction and deadly affinities like no other, all deadly and destructive affinities rank up. skill, calamity bringer, spread destruction all over the various dimensions. Whoever is near you is affected by a deadly disease that will kill them slowly but surely. Dimension locator racial trait gained, extreme enhancements evolved to transcendental enhancements. These were the evolution paths Draco, and every single one of them was overpowered beyond belief and definitely ranked on the top of all races in existence of the transcendental rank. 3 months have passed since Draco cleared his evolution conditions. The morning shone strongly as it represented the start of a new day and the coming back of the demon wreaking havoc all across the humans' territory. However, the sun didn't only represent that. It also represented the day everybody knew of Draco. Draco was no longer an unknown entity wreaking havoc. No, starting today the world of Portalia itself knew of the new being reigning over chaos itself, raining destruction all over its continents. What did it mean? What did it mean for the world of Portalia to know of Draco? It had great meanings, but the greatest one of them was that Draco was now eligible and forced to enter the prison to carry out his tasks. However, it also had other meanings. One of them was that the true powerhouses of the world all knew about him, as their connection to their mother world, the cursed world of Portalia, allowed them to do so. And Draco was now officially recognized as a powerhouse of Portalia by its will, and he had to follow some set rules once he set foot on it after coming out of the prison, but this will be spoken of in detail later. On this day, Draco finally set foot in the world of those no longer considered mortal completely. However, he was already an immortal due to his other racial traits. But, no matter what happened on this day, there were other more important facts. One of them was related to the Celestials. Within the Celestials' realm, another assembly was held as their subject was the same anomalous being that evolved. This is the last we ever bring this monster into this realm. One Celestial said, as nervousness could be felt from afar radiated from this ascendant entity. I told y'all we should have debuffed him. Look at him now. He's a threat to everybody, and it's too late to do anything. Portalia's will has already recognized him, and even that dumb bastard forgot to renew his mark on him, and now he's running blessing free from any of us. Night, the Celestial that was trying to curse Draco, shouted in frustration. We mutually agreed not to interfere with him. We cannot go back on our words now. A Celestial that was still calm through this ordeal said. It's not like we can do anything even if we wanted to. Portalia recognized him too early. He's the first to be recognized as a transcendent. Even that child, the anomaly, isn't recognized yet another Celestial said, speaking a little bit in detail about what happened to Draco. Indeed, recognition was a very special achievement given by Portalia's will that didn't allow for any other Celestial's interference, only approving of those already investing in the recognized being before they are recognized. The conditions to be recognized are extremely hard to accomplish and only known to the will of Portalia and nobody else. The anomaly had a chance to become recognized once he reached the peak of the transcendental rank, meaning once he fully fuses with Origin. And he is guaranteed recognition once he starts filtering through laws. Draco, however, was far too awe-inspiring to not be able to get Portalia's recognition after everything he has done while hiding from its will. Had it noticed him early, he definitely wouldn't have reached where he was as fast or with as less incidents as presently. What mattered was that Draco had gained recognition, and now Celestials couldn't interfere with his life anymore, including fate himself. The Celestials looked at each other in silence. Damned bastard. At least do a good job if you're going to bless him. Suddenly a Celestial burst out. He was talking about fate and the job he has done in securing Draco as his blessed one. Everybody remained silent before one of them talked and concluded this last assembly. We will forget he ever existed and never bring him up any time again. Whatever he does matters not. Once he gets here, he will have to follow the set rules like the rest of us. Was all he said, and everybody remained silent in agreement. What we've seen previously was the reaction of the Celestials above to Draco's evolution. What about the one that blessed him when he first evolved? The one that benefited the most from his rise and now lost everything? What about the imprisoned Celestial of fate? It was completely fate-like. Ah, I see. Death is close, isn't it? Very well, I shall fight against fate for the first time in my life. Let's see who of us is going to win. Strangely, or for those who knew him naturally, fate wouldn't dwell over things he had no control over. For him to forget about Draco for less than a month and lose every and all chances at benefiting from him as his blessed one, it was obviously fate preferring the latter over him. And if that's what was going to happen, then he would wholeheartedly accept it, however, not before fighting for his life first. Draco opened his eyes, sending sparks of white thunder flying all around the room, killing 2 maids who were tending to his place, and making sure it was clean. Draco looked at this, and then at his body. A translucent chaotic black aura swirled around his body as his hands were pale white and much more human-like than anything he ever was. Looking to his left, he found Zero standing and looking at him patiently waiting for his orders. "Good job out there, Zero. Summon those 2 and give them something as an apology. Next time make sure you're alone," he said. "Forgive me, host. I did it on purpose to test your power when it is still uncontrollable," she said as she bowed down. "Very well, it matters not. You can do whatever you want from now on." Draco turned back and said, "Host, would you like me to give you your previous quest's rewards right now?" "Do it. You've reached max level, host. Integrating chaos memory. Host, please endure. You've successfully gained max understanding of the law of evasion." The second he heard the last message, Draco lost consciousness once again. This time, he didn't just wake up to find time had passed. No, he woke up somewhere unknown. Floating away in an endless void like an entity living within space itself. However, whenever he looked, there was destruction, and even more destruction. Fragments of planets, corpses of colossal entities, and destroyed pieces of extremely advanced spaceships. A second later, he blacked out to appear inside the body of an entity with black horns and an intricately crafted dark body that was made of condensed fog and held together like thick strings. He looked at his body and then in front of him. He was within a city, but, once more, there was only chaos and destruction. People killing each other for nothing, children throwing rocks, beasts running off their carriages and attacking everybody randomly, and there was not a single ounce of order. Once again, he blinked and boom, he was inside the body of a whale within the very depths of an ocean, but this time, he didn't look outside, he looked inside. The body he was in was so gigantic it held an entire continent inside of it and people lived inside of it. But, this continent was on the brink of destruction as people were driven mad by something out of the scope of their understanding as they were mere mortals with no superpower whatsoever and just advanced technology that allowed them to understand something they should not have. And this caused the entire civilization to go mad and completely uncontrollable, causing chaos to reign over them. Lastly, he blinked and appeared inside a space that was more chaotic than anything he had seen. It was a wasteland. However, lightning struck at random intervals and power. The speed at which it hit the ground was completely illogical as it could be extremely slowed down so that every single one of its lines could be seen forming or fast enough to not even be visible to a transcendent's eyes. There were no living beings, but the soul state of this realm was the epitome of chaos. Draco watched as a waterfall of deep orange fire floated upside down from a crater made by an extremely powerful thunder blast, and then he looked up to see an entire ocean of such fire. He looked to his right and there he saw a fog that was darker than anything he had ever seen yet could still somehow show a reflection of a world that was in perfect order. And then he looked to his left, and... what was that? Draco opened his eyes to find himself back. He looked at his hands once again, then wiped the sweat off his face and put his head on his throne to calm down. What did I just see? He didn't know. He couldn't remember, it was just something that was connected to him to an alarming degree, but he couldn't remember a single thing. Host, would you like to consume the origin seed next? Yes. Draco sighed and retrieved his calm demeanor before he looked at the milky white seed in front of him that shone with a brightness contrasting that of the realm he had last seen. And then he ate it. You've reached max understanding of the origin law. You've reached max understanding of the law of chaos. Draco heard this and brushed it off. Then, he looked at his evolution and status panels. Evolution panel. Evolution conditions. 1. Kill the imprisoned celestial of fate, progress, 0%. 2. Destroy 69 prison stations, 0/69. 3. Reach max level in 12 hours, completed. 4. Fuse 100% of 10 laws, 0/10. Status. Name, Draco Wallenstein. Gender, /age, male, /1-year-old. Race, Transcendental Chaos Incarnation, Transcendent Rank Creature, Stage 4. Blessing, S blessing. Host level, 100, XP, 100, 000, 000, 000/100, 000, 000. System level, 3, XP, 4, 000/250, 000. Health, peak condition, harmonious, calm. Immortal. Life and death, connected to the Great Cursed Forest. Stamina, infinity/infinity. Mana reserves connected to the Great Cursed Forest. Peak law level strength, peak transcendent rank. 0 status points, 522,669,696 skill points, 53,579,285,432,441 gold, available. This specific evolution was very special as it had many effects. One of them was that the benefits gained from the forest were starting to show up as his health and mana reserves were now connected to it. His own health would only be depleted when the entire forest was obliterated. There were also other benefits we've talked about before, but these latter benefits were the reason Draco's status was the way it was. It had been exactly 3 months and 10 days since Draco went into deep evolutionary slumber, and by the time he woke up, many things had changed. It was important to note that not only one but 2 of Draco's bodies were kept conscious in return. They didn't evolve and would never be able to. One of them was David, Devania's husband. This body of Draco was spending his sweet time with his wife, not caring about anything else. Then there was Marco. This one was a student at the Celestial Academy. The only thing he knew was that something significant had happened in his empire and the entire continent the past few months, but he didn't care to know anything else, and his lover also told him that with her father there he did not need to worry, but Marco, knowing what happened, didn't talk. What mattered right now was that Alexander himself was here right now, and he definitely wasn't pleased with what happened. He was inside his throne room, tapping his seat with utter frustration as his wives surrounded him. "That bastard, I told you should have let me kill him that time." His wife, who was the most violent of the bunch and the one that tried to attack Draco last time, said. "It's not that. It's just. He should have at least informed me." Alexander said, feeling wronged. "Indeed. And not like you could have won when he managed to escape Honey's origin of life." Another one of Alexander's wives said. "What do we do now?" Another said. "We will wait for him to come. We can't do anything. It's not like it's too bad of a situation, we can still keep our cities intact. It just would have been better to be informed before that this would have happened so we could have taken precautions." Alexander said as he sighed. "Indeed, but it's too late now. You can just do something about it, similar to how you fixed the city back from complete chaos and destruction." The calm wife who spoke second said. "Ugh. Don't remind me of that. It took me the entire month I wanted to spend resting to fix that stuff." Alexander smacked his head. His wives looked at each other as they noticed that Alexander stopped swearing as much as he did and always stopped himself midway, but they would admit it was funny to see him look left and right after he unconsciously blurted out a curse word. "I wonder what made him like this." His wives thought simultaneously as they looked at him lovingly. "What?" Alexander looked at them and said before he stood up and looked slightly surprised. His wives, confused at what made him make such an expression, looked behind them, and their Draco was seizing them all up. Draco then looked at Alexander and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Nice job, son. You know how to choose like me." "He can see us/them, was what they thought when they heard Draco's words. "Oh, it seems like the forest caught up to your continent," Draco said. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Alexander came out of his stupor and asked. "I forgot." Draco replied calmly. "You forgot? How could you forget something as important as that? Now the entire capital is drowned in trees and grass." Alexander sighed and smacked his head. "Let me do something about that," Draco said. Immediately after saying that, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Rumble rumble, ZNNNNROOAR. With the roaring of animals, rumbling of the earth and rustling of the air, Alexander used his senses to notice that the forest was actually moving out of the empire. In the span of 30 minutes, it went on to encompass the capital from the outside, as it looked like one entered from a realm of forestry to a civilized area instead of being inside a city that was overcome by time and greenery. This wasn't just the case with the capital, Every single city outside of it was also freed from the forest by Draco, as his control over the forest was perfect and spanned across the entirety of the connected continents. "Alright, it's done," Draco said. "Thanks." Alexander sighed and said before he sat on his throne once again. Draco remained silent and looked at him. When the latter opened his eyes, he found himself faced by a pair of black eyes that promised to send him down a path of no return. Finally understanding what he did wrong, he got up off his throne, formed one to his left, and sat there. Draco didn't speak and walked up to the throne, and he sat down before he looked at Alexander's wives and said, "What a nice trick. Using the origin of camouflage to hide their true appearance, I guess you're indeed a genius." He guessed it? Alexander was surprised. Then he began to notice that something was wrong with him. He felt himself getting a little bit overcome by some thoughts that were either not his or others that were hidden deeply by him. He looked at Draco and then his wives, and back at Draco before he said, "What is it you're doing?" Alexander spoke in a slightly threatening tone while facing Draco. He didn't forget that they were enemies. If their interests hurt each other, then he wouldn't think twice before he attacked Draco. But he held himself for now. He had to understand first. Did he do it intentionally or? "Oh, my bad. It's a passive skill of mine," Draco said before he limited chaos expansion to not hurt those in this room. So, when are we moving out? Draco looked at Alexander and said. The latter had calmed himself down by now and turned to look at his wives, who were visibly calmer than when he saw them earlier. Then he turned to look at Draco. "In 20 days, we will go back." "Very well. It's enough time for me to fuse a good % of my laws," Draco said. Alexander suckled and turned to look at Draco to see if he was serious or not. "Are you serious?" he said, slightly surprised to see Draco unfazed. His wives also looked at Draco weirdly, as they knew how hard it was to fuse laws. "I am." Draco nodded, completely serious. "Do you know why transcendents are sent to the prison against their will?" Alexander asked as he too got serious. "I know," Draco replied. "Then why are you wasting your time trying to fuse your laws?" Alexander asked. "Whatever neutral law residue you guys use to speed up the fusion of your laws is useless to me. It's much faster for me to directly fuse with my laws," Draco replied. The reason Alexander asked Draco that question is because the banished ones that cannot leave the prison and those born there, also known as the filthy, carry a neutral law residue that is a treasure for any transcendent, as they help in understanding and speeding the fusion of laws with oneself. However, the weakest ones of those filthy and banished ones are of the transcendent rank. There are also mutated ones of the filthy, and they can be as strong as the peak of the highest heavenly rank. Thus, in terms of ranks alone, they're as strong as the peak powerhouses of Portalia, but when it comes to other means they stand no chance against those of the same rank. Why? Because they have no laws, and even if they had them, they cannot understand them as they're brainless. This doesn't mean they cannot use laws, but they do not own them, they're kind of borrowing them. From who? From the banished ones. The way they use laws gifted by these banished ones is like someone printing food and giving it spice to give it the same taste. It had the same taste, look and everything, but was it truly the same? No. But this mattered not. The filthy were the least dangerous in everybody's minds. After all, the banished ones existed. The banished ones are the most dangerous of the prison, as they have no upper limit when it comes to ranks. They could be as weak as transcendents or stronger than celestials. Of course, the prison itself had a limit, so those too higher ranked than celestials wouldn't be held by the small cage. The dangers of the prison were self-explanatory. If you were a transcendent, you could be minding your business, carrying out a mission, or looking for some filthy ones to get the hell out of the bars. When you accidentally come across a filthy one higher ranked than you or worse, enter the area of a banished one. If that happens and you meet up with a filthy one only one rank higher than you could escape, or if you were mighty within your rank you could even kill him and benefit strongly. But, if it was a filthy one 2 major ranks higher, or a banished one of just 1 major rank higher than you can just kiss your life goodbye. This was the prison in a few lines. But there was more to be seen when one entered it. The reason why Draco said that he didn't need the most important benefit of the prison, which was the neutral law residue, which was what the filthy ones used and the banished ones gifted, is because he evolved into a transcendent chaos incarnation. He was the best entity ever when it came to fusing with every and all laws. The rate at which he fuses with basic laws such as fire and others could be seen as obscene by others, and the rate at which he fuses with chaos could be described as imaginary. The father-son duo sat side by side with each other as the mother of the house was enjoying her sweet time with another body of her husband. Even though Draco was David, but the two were also in a way separate, and Draco only called Alexander son to frustrate him, but he didn't give a rat's ass about Alexander or the anomaly or the entire empire. If they came to harm his interests, he would burn them once and for all. Although he strongly believed that a father should be the pillar of a family and support every member and the extended family as much as he could. However, Draco also believed that nothing could stand in the way of his goal of complete conquest. A question remained standing. Out of everybody he ever met, what did he think of Alexander? Was he worthy of the title the Anomaly? Indeed, Draco believed that this son of his was the only one currently capable of keeping up with him and being a strong enemy later down the road. So far, he has overcome every single enemy by leaps and bounds, not even giving them a dream of catching up to him. But from what he saw from Alexander, the little bastard has already fully fused with many laws, and was even halfway through fusing with Origin, his strongest law. It was indeed fast, but Draco would be faster. He had a feeling. A feeling that this trip to the prison wouldn't be like the past evolutions. How? He didn't know. But what he knew was that the game field would be much wider than anything he had been in, and he was sure he would come out much different than how he entered. This was something he strongly believed. I look forward to it. 20 days later, many things changed. How did the process of fusing with laws go about? Draco was using his main body in the dungeon to go through this process. Fusing with laws was more than understanding them, it was to become one with them. The way it is said sounds easy, but it was indeed hard. If understanding laws took other thousands of years, then how hard would it be to fuse with them? A transcendent human's lifespan is 500,000 years, and one might reach the end of his lifespan and not even reach 50% of his fusion with a single basic law. That's in the case where one didn't die inside the prison and with them diligently carrying out missions and not slacking off. This was the case of an average human. Someone slightly talented would take much less time to finish missions, and thus would have a higher chance at reaching the next rank and starting the filtration of his laws, which was a much easier process than anything done previously with laws. And then came geniuses and anomalies such as Alexander. In just 4 months he completely fused with not one, not two, but multiple advanced concepts like time, space, and even dimensions. Fusion was simply taking the wisps of elemental essence that Draco could see while he was still a low-ranked demonic goblin, and then fusing oneself with them, forming a connection with the very structure of reality but on a negligible level. For Draco, it was twice the easy, as he could already see the wisps of laws, but others couldn't, and they had to close their eyes, concentrate, and try to sense them before they could move on to the next step, and it was to actually fuse with those laws. This was all there was to fusion, but one had to already understand a law to fuse with it, otherwise they would be completely removed from existence by the sheer might of the law. It was previously explained that law fusion had massive side effects on those trying to do the act. Their personalities changed depending on their laws, and everybody close to them as well as the place they lived in was in danger of sudden outbursts, as they could be still not in control over their laws. But what happened to the person in question? Fusing with wisps of laws wasn't so easy that one could continuously do it. If they didn't stop while in the fusion of gravity law, they could be in danger of getting splattered to the ground. Or, in the case of fire, get burned to dust. What of Draco? Would the incarnation of chaos be hurt by it or any other law? The answer is no. Thus, Draco was fully equipped to be the fastest entity to traverse through the fusion with laws. And he indeed was. In 20 days, he completely fused with chaos, origin, dimensions, time, space, and every other law he possessed and fully understood. How? It was because Draco was one hell of a smartass. He first fused with chaos in just 3 days. This wasn't something any sane being could even dream of, but Draco did it. Then it became easier for him to understand other laws, and he started by fusing with origin. Then he made a chaos language spell that was called Chaotic Law Absorption Origin. What it did was simply make Draco a literal law-absorbing vacuum. In 3 days he fused with chaos, and in 1 day and a half he fused with origin, and lastly he absorbed every other law in half a day and took the rest of the 15 days he had to fuse with them perfectly. The fusion process was too destructive. Draco had to protect the dungeon with chaos and origin while forbidding anybody from entering the throne room. The second he was done fusing with all the laws, the throne room was something that couldn't be described with words. Draco could only say that what he did was break the fabric of the dungeon and only leave the void it was made in. And that was how Draco had completely erased the 100th floor of his dungeon. How would Azeroth react when he came back? No one knew. Draco got up from his seat and looked around as the void remained still, as if frozen in time, and he clenched his fists and sighed. ZNNNNN. Space vibrated as if it couldn't take a single clenching of fists, and a small sigh from Draco. The void that was already the base fabric of this world threatened to break to form a portal that would take Draco who know where from just this small of an act Draco made. Draco looked at this and used Origin to form a new floor and then some. Why? Because he could. While Draco's main body was busy forming a few new floors of his dungeon, forgetting anything about the dungeon's evolution conditions or anything close to it, his other body appeared in front of Alexander, who was waiting for him in the throne room alongside his wives. The AR around Draco was many times more oppressive than that of Alexander, even though the latter was capable enough to completely fuse with Origin and reach the peak of the transcendent rank. Alexander looked at Draco and opened his eyes wide. His wives did the same as Draco walked calmly until he reached his throne and sat there without a word. "When are we moving?" he asked. "What do you mean, when are we moving? You've already fused with your laws, what else do you need to do in prison? Just go directly to the central continent." Alexander said, slightly annoyed that he was already caught up to by Draco. "I have something to do there. Something very important," Draco said in a serious tone when he thought of the first condition he had to clear. "Honey." One of Alexander's wives, hearing this, looked at him and said. Alexander, hearing her, looked at Draco slightly down and said, "I have a favor to ask of you." "I have a favor to ask of you." Alexander looked at Draco in complete seriousness and said. His wives looked from the side, worried at what was going on with their husbands and at how Draco would react. "Ask away," Draco said. "I'm being hunted away by a banished one for no apparent reason. However, I have yet to clear the most important condition I have, and the time is ticking," Alexander said, slightly frustrated that he had to ask someone a favor and that someone was Draco, but no one could help him inside the prison but him. "Why, you say?" "It was because nobody was crazy enough to face that." "I see. A banished one, huh? Who is it?" Draco asked. "He might have an idea." "I don't know, but it's definitely an imprisoned celestial. The armies of the filthy locating me wherever I am and attacking me every damn day aren't something a low-ranked banished one could do," Alexander said in frustration. "It's the imprisoned celestial of fate," Draco said. "Huh?" Alexander and his wives looked at Draco in confusion. "How do you know?" one of Alexander's wives asked. "He's my target. I have to kill him to evolve," Draco replied truthfully. Silence. Nobody spoke another word, as what Draco just said was too shocking. Having to kill a celestial to evolve into a Lord of Law? What madness is this? One had to be at least a peak heavenly rank powerhouse to even have a chance at getting such a condition and be able to do something about it. A transcendent? This is pure madness. Which bastard put these conditions on him? "Are you sure it's him?" Alexander asked, although he knew Draco had his reasons for saying so, but he didn't fully know the capabilities of fate, though he could guess. Yeah, he can see connections between people, and he could probably sense his death, which prompted him to start acting as a final resistance against fate, which he so diligently followed to the peak. Draco said calmly, unfazed by the reality of his condition. Alexander and his wives looked at Draco in shock, as he just stated that a celestial, although imprisoned, sensed his death, which was related to him. A peak transcendent. Then, Alexander shook his hand in defeat and looked at Draco once more before he asked. "So? Are you going to help me?" he said. "No. This is my problem, I have to do so," Draco said. Alexander's wives, who were surprised by Draco's no, were relieved to hear what he said last. Alexander sighed in relief and got up to shake Draco's hand in gratitude and said, "It's about time we move out." He then turned to look at his wives. "Are you girls ready?" he asked. "Yes," they replied. He then looked at Draco and asked, "Shall we move?" Draco calmly nodded and waited for him to do what he had to do. "Follow me." Alexander demanded, and the group went down to his research room before they found themselves in front of a portal that pulsed with an extremely sinister dark color. Draco looked at it and felt comfort before he turned to look at Alexander and said, "I sense the law of dimensions in here. I assumed this was the reason you delved into such a unique law." Alexander nodded in agreement as he was getting used to Draco just unveiling every single one of his secrets and facts without being told so. The group then started to enter the portal one by one, starting with Alexander's wives, then him, then Draco, who entered last. A second later, Draco appeared within a vast black land that stretched for countless miles, as everywhere he looked there was only dark, dark, and even more dark. The skies were dark, the clouds darker, the air dark, the sand dark, the grass dark, the rain dark. Only wisps of ethereal white accompanied this lonely color as it spoke of this realm's true nature. The prison's loneliness and danger could be felt the second one set foot on it. It had a heavy air, as if to describe to everybody within it the loneliness it felt from being banished and only having the filthy and those that broke the rules. "Let's move, they could appear at any time now," Alexander, who was close to Draco, said as he looked left and right in caution. A second later, as if to confirm his fear, a heart-shaking roar resounded through the area they were in. Draco looked at the source of the roar and looked straight in front of him before he opened his eyes slightly wider and said, "Oh shit. It seems like I'm staying in this realm for quite some time." What did he see? Why did he say what he said? It was because what was in front of him was an army that spanned his entire field of vision, and not only that, he tried to sense them with his chaotic senses, and he couldn't see their end. "No wonder you asked for my help," Draco said slowly. What did it mean to not be able to see the end of the army? It meant that if this army was placed within Portalia, then it would drown the entirety of the 7 continents if they were fused together, and then some. This was how gigantic the army was. But the prison was even more massive. "Yeah. If you understood, then let's get the foo, come on. Move," Alexander shouted when he heard Draco's words. Draco still stood there as his brain worked on overload to make a plan out of this. But whatever he thought of only pointed towards a slow-paced approach. "Wait for me, Fate." Draco and Co were still standing in front of the rapidly approaching army. Alexander and his wives were anxious, seeing as Draco didn't plan on moving. However, the latter suddenly looked at them and said, "We're going." "Huh?" Chaotic teleportation. A second later, they appeared endless miles away from the army, but Draco could still sense them approaching at light speed, literally. Alexander and his wives were surprised to find themselves teleported this great distance with a single teleport. However, Draco wasn't done yet. Chaotic teleportation, chaotic teleportation, chaotic teleportation x23. Ugh. Let us rest. One of Alexander's wives couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled. Draco didn't pay her any mind and looked at her husband. "I would have gone alone by now, but seeing as we're teaming up for this guy, where should we go next?" Draco asked. Alexander held his breath and calmed down before he said, "A station. That's the only place banished ones and their filthy armies can't reach. If we go there, we will have lodging, missions that will pay us neutral law residue, and we can even participate in some auctions that could potentially hold some very rare artifacts." Draco heard his words and thought for a second. Stations were also included in his evolutionary conditions. He had to destroy 69 of them. But there was still time for that. What he was thinking about was that this was the first time he would truly integrate himself into a civilized city. However, he was forced to do so. And it wasn't like he was against it. To go about his plan, he had to act slowly and rise to power as fast as he could. Draco didn't need to evolve to reach higher stages in the heavenly ranks, and he couldn't anyway. As a mere transcendent, it was a pipe dream to even think of facing the imprisoned celestial of fate. Indeed, being imprisoned meant that fate was much less powerful than he ever was, but he would never be defeated by anyone not holding an origin law. The stages of the heavenly ranks all had to do with laws and reaching their extremes, and Draco was only starting to get aware of this. Now, his plans included meeting with other powerful people and taking them in to form his own army before he faced fate. "Do you know where the nearest station is?" Draco asked as he looked at Alexander. Alexander scratched his head and said, "How could that be? Stations are light years away from one another. To find one, you had to either travel at light speed, and it might take you years if you're lucky, or if you're unlucky, never find one. The prison is massive, man, I tell you, thousands of Portalias stacked together won't even count as a small percent. I know that, how else would Celestials be imprisoned here? You think I'm dumb? Whatever, you're useless. Draco dismissed Alexander as he went on to call his ever-so-reliable partner. Zero. Draco called, and his eternal assistant, Zero, appeared before him. Here, host. Zero, knowing what Draco wanted to ask of her, bought a map shard of the entire prison from the shop and gifted it to Draco. It cost her 50 trillion gold. Almost everything Draco held at the moment, but she knew Draco wouldn't give a rat's ass about some gold when he could gain it much faster than he wasted it. Draco looked at this and smiled. He took the shard and said, "What do I do with this?" "It's a mental map, isn't it?" "Yes, host. All you have to do is consume it." "Very well." And Draco threw it in his mouth. A second later, he felt something opening up in his brain, and with a little bit of concentration, he could navigate through the countless light years of the prison in detail inside of his mind. Draco opened his eyes and looked at Zero in slight surprise. "I'm pleased, this mental map is good enough." Then he turned to look at Alexander and said, "The nearest station is 5 light years away." Alexander, hearing this, was surprised and confused at how Draco could know of this. He wanted to ask, but thought that he better not. However, his curiosity killed him and he asked, "How did you know?" "None of your business." Draco replied as quickly as thunder. Food dash. Damn me, stupid idiot. I should have shut my mouth. Shouting in his mind, Draco shut his eyes slowly to express his frustration uncautiously, and sighed. One of Alexander's wives looked at Draco in slight anger and asked, "So, how do we go there?" "It will take us too long to reach it if we go at light speed." "Did you ever find a station before?" Draco asked. "Obviously not, we've only been here for 4 months in total, how do you expect us to do so?" Alexander said. "Well, it should take us around 50,000 chaotic teleportations." Draco thought for a bit and said, 50,000? Alexander and his wives heard this and screamed, both in shock at how little that was and in fear at how many that was. Draco nodded in confirmation, and the harem looked at each other and then at their husband, who was holding himself from falling to his knees. "If we teleport at around 5,000 times per day, then it would only take us 10 days. Draco, not caring about how they felt, added. The harem looked at each other once again and sighed before they looked at their husband, who was still calming himself down, and went to support him. Alexander looked at his wives, who were surrounding him and motivating him, and felt something rise inside of him, and it definitely wasn't the shield hero. He looked at Draco and then at his wives and sighed because they weren't in a station for him to enjoy his privilege, and then he became motivated to go through what he had to go through. He looked at Draco and said, "We're ready." Draco, not looking at him, looked in another direction and said, "You have to be, they're here." 10 days later. Draco, Alexander, and his wives stood one, chaotic teleportation, away from the closest station to them. Draco could sense it with his chaotic senses, and he had to say, he was surprised. It was the first time he saw such a majestic city, and something inside of him, something that described him, burned as he wished to either take it for himself or destroy it once and for all to feel the chaos caused by such an act. He then turned to look at Alexander and his wives, who had lost all color and were recuperating. "There is only one teleportation left, let's move, the filthy are approaching," Draco said as he looked back in the direction where they came from. Something was wrong with the army following them. No matter what speed they teleported at, they were always a few minutes away from them. It was as if they spawned out of nowhere. Well, that wasn't exactly what was happening in the case of the army, but the filthy in general had such a tendency to just appear out of nowhere. The filthy were like zombies in fantasy stories, they were unique to the prison, naturally formed by it and considered the realm's own aboriginals, but they had one tiny little problem, they were brainless. The way they appeared was by popping out of the ground, randomly appearing all over the prison. Their strength depends on the concentration of neutral law residue. If it's not concentrated, then they spawn to be a transcendent rank filthy. If it's concentrated, then the prison filters through it to spawn a bunch of them, some lord of law ranked filthy and others transcendent following their lead. If someone of the rank above the Lord of Law, which was the King of Essence, were to die or release some kind of skill within that area, then a King of Essence ranked filthy would appear in there. Similarly, if someone of the rank above King of Essence, which was the Origin Emperor realm, also the second highest heavenly rank, then a filthy of that rank will spawn, and that was the highest a filthy could ever be. We've talked before about how an imprisoned celestial couldn't be killed by anyone holding anything less than an origin law. What was an origin law? No, it wasn't the law of origin Alexander held. It was vastly different. The law of origin was a concept. Origin law was a state a law could reach. It was the origin of the law, the highest rank a law could be, its epitome, its most perfect form. To reach the origin law, one had to go through multiple processes. As we've seen before, the first condition is to actually have the affinity for the law you're trying to follow. One cannot start understanding a law without first having EX rank affinity, and similarly, one cannot fuse with a law without first having a transcendent rank affinity with it. After, one has to understand it, by studying its effects, weaknesses, strengths, and everything about it. Once one finishes understanding, they pass on to the next step, which is to actually start absorbing wisps and strings of the law essence floating around. Once that step is finished, one is officially considered a lord of law. Fusing with laws doesn't actually end there, just fusing comes with a lot of impurities, and then one has to start filtering through them while the body that has already become one with the law passively absorbs more and more of the essence. One has to continue absorbing and filtering until the law forming him is 100% pure. The end result of this filtration is becoming a king of essence. Essence is the purest form of law, holding absolutely no impurity, thus when one use a law they do not as if it's something outside of them and they're just connected to it or a part of it. No, it becomes a part of them. Like a limb that one can control unconsciously, and it can never hurt them. Once one has successfully accumulated 100% law essence inside of his body, they move on to the next and hardest step. It is to form their own perfect version of the law, an origin law. Origin law, as stated before, means the epitome of a law, its most perfect form, and where it came from. But each entity can only hold a variation of the origin law. The Great Mother holds authority over the primary and main origin laws. The strongest form of origin laws. And then one has to make their own variations such as hellfire, black fire, white fire, healing water, light water, sacred water, and holy water. Furthermore, one isn't necessarily forced to only hold a single origin law. And an origin law can be formed from multiple laws at once. It was never a limitation to only use a single law to form it. Thus, origin laws such as ice fire, frozen space, rejuvenating poison, and original fire were made and held by origin emperors. One thing to keep in mind is that a transcendent fuses with law, a lord of law filters through it, and a king of essence forms an origin law. As for an origin emperor? An origin emperor further perfects his origin law by going through multiple tribulations. An origin emperor that has through one or more tribulations is called a tribulation overlord. The higher the number of tribulations an origin goes through, the better and stronger his origin's laws become. And this is the last realm before ascension. This was the entire process one goes through while in the heavenly ranks. Draco learned of this later when he killed the X ranks, but now he knew what he had to do. The day he becomes an origin emperor is the day fate shall meet his death. Draco looked back at Alexander, and seeing them finally good enough to go one last round, he didn't wait for them to confirm as he spoke. Chaotic words. Draco and Co appeared in the middle of the station. A station was basically a city, but it spanned at least a light year in size. Draco looked around him as the tall and dark buildings brightly with all kinds of colors that widely contrasted the feeling the prison wanted to express. He felt himself within a sci-fi city as all kinds of vehicles flew on top of him. Technological banners floated in the air, and drones and other robots flew around them as one drone came in front of the group once it noticed them and looked through its database to find that they were new to the city. The first it did was first scan them with its laser to guess what race they were. It immediately analyzed that Alexander and Co were humans, but it lagged a bit when it came to Draco until it blinked and considered him a human as he looked exactly like one. Draco looked at this amusingly as he wanted to see what this little thing would do next. Out of the sides of the drone, two little hands appeared and made a backflip before it opened its front eyes, which were small blue holograms. Its white body, separated by exquisite black lines, vibrated as a holographic mouth opened and a female voice was heard. Hello, dear Transcendents, welcome to Station PT CP992-057. I will be your assistant through this little period we have here. Would you like me to introduce you to what you have to do while inside a station? It asked. Draco flashed a slight smile and said. Go on. Well, the first thing one needs is this bracelet to do anything they need in this station, as it acts like an identification device. It's where you keep your money, your information, and your documents, and you cannot enter any building without holding it. It also helps us to find you if you find yourself in an emergency. It said. Oh, is that so? I shall take one then. Draco opened his eyes slightly and said while thinking to himself that this wasn't the only thing they would do with it. That would be 250 prison coins, sir. Draco looked at the small drone in silence as he finally started to form an idea about this place. Alexander and his wives smacked their heads as they also figured out what this whole thing was about. The drone put on a professional smile and held out its hand as it waited for Draco and Co. to do anything. Then, once it saw that they didn't move in any way, it said. If you don't have money on you now, you could still take the bracelets and pay for them later, it said. Alexander and his wife smiled as they thought this would make things easier, but Draco was much more cautious. How much would we need to pay by then? 1,000 prison coins, sir. And for every day you do not pay, the price rises by 30%, it replied. Well, Alexander almost cursed. Ridiculous. These bastards. One of Alexander's wives shouted. What if we don't get the bracelets? Draco asked. You will be kicked out of the city until you have enough money to buy the bracelets. The drone replied emotionlessly. You money-loving leeches. I'm going to destroy this station. The most violent of Alexander's wives yelled in anger. Please keep your calm, miss, otherwise, we would have to act to protect the tranquility of the station. The drone looked at her and threatened her in its emotionless tone. Draco, not paying any mind to this, called Zero in his mind. Zero, once more, guessing what Draco would say, replied directly. You can indeed buy prison coins in the shop, host. They've been added to the miscellaneous store the second you set foot in here. That is indeed useful. What is the price? He asked. It's a 1-to-1 ration, host. Huh? Was it always like this? What would have been the ratio had I exchanged while I was in the Empire? He asked. It depends on your realm, and it was set so the gold to currency ratio will be 1-to-1 depending on the currency you first want to exchange to. That's good. What if I want to exchange for the Empire's coins right now? Draco asked. Gold to Devanian dollar is 1:1000 and Devanian dollar. She replied. I see. Draco said. Exchange 1 trillion coins, he ordered. Very well, host. Done. The coins are in your inventory. Give me 1 bracelet for every one of us here. We also need 2 estates, they should be close to each other. How much would that cost in total? Draco asked. Alexander and his wives looked at Draco in shock, not understanding where he got that money. The drone also didn't quite understand what Draco meant by that, so it looked at him and said. If you're talking about asking for a loan, then it would cost you 200 billion prison coins to get top-class estates that are located in one of the best luxurious districts, and the bracelets will be free of charge. However, the price will increase every year you don't pay by 30%. I'm not talking about taking a loan, I'm paying right now. Draco said, once more shocking everybody here. Even the drone lagged for the second time before it processed what was said, and then it replied. Well, esteemed transcendent, that would cost you 20 billion prison coins, and once more the bracelets will be free of charge, and seeing as it's your first hour here, we will even gift you a black diamond prison card that has many benefits such as connections to the top echelons of the prison, discounts everywhere you go, and monthly as well as yearly gifts, and many more other benefits. It also counts as a bank card for the Portalia Omnibank. The drone suddenly changed its tone to address Draco respectfully. Draco, hearing all of this, was amused at how the price went from 200 billion to just 20 billion, and how he would already have connections to the top powerhouses and the rich gentlemen of the prison. This time he couldn't just smoothly go about controlling them like he did in the Empire. But he was indeed cooking up plans as he put on his signature smile. Draco and Co. were still standing in front of the drone as it waited for Draco to pay. How would you like to take the coins? He asked. In dark bills, please. The drone replied. The currency was separated into different amounts. Small-sized dark coins for every 1 prison coin, and a little bigger for 2 prison coins. Then, small-sized prison coins with a white middle for 5 prison coins, and a white contour with a dark middle for 10 prison coins. After that, we had the bills, a purple bill for 20 prison coins, green for 50 prison coins, brown for 100 prison coins, light blue for 200, dark blue for 500, yellow for 1,000, white for 5,000, and then dark for 10,000. Draco took out stacks of 10,000 bills, and they remained floating in the air as the drone sucked them into a dimension of its own. A few moments later, the drone gave Draco and Alexander a bracelet each. Then it said, "Allow me to lead you to your estate, esteemed sirs." Then it changed into an exquisite vehicle that was white with dark outlines, gaining the attention of the pedestrians and turning all eyes on Draco and his companions. Making these damned drones turn into anything that leechers did was extremely rare, and most of the people here had never seen one do so even if they lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The first reason was because the actual rich lived far away in the core of the station, and they were almost never seen, teleporting away directly in some corner of the prison using their artifacts and who knows what. The second reason is that most of these pedestrians spend most of their time countless miles away hunting the filthy and taking on mission from the guild. Draco and company entered the drone vehicle, which had its own dimensions inside and was capable of fitting all of them, and they were immediately speeding through the city. They looked at it from below and enjoyed the view, but, at some point, they were bored as the city was too huge and the drone, at its fastest, would need days to reach the core if it didn't enter the warp highway. "Can you go any faster?" Draco asked the drone. Draco and company were inside the luxurious interior of the drone's dimensions, enjoying all kinds of delicacies, with some planning their next move and some planning the sweet time they would spend once they reached their estate. "Would you like me to enter the highway, esteemed sirs?" The voice of the drone was heard from all around the dimension. "Do it," Draco replied. A second later, the dimension vibrated slightly, and the drone's voice was heard. "Entering warp highway in 3, 2, 1. Reaching destination in 20 minutes. And it went silent. Alexander and his wives looked at Draco and couldn't hold their curiosity anymore as they asked, "Why did you do it?" "Did what?" Draco asked, still enjoying his cup of coffee, which he so missed. "Why did you pay for us?" Alexander asked. "You're my son, that's why." Draco replied, not paying any mind to Alexander. Sure. Whatever, I will be paying you back once I get the money." Alexander said. "No need to worry yourselves, no father takes the money he spent on his son back." Draco said. "Tisk." Alexander clicked his tongue in frustration. He didn't know what to be, happy, thankful, or annoyed. "How did you even get that many prison coins?" Alexander asked. "None of your business," Draco replied. "Ugh." Alexander yelled in his mind, once more wanting to curse himself for not shutting up. "All you need to know," Draco continued, and Alexander concentrated on his next words, "is that money isn't a problem for me. If you need it now that we're partners, don't refrain from asking." Draco said. I appreciate it. "Thank you." Alexander sighed and expressed his gratitude. "No need for words like that. What would you be doing now?" Draco added. "We will first rest for a day, then we will go to the guild and take on missions so we can have a higher chance of breaking through." Alexander replied. "Oh, yeah, I forgot you've already fully fused with Origin." Draco said he was still leisurely drinking his coffee. "Yeah, all I have to do now is start the filing of my laws. Neutral law residue also helps massively with that." Alexander said. "I agree, now that I've fused with my laws, I have to start using neutral laws. Well, we have an entire army of filthy from all the realms on our back, we won't have a problem in finding them." Draco said in mockery of their current situation. "Indeed. But missions do not end there are also missions of locating territories of the banished ones, as that bastard can always expand theirs, and if they reach a station, then people can get killed the second they leave from the gate." Alexander said. "Which means?" Draco added, fully knowing what was going on. "Oh." Alexander stopped, not having considered this fact. "Indeed, but it's none of our business, they can do what they have to, after all, the role of a station is to protect the transcendent from danger." Draco said, not caring about the life or death of anyone who was too unlucky to be killed by the army following them the second they left the station. That was all there was to say, so Alexander and Draco remained silent for the remainder of the way to their estates, and 18 minutes later, the drone vehicle stopped and announced their arrival. Esteemed sirs, we've reached our destination, please proceed to leave slowly. I shall give you a tour around your estates. Then the group got out of the vehicle's dimension, and what welcomed them were two ridiculously huge estates that were far bigger than even Alexander's castle in the Empire. Well damn. The two estates were indeed big, but compared to the truly humongous houses that cost not just trillions but quadrillions and quintillions of prison coins within the same district and the core of the city, they didn't seem that luxurious. Alexander and his wives looked at each other, and they proceeded to enter their estates after nodding Draco goodbye with a drone that just appeared out of nowhere, following them. Draco nodded back and then looked at the drone that was still floating next to him. Would you like me to show you the inside of the house? It asked with a holographic smile. No, just bring some maids and butlers, as well as the best cooks there are, and hire them to work here all the time. Draco asked. Very well, dear owner, it said. Owner? Draco raised an eyebrow. Indeed, from this day onwards, you are rightfully my owner, as your transactions have surpassed 1 billion prison coins. The drone replied. That's good. Wait for me here. Draco nodded, then proceeded to enter the estate. The front yard of the estate was, by itself, as big as an actual forest. But Draco just teleported inside the estate, and he was amused to find that he couldn't sense the inside of until he scanned the gate with his bracelet. Appearing inside, the first thing Draco did was stand for a few seconds, and immediately after all of his brothers, aside from David and Marco, who were still left behind in the Empire and another clone of his, he left behind to lead his subordinates. Draco's main body, unfortunately, couldn't be left behind, even if he wanted to. The second he came to the prison, he started feeling an oppressive authority that wanted to teleport away all of his bodies, except the other two that hadn't evolved, Marco and David's bodies. Draco didn't leave until he made sure to order his subordinates to start expanding his empire all the way to the human continent, since he rightfully owned it now. Draco didn't have any need for the Gomans he previously took in, but now he was going to need them in his battle against fate. The Gomans, as described before, were a race that was extremely broken in the way that it could evolve to become anything and had limitless potential depending on the experience they had while they were on their journey. Previous, and according to their cultures, they left alone and only came back to their tribe when they were 18 years of age, but now Draco had other plans for them. He wanted them to first reach the transcendent rank as soon as possible, and he had a way to pump up their affinity ranks through the system. All that mattered now was that the clone he left behind to lead his empire was going to experiment on the Gomans to try and build up the perfect specimen that would fight alongside him against fate. Draco was now in control of 2 continents, one where monsters ran freely and another where humans were rampant. But he also had plans to extend his palms over the demon continent, as greed and lust weren't enough for him and he needed more. All of this needed time, and Drow was ready to spend years in order to make sure he was perfectly prepared for fate and completely able to overpower him when the need asked for it. Back to the estate, Draco kept all of his bodies hidden there aside from his main body, which was going to enter the origin of life, in order to have enough time to prepare all it wanted to in for the great battle with all it had, be it the system, its techniques, affinities, strengths, weaknesses, everything. Draco then left the estate to go back to the drone, and the only thing he did was order him to lead the way to the guild. Very well, dear owner. It should take around 5 minutes to reach the core area guild. It said. Please note that your black diamond card will be delivered to you in a few days as it has to go through multiple processes, but check your bracelet. You should already be allowed many of the benefits the card holds right now, and you should be added to the top echelon's community group by now, the drone added. I will check it out later. Drac dismissed it as he wasn't yet interested in any cards or whatever. In less than 5 minutes, Draco was in front of a building that was many times larger than his estate, as if to show the world its power. Draco wondered just what this guild had in it for it to be this big. The guild is one of the top organizations of Portalia. It is where merchants, adventurers, mercenaries, store owners, companies, and every other such profession are officially recognized and given their license. The drone started explaining. The guild building also acts as a world of its own. It has lodging, residence, malls, auctions, and everything you will ever need. All you have to do is pay up. It finished its words, trying to act cutely but failing badly. Draco, however, found the way this little spoke cute. What he didn't like was how it surveyed his every move, but he already found a solution for that. Entering the guild, what welcomed Draco was another city entirely. It was as if he left the station to enter a different realm or dimension, yet, he was slightly overwhelmed by the sheer size of everything here. A heaven-sent beauty appeared in front of Draco a second later. It was a young-looking elf with white hair, a sweet smile, golden eyes, and a celestial's proportions. Draco almost melted from her beauty, but he quickly composed himself as lust was acting up again. The beauty herself, although trained, had already lost sight of her job when she saw Draco. Barely holding herself back together, she kept her smile as she said, "Welcome to the guild, esteemed sir. Welcome to the guild, esteemed sir." The young elf welcomed Draco with a sweet smile. She held her professionalism with a string and an iron will that was slowly rusting away. Draco looked at this and smiled internally while thinking about how his house was empty and that he left behind the succubi when he came to this prison. He then looked at the elf and put on the sweetest smile he had while saying, "Thank you. I would like to register as an adventurer. Would you mind helping me?" he asked. The young elf lost her mind and her brain short-circuited as Draco waited for a good minute before she calmed herself down, and with shaking knees, the young elf held herself and said, "Please allow me to." "That's kind of you. Please proceed," Draco replied. The elf once again took her sweet time, but this time to calm herself down and bring out the professional in her that betrayed her in the most important moment. "Please follow me," she said once she regained enough of her composure while putting on a smile that was sweeter than anything Draco had seen before. Devania was much more beautiful than this young elf, however, women's beauty was unique from one to another. You can always find something more than beauty that makes them more appealing than the last. The young elf turned her back to Draco, and with every fiber of her being, Cat walked all the way to a white, transparent tub that acted as a portal. The young elf only said Elfina Private Room 23, and they were teleported all the way to an office where a table with some sweets and 2 cups in front of each other were arranged. The first thing Elfina did was take her cup and seat and bring them all the way next to Draco before she sat down and clicked her finger to make a hologram appear. "Now then, would you like me to explain to you what the adventurer profession of the guild is all about?" Elfina looked at Draco while putting her hand on her cheeks and putting on a wide smile. Draco looked at her and smiled before he said, "I would rather you talk about yourself than some guild." The young elf was slightly surprised that Draco took the lead and blushed slightly before she coughed and said, "Well, we can't do so here, but, since my shift ends in 30 minutes, we could go to a restaurant I know in the outer area and speak all we want there," she said while playing with her hair and looking sideways. Draco smiled before he looked at the hologram and said, "Very well, I just came to the station today so I would love it if you gave me a tour around here," he said. Elfina went silent for a second as she tried to process how someone who just came to the station today could already come to the guild in the core zone, but then she guessed that Draco was probably an heir to some rich family in the central continent. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Draco, however, was thinking about how someone who worked in the core area of the guild lived in the outer area. "Heh, leechers indeed. I kinda like it here," he thought. Then Elfina went to patiently explain everything there was to know about the guild. What mattered was that an adventurer inside the prison always started as a transcendent rank and got a gold platinum card that identified him as an adventurer and allowed him to benefit from multiple discounts and offers that weren't even worth mentioning. There truthfully wasn't a lot to know about the guild and just how Draco couldn't take mission 2 ranks above him and that he couldn't take on more than 10 missions at a time. She also went on to explain many more things about the prison than she had to just to spend time with Draco. Draco also had enough time on his hands for her beauty, so he kept her entertained. As time passed and she got more comfortable, she started playfully joking and flirting with Draco, quickly regaining her composure when she remembered how their every act was surveilled. Draco came to know many useful things from her mouth, including how the taxes were absurd and that even living in the outer zone had one working like a slave, from mission to mission. A transcendent filthy's corpse after one absorbed the neutral law residue was 1 prison coin. Nobody was like Draco. To kill a transcendent filthy, one couldn't just one-shot them or speak a few words and kill hundreds of thousands of them at once. Even with law residue, they only go for around 20 to 50 prison coins, which is peanuts compared to the 2,000 monthly rent cost, as well as bracelet tax, security tax, food, water, electricity, the station's cleaning, guild taxes, traffic taxes, warp highway taxes, protection taxes, light taxes, and of course, adventurer taxes, living well taxes, and texture taxes. This wasn't the end, obviously, the amount of taxes, that didn't even make sense, one had to pay every month was something even a slave wouldn't have to worry about. But if you don't like it, just go live outside. The prison was a realm where you either die from filthy or from depression and taxes. This wasn't even the end of the bullcrap one had to go through by the end of the day. The prison was huge indeed, but the number of greedy bastards leeching off of poor transcendents is transcendent in and of itself. But Draco was already one of the rich, he cared not for others and their livelihoods, not even this lovely chick in front of him. 30 minutes have passed since the two started talking, and Elphina had a wide smile on her face when she was notified that her shift had ended. She told Draco to wait for her, and while he went back to wait for her outside, she went to prepare herself. It didn't take long for Elphina to get out of the guild building. Draco, by then, was already out and dreadful, his drone was in vehicle mode, waiting for the lady to get out. Elphina was surprised to see this model of flying cars, she had only ever seen those of the very top echelon riding it. She could easily guess that Draco was rich, because he was in the core area, but this. Maybe there was more to him than meets the eye. She then looked at Draco to see that he was standing next to the door of the vehicle and looking at her with a welcoming smile that sent shivers down her body. "Shall we?" he said. The words he spoke, unlike before, seemed like whispers of the devil that almost took her soul with them. Barely keeping control over herself, Elphina nodded with a sweet as she took Draco's hands to go up the vehicle, knowing far well that wherever she was going now, she would never be the same after. Once again inside the dimensions of the vehicle, Dreadful remained silent, not even notifying the two that it had entered the warp highway, only needing 19 minutes to reach the outer layer. Elphina sat on the wide table while nervously moving her legs, like a little girl. The table was made out of some polished wood that looked luxurious, but was smaller than the one when Alexander and all of his wives were there. As for the rest of the dimension, it was totally white, but Draco could customize however he wanted, he just didn't care. Candles lit the table, and the couple looked at each other before Elphina rapidly looked down. How cute, Draco thought. Not wanting to let the poor lady be as nervous, he looked at her, who was no longer as enthusiastic as before, and said, "I'm pretty impressed at how a lady such as you is dealing with this prison life. How did you do it?" Draco asked, directly attacking her with questions relating to her personal life and praising her. Elphina, who was just about to start playing with her hands out of nervousness, suddenly raised her head to look and Draco blushed. "Oh, thank you. Well, you see, I had a friend that has connections with the guild master of this station, and she helped snatch this job quite easily and I didn't even have to struggle to find a station. She directly teleported me with her when we broke through to become transcendents," she replied, slowly regaining her previous enthusiasm. "What a nice friend," Draco said. "She is," Elphina replied excitedly before she stopped when she felt herself getting a little bit too excited. But then, when she looked at Draco and saw him sweetly smiling at her, she eased down and continued talking. "I grew up in a poor family, you see. The Central Continent is a harsh place to live in. Not as harsh as the prison. But, well, you know, if your family isn't privileged, you will have a hard time going up the ranks. Thankfully, I met this friend of mine while I was studying at the Celestial Academy, and she was amazing. She ranked among the top 100, was so diligent and strong, and always helped me when I had a problem. She's my best friend," she said. "Oh, I feel you, living in poor conditions is indeed hard. I also experienced that when I was an orphan. My mother died when I was only 3 months old, and my aunt took me in, but her husband was quite an alcoholic, so he always beat me. All I have to say is that you need to keep your head up and resist all of life's challenges." Draco threw in a little bit of his own backstory while leaving her friend behind and talking about her, so she felt like he was actually interested in her and not her friend, and then he lied about himself to make her more comfortable. He was a demon, what did you expect? Elphina heard this and smiled. "That's right," she said. Then she seized Draco with a cute frown, making the latter chuckle inwardly as he asked, "What is it?" "Ah, nothing. You just don't look like someone who grew up an orphan or in a poor family, you see." Elphina. "Haha, I hear that all the time. Indeed, I was an orphan, but the harsh reality I grew up in made me not want to experience that feeling of a sword's edge hanging over my neck just because I didn't know if I would be able to eat that day or not. I worked hard enough to be able to eat for eternity and never think about it again," Draco said. "Wow. That's amazing." Elphina opened her small mouth in an O shape when she heard what Draco just said. "Thank you. But, you're not any less amazing. Being able to reach the transcendent realm while still being so young is an achievement to be proud of. Draco said with a smile of gratitude. Hee, stop it. It's nothing that amazing, you're so much better, she said. Well, you see, I wasn't fortunate enough to join the Celestial Academy, so I took the hard way up. But it matters not, being able to meet a beauty such as you is worth every effort. Draco said. This time he added the little you see she says so much, spoke of the difficulties he went through to make her compassionate with him, and lastly smoothly praised her for hitting many different weak points all at once. Elphina chuckled cutely when she heard Draco's last words, not knowing what to say. Draco also smiled as he took his cup of coffee, rested his head back on the seat, and enjoyed the ride to the restaurant. The poor lady didn't know who she was entangled with, and she was falling down an abyss that doesn't let its prisoners out. 20 minutes later, Draco and Elphina were standing in front of the restaurant. This restaurant was quite luxurious within the outer area, and many of those who had money to spare and knew to search a little bit here and there in order to find the best places in a civilized area almost instantly fell in love with this one. It was nicely themed and luxurious, the staff was polite, and aside from a few mandatory arrogant fellas here and there, it was one of the best restaurants in the outer area. When Draco and Elphina entered the gate, a waiter appeared in front of them from some mysterious mist as he put his hand on his shoulder and bowed while saying, "Welcome, Mr. and Mistress, to the Crimson Dawn restaurant. Would you like me to lead you to a table or a private room?" The waiter asked. Draco, knowing full well that moments such as this were important in a date, he smiled politely at the waiter and replied, "A private room, please." He was never impolite, but, when with a lady, you have to be a little bit extra when it came to manners. "Very well. Please follow me." The waiter pointed with his hands and led the way. Draco and Elphina followed him, and a few moments later they were teleported to a private room that was wide and nicely themed. The room had a gentle melody that struck at one's heart, relaxing them from a long day's worries. Elphina and Draco sat in front of each other on the table, and the waiter stood on the door awaiting their orders. Draco didn't care about what he ate, he only cared about Elphina right now, and he did just that. First, he asked her what she would suggest, seeing as she's regular here, then he took whatever she suggested and the waiter left. The orders were going to be teleported to the table, so Draco looked at Elphine, who was once again shying away as if her enthusiasm was a wave, rising and receding. "What made you choose this restaurant?" Draco once again asked. And Elphina replied. Then he praised her, and she blushed while chuckling and thanked him before he continued where she left, and she replied. The conversation went on and on, with mostly Elphina speaking and Draco throwing a little lie or two about himself every time till they ate the food that came their way and finished. "I wonder why she did that?" Draco asked as Elphina just told him about a problem she had with a girl when she was still a student. "I don't know, all I did was mind my business. You see, I once heard that her crush liked me, but that's only what I heard, I have never really confirmed it." "Well, I wouldn't be surprised, you're such a beauty, after all." Draco praised, first to have her know that he didn't really care if some rando liked her, and second to gain some points. Stop it. Elphina chuckled. The way she looked at Draco right was completely different. Throughout the day she found herself falling head over heels for him, and every single word of his was like thunder striking right on her heart. Her heart beat uncontrollably, his breathing was getting more and more ragged although she could still control it, and her eyes were seeing Draco with stars all over him. "I've never felt like this before," she thought. Then she remembered that she didn't know of his name. You didn't tell me what your name was," she asked shyly, and slightly scared of his reaction. But Draco eased her once more by hitting his head playfully and saying, "Silly me, I was enjoying our time too much, I forgot to introduce myself." Then he put on the most handsome smile he could muster and slowly voiced out his name. "My name is Draco, Draco Wallenstein. What is yours?" Draco didn't say her name even though he knew of it and knew many other things about her that she didn't speak out, just to give her a chance to introduce herself and not have to explain himself how and why he knew. Elphina's mind buzzed as she didn't know what happened to her, but for a second she might have just lost consciousness. "Oh mother Portalia, he's too fucking hot," she screamed in her mind. Quickly calming herself down, she looked at Draco for the first time in his eyes and almost lost herself in them before she said, "My name is Elphina. Just Elphina. Nice to meet you, Elphina. It was a blessing to meet you this day." Draco smiled sweetly and said, It was indeed a blessing. She spoke softly, almost as if she didn't want Draco to hear her. Draco, having heard that, acted as if he didn't, and as gently as he could, he tilted his head and said, "Excuse me?" "Ah, it's nice meeting you too," Elphina flustered replied. Then Draco looked at the empty table and at Elphina and said, "It's about time you show me around the city, don't you think?" Elphina was slightly surprised at how fast the time passed and reminded that they indeed had such plans said. We can go now if you want." The two then left the restaurant after Draco paid, gaining some more points from Elphina, as an station money was the second most important thing right after your life. The two then proceeded to go out to the bustling city that didn't know of mourning and spent a good time together going all around the city. They went to a garden and after flirting for a while there they moved back to the city and visited a clothing brand store that was quite famous in Portalia and then thought that it was better to just go to a mall. After 2 hours of on and off, they went to a small coffee to enjoy themselves until they had enough. But, when they were leaving, a small incident happened. What was the small incident that happened, you say? Well, it was two drunkard transcendents that were passing by and one of them bumped into Elphina, and while the latter apologized, the former didn't want to end it there. And so the problem escalated as the drunkard cursed and cursed, knowing full well that if he so much as attempted to attack Elphina, he would be disintegrated on the spot by some unknown force. Draco, who looked clearly enraged by what was happening as "Who dares to curse at the woman I've set my eyes on?" walked towards the drunkard. The latter, seeing Draco approach, acted haughty, as he said, "Oh, Zero chafing the bowie, huh? Hey nah, pretty bowie. If you don't get the faggot here, don't blame me for waspatappin'." Draco, unfazed by what some weakling no life was saying, put his hand on his shoulder and, without even a slight smile, looked in his eyes and said, "If you don't disappear from my sight this second, I promise you this will be the last drink you will ever have." The drunkard, oppressed by Draco's aura and chaos-inducing eyes, was scared for his life as, unbeknownst to Elphina, his pants took on a darker color before his friend shouted, Let's get outta here." And the duo ran without looking back. Elphina looked at Draco's wide back, as hearts were almost shaped in her eyes. Draco turned to look at her, and with a sweet smile that melted her 3 times over. "Are you okay?" he asked, looking worried about her. I'm okay. Thank you, Draco." Elphina replied while adding Draco's name to her sentence for the first time in an attempt to hint at how comfortable she was with him. "No need to thank me, Elphina. I cannot stand someone speaking in that tone to you." Draco removed his smile and looked clearly angry before he calmed down and looked back at Elphina, then he said, "I'm thinking of taking a last stroll around the city to forget this ever happened, would you care to join me?" Draco asked. Elphina was happy to join him and thus nodded excitedly. However, hearing that this was the last stroll, she was a little bit disappointed that the day would end here. But Draco had other plans. He was in no way going to miss his shot after everything he had done. Throughout the stroll, he noticed that Elphina was getting more and more uneasy and had difficulty controlling herself. He smiled as he thought that lust was finally about to do its job. Truthfully, Draco did not use any skill on Elphina. He was naturally charming, but, as the demon sovereign of the deadly sin of lust, his charm unconsciously radiated out to attract the opposite gender. Draco all throughout the day could sense many stares by women of all kinds directed towards him, but none were even near Elphina in beauty, demeanor, personality, or anything else. It was important to note that Alexander's wives weren't affected in the slightest by Draco. If anything, they didn't like him. However, in the end, they started to look at him positively as he gave them a chance to spend quality time with their husband much earlier than planned, seeing as how they didn't have to enter Origin of Life once again while remaining cautious. But this wasn't important. What was important was that Elphina was almost completely caught in the abyss. By the time Draco reached his destination, Elphina was having a hard time not directly jumping at him. "Elphina." Draco suddenly called her name while looking directly in front of him. Elphina looked at him with eyes that spoke of everything she felt right now. Unfortunately, Draco wasn't looking at her. Before she could see where he was looking, he said, "You see, I quite enjoyed this day with you, and truthfully, I wish it never ended," and he stopped. Elphina heard him and then followed his eyes to see where he looked, and it was the gate. The gate to the abyss. An abyss that caught her with its whispers like a devil. A part of her mind screamed to her not to follow this path, not to decide too quickly, that she didn't know who he truly was, that he could be someone dangerous, someone who would ruin her life. But it was too late. Looking back at Draco, she noticed how he looked at her now, and without thinking, she stared back. Her legs moved alone. She didn't know when they held hands. She didn't know when they entered. She didn't know anything. All she felt was her mind buzzing and her thoughts blurry. By the time she came to, it was too late. She fell into the abyss. It held her in its drowning darkness. It whispered in her ears and made her feel special and happy, unlike any other girl. It made her feel as if she was the only one, as if nobody would ever take her position. She began to doubt, and it spoke to her, telling her not to worry, they would stay like this forever. It wouldn't hurt her, it would always protect her and be with her for eternity. As she slowly drowned, the abyss smiled and enjoyed every moment of seeing her sink in her embrace. Such a kind girl. A pure girl who had never been touched by another man. A flower that bloomed beautifully, attracting bees from all over, but nobody could take hold of her. With her own legs, she walked all the way to the gate of the abyss. With her own legs, she held its hands. With her own legs, she drowned. And now, it was too late to regret anything that was about to happen. The rosy gates of the abyss, its black interior, and its reassuring whispers were far too beautiful to resist. And now, she was lost. Forever. Elphina woke up next to Draco, not knowing what happened, when it happened, and how it happened. She looked at Draco, who was already up and covering himself with a bathrobe while holding 2 cups of coffee, one for him and one for Elphina. "Oh, good morning, Elphina." Draco flashed out his smile once again and handed her the cup. Elphina, looking at how he was still so kind even after what happened, smiled sweetly. "See. I was right. He's kind," she thought internally, speaking to someone who knew and felt what was going on. "Good morning, Draco. I hope you woke up well," she replied. Draco, who didn't sleep as he didn't need it and would only stay asleep for months, smiled. "I did. How are you feeling?" he asked. She raised an eyebrow and then, after remembering what happened, she blushed profusely. "I'm fine. I'm a transcendent too, after all," she replied. "Good." Draco smiled. Elphina then tried to get up to drink her coffee but almost fell. She blushed once more as Draco chuckled. "Be careful," he said. She replied. "What time is it?" she asked, but she wasn't talking to Draco as time passed differently in the prison, so the way time was counted was by seeing how much time there was left until an event, work, or something like that. In Elphina's case, 1 hour till your shift. The bracelet replied. "How? No, wait. I will be late. I have to go." Elphina's reaction to how much was left for her shift to begin was mixed. First, it was because she knew very well that the time she spent with Draco in this hotel was definitely not in hours, but in days. She was too cloud-minded to think at the time and just thought in her mind that it was worth it and that she didn't need to think about it. And now that she woke up she just checked the time out of habit, but didn't actually believe she hadn't been kicked out by now. "Don't worry, I'm going to the guild too, so I can take you with me," Draco reassured her. "Thank you, Draco." Elphina sighed. But she wanted to talk but couldn't say anything and instead just blushed. Draco tilted his head, acting confused while clearly knowing what she wanted to say. "How is that we only? You know." Elphina couldn't look into Draco's eyes so she just threw her words in the hope that he wouldn't make her say it. "I don't. Please explain." Draco unconsciously smiled, as he liked to tease her. Draco. Stop teasing me." Elphina pouted her cheeks cutely as she looked at Draco, forgetting her earlier embarrassment. "Ha ha ha. Alright, alright. You see, I used time to slow down time so you wouldn't have to worry about your work," he said. Elphina didn't know what to choose from, surprised, happy, thankful, or mad in love. So, she chose the last option. "Thank you, Draco." "Really," she said in gratitude. "Don't mention it. It's the least I can do," he replied, dismissing her words as if it were nothing. But Elphina didn't back down. "No, you don't know how much it means to me." "Don't say that," she retorted. Alright. It's no problem. Draco replied. Shall we go? He added. Machem, wait for me to prepare myself. She nodded and replied, but then she remembered that she just got out of bed and blushed profusely. Draco chuckled and turned his back. Elphina ran to the shower, and Draco changed his clothes into a black chemise and pants, looking like a young, handsome CEO. By the time Elphina came out, only 30 remained, but it was far enough since they were moving with the drone. Elphina looked at Draco's outfit and was once again surprised at how hot he looked, but, before she could praise him, Draco did. Oh ho, I have to say, you look gorgeous in that outfit, he said. Elphina was wearing a black dress that brought out her proportions almost perfectly, and when she stood side by side with Draco, they looked like a couple sent right down from heaven. Thank you. You also look very handsome in that outfit. Elphina corrected herself and smiled. Draco smiled sweetly at her words. That's so sweet of you. All right, shall we move? He asked. And the both of them went down to the street to find Dreadful waiting for them, and then they took the road back to the guild. While on the road, Elphina couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. I didn't know you had an affinity with time. That's so amazing. How did you not get accepted to the Celestial Academy? Have you heard of the Anomaly? He asked. Oh yeah, the Emperor of the Human Continent, I've heard of him many times before. Elphina replied, slightly confused at why Draco would bring him into this conversation. Well, you see. He's my friend. He and I were able to find a banished ruin, and after successfully killing all the filthy there, I've managed to gain the time affinity while he gained another affinity. Draco lied. Elphina was shocked to the core. She never would have thought that Draco had such a connection to a famous emperor such as the Anomaly. That guy even had connections with the founder of the Celestial Academy. Wow. You continue to amaze me by the second, Draco. Truthfully, even if Elphina wanted to wholeheartedly believe in Draco, but something inside of her didn't want to believe, but she didn't show it and kept it in the back of her mind, not letting Draco notice it. Soon after they reached their destination. But, before they left, Draco caught her and said. Give me your contacts. Elphina, slightly caught off guard by Draco's demand, stood silent for a few seconds before she bumped her bracelet with his, and a ding was heard before they were notified that their contacts were added to their bracelets. Draco then proceeded to command the bracelet to send her the location of his estate and give her permission to enter. Alright, when you finish your shift, come here. A drone will be waiting for you. He said. Elphina stood surprised for a few seconds in an attempt to understand what Draco just said. Once she regained her composure, she blushed and replied with a MHM. Then the two left to enter the guild, one as a staff and the other as an adventurer. The guild building, as previously stated, was huge beyond belief. However, once one entered from the gate, they were welcomed by a normal-sized hall with a teleporter in the middle. This didn't mean that the hall was small, no, it was by itself huge. However, compared to the building, it was like a small room. To the left of the hall, there was the counter, to the right was another counter, but this one was a pub where one could buy something to eat or drink. Then, right in front of the gate, the first thing you see is a massive holographic board. This was where quests were situated. All one had to do was to go to the board for the first time and connect it to the bracelet. After that, the missions related to your profession, your progress, tasks, and everything can be seen without you ever having to come to the guild once again. But, there was staff on the left to help with small problems like forming your party, looking for members, questions, emergencies, selling your loot, and also to keep the legacy of the guild, not directly making it completely advanced and forgetting their origin. Draco did what he had to do and looked at the holographic image that appeared on his bracelet. Hello, owner. It's me, Dreadful. I took over the bracelet to make things easier for you. A voice was suddenly heard, and Draco was amused at how they did things here, but it wouldn't last for long. That's good, look for a suitable mission for me. Draco ordered. Very well, owner. Would you like me to look for a team for you to join? Dreadful asked. No need, I'm going solo. Look for a Peak Transcendent or Lord of Law level task, preferably the latter. Draco asked. Are you sure, owner? Dreadful, slightly confused at what Draco, someone who just entered the prison not too long ago, was saying. Don't ask too many questions and do what I say. Draco ordered. Alright, host. Dreadful shut up. A few seconds later, the holograph appeared again. I found 291 suitable quests, owner. What would you like your mission to be? Subjugation, extermination, exploration, dash. Extermination. Draco replied. That takes it to 31 suitable missions, 12 of which are Lord of Law level. Dreadful replied. That's it? Draco asked, slightly surprised that a 1 light-year-sized station and such a massive prison only had this many suitable missions. But then again, it made sense. Indeed, owner. These are all today's missions, as yesterday's were all taken. It replied. I see. Show me the quests. Draco ordered, and a second later, the holograph changed to show the available quests that Draco browsed through. Then his eyes flashed with white thunder and he said. I'm taking this one. Mission, exterminate 3 Lord of Law Filthy. Mission detail, north of the station 3 Lord of Law level Filthy appeared and they are killing our Transcendents, kill them as soon as possible. Mission rank, mid Lord of Law rank. Mission rewards, 60,000 prison coins, 300 merit points. Very well, owner. Dreadful replied. It's done, host. You can start anytime, it added. Can you leave the station? Draco asked. Yes, owner. I can follow you wherever you go. Dreadful replied. Let's move. And the two left the guild. Destination, the north. The estimated location of the Filthy was also part of the information given by the guild, so it was just a question of time before Draco appeared. While on the road, Draco didn't forget to ask Dreadful to send a drone for Elfina. Dreadful said that it wouldn't be possible since she hadn't used 1 billion coins yet, and Draco just shut him up by paying in her stead. 20 minutes later, Dreadful stopped. What's wrong? Draco asked. The warp highway ends here, owner. From here on we have to move by ourselves. Dreadful replied. Draco got out of the dimension and he found himself just outside the station. He looked at the station and then at Dreadful, before he smiled evilly. Zero, do your thing. Draco ordered. His dear assistant appeared and without a single word took over Dreadful. It's done, host. A second later a voice was heard. Good. Draco nodded with a smile. Let's move, he ordered. Zero in Dreadful's body replied. She was still next to Draco in her body and at the same time controlling Dreadful. This way nobody's going to spy on him. He had many ways he could have done that, but he chose this one because it would benefit him the most. What's better than a nigh-omniscient existence, gaining access to every information about the entirety of Portalia and its upper echelons? Indeed. And now, the roles have changed. Draco thought with a smile. Zero. Draco called. It should use 25 chaotic teleportations, host. Let's do it. Draco nodded and started teleporting. He could already sense the army approaching and he had to act fast before he would have no way back. 25 teleportation later, Draco appeared within an area of the prison that wasn't like the rest. Here. There were rivers. Dark misty rivers. Here. There were trees. Hard dark trees. Here. There was death. Cold ruthless death. Draco could smell it, he could feel it with every ounce of his being, and he had to say it was very rejuvenating. Using his senses, he could see not 3, but hundreds of Filthy. They took this place as their home, standing still waiting for prey to pounce on. Draco smiled as he saw how the closest ones to him sensed him and started vanishing in and out of existence while approaching him at light speed. This is bound to be fun. Draco thought as he cracked his fists and neck. A second later he noticed something. Something strange. Something that shouldn't be. There weren't 3 Lords of Law Filthy. There were 10. Indeed, there were 10 Lords of Law Filthy. 3 of them were probably made by the neutral law residue of a fire-fused Lord of Law. Another 2 of them were water-fused. 1 thunder-fused, 2 earth-fused, 1 air-fused and 1 death-fused. No wonder. Draco said. No wonder he felt death so abundant here. 3 Lords of the Law were something he could deal with easily. But 10? If you asked Draco what the difference was between 3 and 10, he would say 0. The second he killed the first Lord of Law, a single sentence would kill the rest. But it wasn't a question of how easy it would be to kill the rest. No. It was a question of how hard it would be to kill the first. By the time Draco stopped thinking, the first transcendent was already at arm's length. The brainless being tried to scratch Draco with its sharp fingers, but Draco only held his hand up and it was completely blocked. No, not blocked. It stopped moving. As if stopped by something, as if time had stopped for it. Indeed. Now that Draco was fused with time and other laws, he could directly influence reality with them without having to speak a single word. Looking at the army of transcendents just reaching him, all he did was take a stance and hit the stop-in-time filthy right in the solar plexus. Boom. By the time the sound was heard, a good chunk of the area vanished into black mist. Draco looked at the filthy in front of him who were either dead on the ground or still standing with their upper bodies completely missing. One punch. One punch took out all the filthy that were close enough to him. There were still many of the filthy alive. But even these brainless beings started to feel fear. Draco looked at them and snickered. A bunch of brainless beings indeed, he said in mockery. Zero, analysis. Very well, host. Analysis. Race, filthy. Affinity, neutral law, transcendent rank, fake, body, transcendent rank. Immunity, none. Health, immortal, can only be killed using law. Stamina, infinite. Combat power, mid-transcendent rank. Racial traits, brainless, immortal, violent. The racial traits aren't as bad as I thought. Draco said. Then he raised his hand and... Devouring. Devouring in progress. Condition stabilized. You gained the following transformations, filthy. You gained the following bloodline, prison aboriginal, transcendent rank, ... You've gained the following affinities, neutral, lord rank, 0.000% filtering. Gold plus 100 billion, NLR, plus 96. Note, neutral law residue can be burned to speed the understanding, fusion, and filtering of law. Devouring complete. Draco looked at his devouring panel and smiled. These filthy are not bad. He said. The reason he said that is because they're all benefits and no disadvantages, even their bad traits weren't absorbed by him because they were cancelled by the ones he already has. This meant that Draco could kill and devour the filthy all he wanted without caring about anything. Their neutral law residue will be of great help to him as he wouldn't be evolving anytime soon into a race that would help with filtering or making an origin law, so he had to do it himself. Thus, the more filthy he killed and the more NLR he collected the better. Suddenly Draco felt the smell of death approaching, the trees started to wrinkle and die, the river started to fade, and the transcendents started to run away. Draco then got completely serious. About time you noticed me. He said. After that first punch, the Lords of Law, who were standing still in the core area of this forest, finally noticed him. One thing Draco noticed is that no matter their rank, the filthy do not notice you until you enter a certain range or make some large noise. Now, he wasn't only attacked by the transcendents that weren't affected by his first punch, but even the Lords of Law began to move. And they are moving at speeds the naked couldn't see. Spear materialization. Draco used his law of the spear to make a spear as he was taking this battle completely seriously. I might not be able to finish on time, he said as he sensed the army coming from behind him. A second later, another transcendent filthy was at arm's length from Draco. But, before he could think of slashing down with his hand, he stopped abnormally and then. His body split in half as his two sides fell opposite each other. Kaya! A large cry resounded close to Draco as when he raised his head to see who it was. Finally, you're here. It was the Lords of Law. The first to appear was no one but the death-fused one. Let's dance, Draco said as he slashed the air to his. Boom. The slash traveled a large distance as all the filthy that were on that side were split in half or had a large chunk of their body missing. Draco, not paying any attention, span his spear in front of him while waiting for the Lord of Law to make the first move. Kaya! When the death-fused wanted to move, another cry was heard. And then a filthy that was surrounded by crackling blue thunder appeared. The filthy could look like beasts, monsters, humans, elves, anything that existed, they could take its form. But, they were characterized by their completely dark bodies. Most of them wore nothing, and their rank was determined by the amount of horns on their head. The transcendent ones had a single horn, the lords had 2, the kings of essence had 3, and the origin emperors had 4. The second the thunder fused appeared, the fire, water, air, and earth fused appeared. Draco, who was now faced by 10 lords of law, at once put on a wide smile as for the first time ever his heart beat in anticipation at what could happen. Don't disappoint me now. Come. Don't disappoint me now. Come. Draco looked at the lords of law with the widest smile his body could muster unconsciously, and he held his spear tightly. Kaya. Once more, the lords cried and finally attacked. FWSHHHH. Draco got serious, as he had a hard time locating the lords when they started moving because their speed was obscene. Suddenly, he moved his spear to his back and was immediately thrown a few meters ahead as the thunder fused appeared behind him and hit him with its legs. Draco stopped himself in the air and regained his balance as he looked at the thunder fused, who was snickering like a child, and smiled. Kaya. The thunder fused, seeing this, got angry and attacked Draco head-on. Heh, idiot. Draco snickered as he held his spear tightly and prepared to strike the approaching lord head-on. But he didn't forget that he wasn't facing just one enemy. Without a sound, 2 lords suddenly appeared from the ground, aiming directly at Draco with their sharp claws. Draco, who had already seen them when they just entered and was ready for them, backflipped out of the way, and the thunder fused, who was attacking him, was caught by their attack. Chaos overload. Not wasting this sweet opportunity, Draco held his spear back and shot it at the 3 lords. Znnnn bum. Kaya. The 3 lords cried in pain as Draco's strike hurt them badly. Draco smiled but soon retracted his smile. What a pain. This is going to be annoying, he said as he looked at how fast the lords regenerated from his attack. Not giving a second of rest, a needle was shot at him, aiming for his head. Draco moved his head back to evade and looked at who dared to attack. Now, dear friend. Why would you attack me like that? Draco said while looking at the death fused, who was cackling like a child who found a new toy to play with. Chaos teleportation. The death fused was surprised to see Draco disappear from his place, but then he felt something in his chest, and when he looked down, he saw his heart pulled out of its place. Draco, who had his hand coming out of the other end of the lord's body, looked up to see the death fused staring at him dead in the eyes. Dang it, he shouted in his mind. Not even destroying their hearts can kill them, he thought. Then, he watched as the death fused opened his mouth wide to show a swirling black hole. Draco, seeing this, immediately thought danger and teleported out. Appearing a distance away, he watched as a hand came out of the death fused's mouth that would have taken his head had he not moved out of the way. Then he turned to look at the thunder fused, who was fuming with anger and holding his hand up high in the sky in an attempt to strike him down. Draco looked up and... Damn it. Boom. Draco was hit head-on by the thunder strike. The filthy stood there watching in anticipation, expecting their prey to be dead. However, such a reality was merely a pipe dream. Draco was completely intact. In fact, he was much better. How could one who fused with thunder be hurt by it, he said. But in reality, he was talking to himself. Floating a little bit higher, Draco was planning to make his last move as the army was very close now, and if he didn't finish now, it was better not to think of what was going to happen. Chaos Origin. Draco called slowly. Chaos Origin wasn't a milestone skill, nor was it an affinity skill. No. It was a skill tree. The first skill tree he made that mixed chaos and origin to form something that would give birth to utter chaos wherever it was used. Chaos Origin was a skill that would send down a fog upon an area, and whoever was unfortunate enough to approach it would be forever trapped in a world where chaos reigned. Draco believed that there was an end. And something worse than meeting it. The Lords of Law flew to attack Draco from all sides, and a wave of countless filthy was approaching to snatch the life out of Draco, but every single one of them would meet it. They would meet that, which is worse than death itself. Fog broke out of Draco and traveled at a speed faster than the eyes could see. It consumed everything in its path as the Lords of Law close to Draco were the first to disappear from existence, forever. The fog continued to travel until it took over the entire area of the forest, and it remained there, completely still, never to disappear. The area around there was now completely devoid of life. The army of the filthy was getting closer, but they suddenly stopped. Draco was nowhere to be found. Indeed, Draco was also sucked inside of the Chaos Origin, but his sole purpose there was to bring proof that the Lords of Law were dead and devour them. The world of Chaos Origin was something that Draco made based on the worlds he had seen while he was inside the Chaos Memory. That scene had never left his mind, and so he made it with his own hands. When he entered, he was in control of everything there, so all he did was watch as the Lords of Law were attacked by the world from all sides. They lost all their instincts and what remained of their sanity and started attacking themselves. Thunder struck from above and below, black fire that acted as an ocean and orange fire from the fire fused burned and froze the filthy. Space cracked to suck in parts of their bodies, and time slowed down to keep them still until nothing remained of them. Draco watched as all of this happened and in the end, he devoured them. Devouring in progress. Condition stabilized. You gained the following transformations: death fused, fire fused, thunder fused, earth fused, water fused, and air fused filthy. You've gained the following affinities: neutral, Lord rank, 0.2% filtering. Gold plus 1 trillion, NLR, plus 2596. Note, neutral law residue can be burned to speed the understanding, fusion, and filtering of law. Devouring complete. This was all Draco devoured. Even though the filthy were fused with laws, but, as stated before, it was only residue and they didn't actually have any affinity for Draco to take. So, all he took was the neutral law that had the residue of all laws filtered together. Draco was still inside his Chaos Origin at the moment, as he could see that the army of filthy was still waiting for him outside. He waited and waited and waited until they just disappeared. Like mist coming and going, the army of filthy that spanned a distance covering the light years disappeared into thin air just like that. Draco thought and thought of all possibilities, but he could never say he was right. I have to find out. He thought out loud. Getting out of the Chaos Origin was as easy as breathing for Draco, unlike everybody else. The dark fog released from his body was still there and would remain there forever, as it acted like a killing machine for him to benefit from if he so wished by coming from time to time and devouring all those who were unlucky enough to die there. Seeing as the prison spawned the filthy like crazy whenever there was a high concentration of law, it was a sure fact that there would be many of them of all levels trapped there when he came. As long as they weren't strong enough to escape from or, worse, disintegrate the fog, he had nothing to fear. The second Draco appeared, he felt the army approaching. But, strangely enough, it didn't spawn from where it was. It came from the other direction, north of the station. Draco remained deep in thought. He had plans to actually directly approach the army, however, he wasn't sure enough to do so. He might be trapped like a bee when he approaches it and be teleported to some other dimension for life. He didn't know the full capabilities of fate, so he remained cautious of this experienced mastermind who could read the slightest change in reality. There was one thing Draco could do, however. Chaos Overload. Seeing as he changed into a humanoid form, Draco materialized the skill into a spear once more. While the army approached faster than light, Draco took his stance while floating in the sky and ZNNNNNNFSHHHHH. Draco looked at the army, and he saw how it didn't move. He became even more perplexed, but then he remembered that he didn't have to. 0. Draco called his omniscient assistant, who could at least give him an idea, as a celestial was a little over its authority at its current level. It's not an illusion, host. 0, who appeared next to Draco, said as she looked straight at the army. It isn't, huh? Then what is it? He asked. It's and she stopped. What is it? Draco asked once more. Host, it's a projection. A projection? Wouldn't that be an illusion then? Draco asked, slightly confused, as he knew 0 wouldn't make such a mistake. Indeed, it's not, host. It's a projection of the future. She said. A projection of the future? Draco asked. Yes. He's trying to tell you that this is what's coming for you, host. However, if you as much as approach it, this projection will become a reality, she replied. I see. What a troublesome fellow. Draco said with squinted eyes. This new enemy of his wasn't playing. He didn't know he was capable of doing something like this, but up until now, he was just teasing and not actually going full offensive. That's good, give me enough time, and we'll see if you can even predict chaos. Draco smirked. Draco couldn't say that he knew what fate had up his sleeves or to what length he would go, but he knew that any being once faced by death would use everything he had to evade it. Let's go back, they wouldn't be able to enter the station. Draco said. Internally, he was thinking about how the other Transcendents would most likely never encounter this army. 26 teleportation later, he was inside the station, and Zero was next to him in Dreadful's body. Having Dreadful changed into vehicle mode, Draco went directly to the guild. 20 minutes later, Draco entered the guild and went directly to the staff counter to the left. He was welcomed by a male receptionist who was quite professional looking. "Hello, how can I help you?" the receptionist asked. "I would like to report the completion of my mission and receive additional rewards for incomplete information." Draco replied calmly. "Very well. Please show me your guild card," the receptionist asked. After Draco projected his guild card from his bracelet, the receptionist flashed something and looked at Draco. "You seem to have taken a Lord of the Law level mission as your first. Can you please show me the corpses of the 3 lords?" he asked. There were 10, in fact. Draco replied calmly, before spawning the heads of the 10 lords. The heads were in extremely bad condition, but the 2 horns were there. 10? The receptionist almost shouted in shock. He then confirmed that the mission only stated that there would be 3 lords of law. "We're extremely sorry. We will pay double the reward of the mission and buy the corpses of the other 7 lords at a higher price too." The receptionist bowed and tapped something on his holographic screen projected by his bracelet, and Draco received a ding as confirmation that the reward had been received. "Thank you for your hard work," Draco said. "You're welcome," said the receptionist, and then Draco left. Going out of the guild, the first thing Draco thought of was, Now, where should I go?" When Draco was just thinking about where he would move next, he met with someone a little bit unexpected. "Isn't that my dear father?" Alexander and his wives, who just got out of their nest, came out of a drone and were heading towards the guild when they saw Draco standing in front of the gate. "Isn't that my dear son? Just came out of your love nest? It seems like you're enjoying your time. What are you planning on doing here?" Draco asked. Alexander wanted to reply by saying none of your business but couldn't. "We're here to register and take on some missions. After that, we're going to an auction, and we hope to have you go with us as we don't have money yet," Alexander said, looking slightly down. "That's fine with me, I was just thinking about what to do next," Draco replied. "Can you wait for us here?" Alexander asked. "I will be in my drone dimension, you guys can feel free to take your time," Draco replied. He was going to the drone dimension to have enough time to think about his next steps, as the projection of fate will always be following him around, and sooner or later he will either be caught up to or have enough of being followed to face it directly. That is why he was planning on being prepared enough for when that day inevitably came. "Damned bastard, your end wouldn't be pretty," Draco thought in his mind. Alexander and his wives did what they planned on doing, and Draco entered the drone dimension. What he was planning on doing right now was simple. That fate bastard could see the faintest of movements regarding the fate of everybody within a certain range of himself, and when he was the Celestial of Fate in Portalia, he could see all of its fate and that of its residents. He was one of the smartest, most cunning, and most scheming fellas, as his affinity and celestial powers were related to something that helped massively when it came to planning normal or devious plans, however they may be. Draco was for sure certain that the projection that was following him and Alexander everywhere wasn't the only thing that guy was doing, but whatever he was cooking, Draco was ready for it. The things that would happen inside this station were the most important. Draco could, however, just act as low-key as he always did, but he was trying to rise in power as fast as he could, knowing far too well that the time it would take was by no means a joke like the previous evolutions. He knew that from now on, it wasn't a question of days and months, it was a question of years. He knew that from now on, it wasn't a question of overpowering and devouring, it was a question of connecting and grinding. He knew that the reason whoever was in charge of conditions did not give him a time limit this time was because the beings he had to deal with to reach the minimum stage needed to face fate were in no way easy to kill or deal with. As we've seen before, all the skills and techniques Draco tried didn't manage to kill the 10 lords, and even if he was facing 3 instead of all of them, he would still struggle until he used Origin Chaos. The question remained, why did Origin Chaos work and not other techniques? What was the difference between Chaos Overload and Origin Chaos? What was the Lord-level Filthy's weakness? What made them so special? The reason Origin Chaos worked was simple. It's because they were taken out of the cursed prison and into another realm where the innate protection they had was weakened. Origin Chaos was special in the way that it not only used all kinds of techniques and affinities that were the opposite of the enemy to kill them, but it also held many properties like Origin of Life that limited the being's connection to whatever empowered them and their special characteristics, making them more vulnerable to attacks than ever, and as long as enough time passed, they would sooner or later die. Draco was truthfully worried about himself facing such a skill as here. He was connected to the forest and its continents, and it wasn't something easily destroyed, so he could take as many hits as he wanted and be sure that it wouldn't be bad enough to destroy the first and have him on his last straw. But Draco wasn't dumb enough to find a weakness about himself and keep it. The same way he made it, he could find a way to destroy it and evade it easily. Not to mention, the same way Draco escaped Origin of Life, he could do the same with all similar techniques. He could just use devouring to power himself up to a level where he could daedry the very fabric of what he was trying to escape. Let's not forget that Draco was using a clone, not his main body. This was in the case of Origin Chaos. Other techniques, however, couldn't kill the filthy because they had fabulous regenerative power, and as long as they were within the prison realm, it was hard to one-shot them. You needed at least essence-level power to strip them of that protective authority that Draco didn't have. This was essentially their weakness. Once that protective authority was gone, they only had their brainless heads, their instincts, and their still super regenerative capabilities. Other than that, if they were alone and continuously bombarded by the element opposite the one they're fused with, they would die sooner rather than later. Then, what made the Lords so special? As stated before, it was the protective authority. How did the protective authority work? Simple. When there was a gathering of Lords in a single area, their lives were connected. As long as one of them was still alive, all of them lived. So the only way to kill them is to attack them all at once. 15 minutes later, Alexander and his wives came out of the guild with happy faces while heading towards Draco's drone. When they entered, they saw Draco's oppressive aura and wide smile, as he came to a massive realization when he discovered the true special capabilities of the filthy. What's with him? One of Alexander's wives, who was close to him, approached slowly and asked him in his ears so Draco wouldn't hear. I don't know. Alexander replied that he was prepared for the worst-case scenario. Draco suddenly turned his head to look at them. Well, aren't you early? Shall we move? He said it with the wide smile still plastered on his face. No, not until you tell us what's going on. Alexander said he was backing down slightly while protecting his wives. You smile, host. Zero, who was next to him as she was the one to explain most of the filthy's facts to him, said. Draco finally noticed his smile, touched it with his hands, and regained control over himself before he looked at the group in front of him. Oh? My bad. Come sit, I've got some news to tell you, he said. Alexander and his wives looked at each other before they went for the table. Once they sat, Draco started talking about the projection and what fate would be capable of, and they were shocked. So that army following us is just a projection? Alexander said. Yes and no. If you as much as approach it or let it get close to you, NBO, we will be in a world of hurt. Draco said in a serious voice, indirectly warning Alexander's wives, who looked like they didn't understand enough. Don't do anything reckless before you know what's going on. He added, this time directly speaking to them. His words prompted all kinds of reactions from Alexander's wives, who were already annoyed that they couldn't wear what they wanted anymore to charm their husband because he could see them. Some were calm and accepting, some were annoyed, and some were straight out angry. Who are you to tell us what to do? Alexander's violent wife shouted at her. She looked like she wanted to hit Draco. Your father-in-law, maybe? Draco smiled and replied. Growling. Not knowing what to say, all she could do was grind her teeth together as Alexander and her sisters held her back. A few seconds later, she finally turned her head in anger and remained there, not looking at Draco anymore. So, what do we do now? After calming his wife down, Alexander looked back at Draco and asked. First, let's add our contacts to each other's bracelets. If you need anything or something wrong happens, the first thing you should do as soon as you can is to notify me. Draco said. All right. Alexander replied. Bumping their bracelets together, a ding was heard as the process was done. Aside from that, Draco added. You should keep an eye on your wives, have them as close to you as possible, as we don't know what that bastard could do or what his influence over this station is. There could be bastards that are either directly or indirectly controlled by him waiting for the right time to act and mess with us, he warned. Alexander and his wives turned serious, as what Draco just said was true. In a way, they were annoyed that he was starting to interfere in their life, but they were also convinced, as they knew how some of their sisters were and how such a possibility could turn into a reality if they didn't follow his advice. Surprised at how Draco could think of all of these possibilities, Alexander thought back to his unserious nature and was starting to think that it was wrong and that he should change it before it was too late. "Thank you. I will keep this in mind," Alexander said, and Draco nodded, not saying anything more as he took another sip of the coffee he was starting to like. The auction was close to the guild, but it was not yet time for it to start, so 5 minutes later, when Draco and company reached their destination, they were surprised to see the number of rich-looking transcendents and above-ranked beings of all races. The group got out of the drone vehicle, and many eyes looked at them to see who they were, as the number of individuals capable of getting the drone mobile Leecher edition wasn't small, but all of them were famous some way or another. When they found out that they didn't recognize who came out of the vehicle, they started looking at each other and asking those close to them. Draco and Alexander, with his wives no longer masked with Origin, walked all the way to the VIP section as Dreadful informed them that he could use his Black Diamond card's early benefits with his bracelet and be given access to the Super VIP room. The guests of the auction watched as the group walked all the way to the Super VIP reception, and upon showing the projection of his card from his bracelet, the receptionist welcomed them with the utmost respect and guided them all the way inside the auction. Still not knowing who they were, some started calling their connections, and after a few minutes of questions, someone finally got an answer. "Aha! They're a group of transcendents that had just arrived to our station yesterday, but that dangerous-looking fella in the front was the one to buy 2 estates in the core area within not even 15 minutes of them entering the city, so they were probably gifted the Black Diamond card." The Black Diamond card? Gasps were heard all around. Such promising transcendents. They had to make connections. While all of this happened, some within the crowd had glints flashing in their eyes as they looked at the door Draco and company just entered from. What was on their mind? Only they knew. Draco and company were led to their room as the receptionist took them to a teleportation pod that got them on a long hall with dark carpets, which they followed until they reached Super VIP Room 69. The room was quite large, with a large glass window that allowed them to view the wide circular auction with the auctioneer being situated in the middle. The room as well as the entire auction were well equipped with technological gadgets that made sure every guest could see, hear, and be heard without any problems. Once the receptionist led the group to the room, he told them that if they needed anything, they only had to ask, and somebody stationed outside would reply. After that, he told them that there were 3 hours remaining for the auction to begin and went out of the room. Draco sat on a table that was close to the window and looked down to see the many beings of all races filling the auction little by little, and then looked up to see 2 rooms above him that were the Super VIP rooms 1 and 2. The 2 rooms as well as all the other Super VIP rooms' windows were hidden by something impenetrable, and one could see nothing but a holographic image with their number on it. "Full privacy, huh?" Draco said with a slight smile. Alexander and his wife sat on the table and were leisurely talking and taking their time. Draco looked at this and thought to himself. Had you not been too held back by your wives, you wouldn't just be here today. But then again, it could have been worse. He then looked out of the window. When I just got here, I first thought about finding food and shelter, not knowing the reality of this world yet. When I lost my arm to the goblin, I thought I would die, only realizing the dangers around me. When I killed the slimes, I felt powerful, finally getting a feel of the heights I could reach. Draco thought back to his first day here. Who knew I would be here this fast? He smiled faintly while shaking his head, gaining a few glances from Alexander. The decisions we make, whether willfully or by force, shape us into who we are today. When I thought of joining Shimuji's village, I didn't consider time or evolution, only using what little knowledge and intelligence I had to think of a risky way to ensure my survival. Not even knowing the extent of the powers I held in my hands, he looked down at his hands, thinking about what he could do with them. In a way, we are destined for a path that happens whether we choose to do it consciously or make mistakes and then become forced to choose it. I wasn't the one who chose the conditions I had to fulfill to evolve, nor was I the one who chose the world I was transmigrated to. But I wonder, how much of that was my own decision? And how much of that was my own fate? Achievement unlocked, epiphany, come to an important realization of something related to you on a massive scale, fate memory. Out of nowhere, golden chains appeared around Draco that nobody but him could see, and a second later he felt a similar sensation to when he was inside the chaos memory. What were these memories? They were simply moments in history where holders of said affinity were in important moments of their lives where they either achieved something phenomenal or went from their peak to their lowest. This memory, in particular, was the latter. You have broken the rules, fate. They are coming to imprison you. Draco appeared in what he assumed to be some sort of higher realm. He looked down and saw himself wearing a white robe with white hair cascading down his shoulders. He looked up and saw what looked to be. What kind of being is this? A humanoid made out of mist? If that is my fate, then I shall comply, truth. Draco's mouth spoke by itself, as he knew this was probably a memory of when fate got imprisoned. Why did you do it, fate? You know far too well that interfering with the world is forbidden, more than all of us. Draco looked to his right to see another masked figure, however, this one was made out of sakura leaves. It had to be done, life. When the fate of the world is at risk, we as its overseers need to protect it. Fate replied. Protecting was never our job, Fate. All we ever have to do is make use of the growing talents and benefit of their achievements to reach higher ranks. A celestial, that was made out of darkness and white spots like a starry night, spoke. Night, we hold different beliefs. If you grew up to hate this world, then I grew up to love it, and I shall do whatever I can to make sure it never meets an unsightly end at the hands of evil such as yours. Fate replied as calmly as he could. Tisk. Night clicked his tongue, as he didn't want to reply to Fate. Golden chains appeared out of nowhere to hold Fate from his hands, feet, and body. The others watched in regret as one of the few celestials that actually cared about their world was chained. Once more. A swirl of darkness and heart-shaking laughter that would put fear in the bravest of souls resounded. These bastards. Truth screamed at the top of his lungs, as he knew he couldn't do anything to stop what was going on. His goofy nature from when he analyzed Draco was nothing but a facade he put up to forget about the blades that were above their heads. Calm down, my friend. I leave everything to you. May you ascend to reach what we failed to. With a smile that Truth could feel but not see, the darkness swallowed Celestial of Fate, his own fate approaching its end. Draco woke up once again at the auction, only to see Alexander and his wives looking out of the window. What's this? It's already starting? He thought. Then he looked at his system panel and saw the message that said, Congratulations, host. You've reached 100% understanding of fate, X rank. When did it get to X rank? He asked internally. A fate memory is powerful enough to give its owner not only 100% understanding but even take said law to EX rank. However, to fuse with said law, you have to get it up to transcendent rank. Zero, who was looking out of the window too, said. Oh, that is quite useful. Draco replied as he went to look at the window next. The auction was already brimming with beings of all races, and the auctioneer was in the space in the middle. All eyes were on him. He was a man outwarding an aura of confidence and mystery, and he was handsome enough to catch the attention of the women here and make them force their men to bring out every single penny they held so as to catch his attention and make themselves look superior in front of other women. As for the men? It was the bunch of fine women behind the auctioneer who surveilled the goods that were hidden by red cloth and floating around them. The auctioneer was wearing a white costume that further amplified his aura as well as his authority over the auction hall. Draco and Company. I waited for a few minutes before the auctioneer opened his hands wide and flashed out a wide smile. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Portalia's #1 auction, the one and only Golden Sun auction. The auctioneer welcomed the guests with a wide smile as applause resounded right after he finished his words. Keep your calm, ladies and gentlemen. The real fun is coming, and I promise you, you won't be able to hold yourselves back anymore. His smile turned slightly sinister. An auctioneer's job was to keep his guests entertained, and this one for sure knew how. Seeing as the guests were quick to calm down, the auctioneer smiled and brought one hand of his back as one of the boxes holding the goods came floating towards him. The box was quite big, as it was around as big as the body of a car. The guests were quite intrigued by what could be inside that box. But the auctioneer just smiled. For our first item of the day. He said this and stopped for a few seconds as the red veil around the box slowly floated up to reveal an exquisite chest adorned with golden veins as its texture. As the box opened and golden light bloomed from it, the auctioneer looked at the audience. We have a 1-ton neutral law crystal. As the box fully opened, the gray, shimmering crystal was unveiled for the world to see. Some guests couldn't hold themselves back as they got up from their seats to make sure what they were seeing was true. A neutral law crystal was simply the crystallization of neutral law, and it was something that anyone, rich or poor, would do anything to have. It was that important. It was that rare. A single ton was enough to help one fuse with 1% of a law. That was hundreds of years' worth of fusing, if not thousands. It was even capable of helping a lord of law filtrate up to 0.01% of a law. Now, calm down. This is nothing but the first item, and we have more than just a few tons in total that we're selling. The auctioneer calmly stated, but the audience were going crazy. Some only needed 10% to completely fuse with a law. If they manage to get only 10, it will guarantee them reaching the lord level and leave this forsaken place. The real question was if they would be able to snatch enough crystals for them to break through. Draco looked at the crystal, but he wasn't interested, neither was Alexander. The bidding will start from 1 million prison coins. One cannot bid less than 100,000 coins. The auctioneer announced. The audience calmed down and everybody sat on their seats before the auctioneer clapped while looking at them. Very well, ladies and gentlemen. You may start. The way the auction functioned was by inputting one's bid on the bracelet and a holograph will show up showing their bid, that an AI voice will then announce out loud. 1.1 million coins. The first bid was a simple 100k coins increase, which was then announced by the voice. 1.2 million. 1.4 million. 2 million. Right after the 1.4, someone directly raised the bar to 2 million. What surprised the audience wasn't that the bidding increased, but that the bidder was a VIP. These super rich powerhouses don't bid this fast. It was probably someone new to these auctions. 2.1 million. The auction continued. 2.2. 2.3. 2.5. 3.5 million. The VIP once again bid a larger amount, as this made the regular guests worried that the true super VIP whales would show up sooner than expected, not even allowing them to snatch the first few crystals. Seeing as the super VIP had no intention to move yet, a collective sigh of relief was heard before the auction continued as the VIP continuously bid until they got the crystal for 33 million prison coins. And then the second crystal was revealed, only for it to be sold for a tad higher than the first at 35 million coins by the same VIP. This got the regular guests all anxious. Not knowing that the VIP was nothing but a comrade of the auction, whose job it was to make them fear that they wouldn't be able to get enough crystals before the super VIPs made their moves, especially when they didn't know how many tons of crystals there were. The auction continued, and the VIP who bought the first 2 crystals was now seen as the public enemy. But their plan was simple. A ton of the neutral law crystal's market price was 50 million prison coins. The VIP was instructed to raise the price as much as he could until the market price was exceeded, as this first item wasn't something an outside party put in but something the auction itself was the seller of. As long as the 50 million milestone wasn't reached, the VIP would buy the crystal, so the auction wouldn't suffer any losses. This technique also allowed to raise the anxiety of the regular clients, causing them to start bidding higher and higher in fear of the super VIPs participating and stripping them of any chance at gaining the crystals. And they successfully managed to do that, as, starting with the third ton, the audience was getting crazy. From the previous 36 million, the final bid reached an astonishing 69 million. A fat guest that was sitting in the regular seat had his hologram in front of him, displaying a bid that made the auctioneer's face brighten. As the sweat fell off the rich man's fat face, the auctioneer looked at the audience one last time before he raised one hand and 3 fingers. Any last bids? 3, 2, 1, and sold. With the auctioneer's words and actions, the auction went into complete silence as the tension just grew. The 4th ton was brought over, and the auction for this one was fiercer than the last, because it went for 73 million. And for the next 6 tons, the price varied between 65 and 81 million per ton. However, starting the 11th ton, the super VIP, who had insider information, started acting. Knowing how many tons were left, they moved to snatch the remaining 15, no longer caring to leave any for the regular guests. The 11th ton's bidding started normal. 1.1 million. 1.2 million. 1.5 million. 2.4 million. It was rising steadily, nothing unexpected happened, aside from the VIP raising the bid here and there to quickly make the regular audience reach higher prices. However, once it reached 50 million. Super VIP 34, 75 million. The voice was heard, and it made the entire dimly lit room have its heads turn to look at the massive hologram covering the window of the 34th Super VIP's room. They're here. Oh dear Mother Portalia, they started bidding. I still didn't buy a single crystal. Another one screamed in defeat as those close to him could see him holding his head and almost crying. The Super VIPs and the auctioneer, smiling from ear to ear, cared not for the feelings of the regulars as they continued, but this time, between themselves. Super VIP 21, 75 million. To keep their heads held high and not feel ashamed of themselves, the Super VIP splurged, only bidding 10 million at a time. Super VIP 11, 100 million. Silence consumed the hall as, for the first time ever, 100 million was reached today. As of now, the market price wasn't exceeded by too much, but it didn't seem like the Super VIPs were ending it here. Super VIP 3, 110 million. Hearing the number of the room announced, they were once again drowning in gasps and wows as they turned to look at the holographic window of room 3 to make sure it was really such a big shot that made it. The first 3 Super VIP rooms were reserved for 3 clans that were very influential in Portalia, and nobody but them and their affiliates could use them in any auction. And these 3 clans were Beastmen clans. Looking at the surprise of the rich and him not understanding what was going on, Draco started having plans of devouring a few rich men here and there after leaving the auction to gain an idea about this station and the central continent. We've got a bid of 110 million. Anybody else? The auctioneer looked at the Super VIP room and then back at the audience, knowing full well that nobody was dumb enough to try and outbid the Beastmen. Thus, 3, 2, 1. And sold to Super VIP 3. The auctioneer announced while the auction turned silent for a while until the 12th ton was revealed. However, who would have guessed that the Super VIP room 3 would get it as well, then go on to buy every single crystal that showed up after it. Fortunately for the audience, they only had the crystals at prices above 100 million, which was much to their delight. However, the regular audience wasn't happy at all. They just couldn't say anything if they didn't want their heads away from their bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for keeping up with us until we've sold our first item. Now, shall we have some warm applause for our second item of the day, a divine pardon? With the last 2 words of the auctioneer, the audience's eyes opened wide, and all of them got up as they applauded as hard as they could. Had the auction not been fully equipped to resist powers up to the original Emperor realm, the station wouldn't be feeling well from the cumulative applause of thousands of transcendents and lords. What's the entire commotion, you say? It's a divine pardon. A divine pardon. It's a way out of this hell hole that every single transcendent and their mother wish to be bestowed upon. There's not a single being here that wishes to stay in prison, and almost no one came here with their own will. Or was there? Indeed, there were Draco and Alexander, who could come and go anytime he wished. But for the remaining transcendents sent down here, they weren't as lucky. The only way out of this hell is to become a lord, which is also something Draco and Alexander were close to. But, just how important was a divine pardon? And what would the regular audience do to gain one? After a serious round of applause, the audience was forced to calm down by the auctioneer, who raised his hand and then moved on to state the price of the divine pardon. This divine pardon will start at 250 million, and one can only bid 10 million at once. The auctioneer said this, knowing full well the importance of the divine pardon. Please note that there is only a single divine pardon. He added with a mysterious wink that meant war more than what it showed. This was basically a message to those who knew the auction well that there wasn't only a single divine pardon, but only one would be auctioned. Thus, to gain the others, they would have to join the banquet held after the auction. Alright, everyone. We shall start in 3, 2, 1, go. 300 million. The first bid was already $50 million higher than the floor price, just to show the importance of the divine pardon for the audience compared to the crystals. The crystals were only there to speed up their leave. This one was able to get them out of here the second they had it in their hands. The question remained, would the Super VIPs give the regular audience a chance at getting out of this hellhole, or would they be stingy and not care? To follow, all one had to do was follow the auction all the way to the end. 340 million. 380 million. 400 million. 500 million. 570 million. The bids increased rapidly, as they already went beyond double the floor price. The super VIPs were nowhere to be seen, so the regulars were getting giddy. Some VIPs joined the bid, but they weren't as scary or rich as the super ones, so the price kept increasing in a battle to win until it reached 2.7 billion. And that's when Draco felt that things were too boring. And despair hit the room as the uncaring demon that just wanted to mess with the crowd bid 1 trillion. Super VIP 69, 1 trillion. The auctioneer's cheeks were clapping happily as the commission from this VIP alone was rough for him to splurge carelessly for a good few years. And an amazing bid of 1 trillion by Super VIP 69. Anybody else? The auctioneer said once again, knowing that no one sitting along with the regulars had anything close to 1 trillion prison coins. However, the VIPs and the Super VIPs did have such amounts. It was just unlikely for them to spend a large amount such as this or, in the case of the Super VIPs, care to join. 3, 2, 1. And sold to Super VIP 69. Your item will be delivered right to your room. Thank you for participating. And thus, Draco managed to get a divine pardon that he for sure wasn't going to use, just to mess with the poor guests that were in dire need of it. The auction continued, and the third item, which was some kind of beast egg, was revealed and sold for 330 million. The fourth item, however, was a Bao artifact that was slightly more effective against Lord Filthy and was sold for 2.2 billion. The auction went on, and time passed so fast that it was nowhere near ending. And now, we introduce our finest item of the day. Look and behold, dear guests, as we've got an Origin Emperor level technique you won't find anywhere else but in our auction. The bidding starts at 100 billion, and one can only bid 10 billion at once. The auctioneer was clearly excited at how high this item would go. Immediately after the auctioneer announced the 25th item of the day, the regular audience sat on their seats, not even thinking of joining the auction and only planning on watching the show. It was an item that started at 100 billion, only the VIP and Super VIP guests could participate, and the final bid was going to be either phenomenal or by one of the top 3 Super VIPs, making it impossible for the other guests to think of getting the item anymore as long as they didn't want to risk having enemies behind their back far stronger than any filthy this hell could pop out. The item was slowly revealed, and as the familiar chest was opened up, a white book held floating by golden chains and surrounded by a sinister dark aura floated upwards, drowning the room in an oppressive feeling that made the regular guests buckle up and for the auction to turn on its defensive measures so nobody gets hurt. This spectacle didn't make people fear for their lives, but the opposite. It made them want to take this technique no matter the price. However, their lives were more important than this technique, no matter how enticing it was. Very well, dear guest, you can start the bidding, the auctioneer said. A Super VIP room that was silent up until now was bid a ridiculous price just to shut up most of the incapable fellows and battle it up fairly with those that were actually able to buy it. Super VIP 1, 5 trillion. From 100 billion, the Super VIP room rose the price all the way to 50 times the floor price, forcing most of the VIPs to leave as they knew they couldn't battle it out with the truly rich. Unlike the first time the Super VIP Room 3 entered the show, this time the Beastmen allowed anybody able to compete with them to join. They weren't lacking in money nor in Origin Emperor level techniques, but it wouldn't be bad to add another one to it, not to mention this one looked worthy of snatching. While all of this happened in the background, Draco was with Zero, seriously thinking of all the possibilities. As for this book to appear here and now, it definitely was no coincidence. Draco was looking out of his window while Zero was analyzing everything with her powers, trying to make sure that the book wasn't a trap set by fate himself and if it would actually help them. Host, I suggest you take. It may be a trap, it might not be, but in any case, an Origin Emperor level technique, especially one that has a deep connection to fate, is something we urgently need right now. Zero said. Zero, I don't need uncertainties. I need helpful suggestions. Draco replied calmly, his voice making Zero tremble. Super VIP Room 2, 5.5 trillion. The auction continued, as whether Draco joined or not, it didn't matter. I'm sorry, host. Please let me make sure, one last time. And Zero went on to use her nigh omniscient authority that could swiftly pierce through the celestial layer to gain the information it needed. This time, she took a different approach. Instead of trying to find what fate had to do with this book, she tried to look in the other direction, wanting to find if anybody else had anything to do with this book other than fate. By doing so, she managed to attack the actual seller of the book, and not only that, she also managed to track those truly affiliated with Fate, and host, Fate has nothing to do with this book. I believe it's someone trying to kill Fate and is trying to help you in doing so. Zero said. Help me? Heh. More like me. Who is it? Draco asked this time, turning to look at Zero. VIP-22, 6.5 trillion. The voice announced. It's the Beastman, host. Zero replied, using her authority one last time to make sure what she said was true. The Beastman, huh? Draco went deep in thought as he gazed at the top 3 super VIP rooms. I see, he said before he brought out his holograph. Super VIP 69, 10 trillion. The auctioneer announced this time instead of the voice, as his excited voice had all the guests looking back at Draco's room. The show this time was quite fun to watch, seeing as the VIPs were battling it out. The auction went silent for a moment. Not in surprise, but because the top 3 super VIP rooms didn't act after Draco made his bid. Inside the super VIP room 1, a white-haired elder wearing a black robe was sitting on a comfortable throne, as under his eyes some kind of white marks could be seen, and on top of his head, deer antlers protruded out to announce to the world his identity as a beastman of the White Thunder mythical deer bloodline. Oh, he took the bait? He asked. Behind him were 2 young-looking bodyguards wearing black suits and dark glasses who, similarly, also had deer antlers protruding out of their heads. They were of the same bloodline as the elder. Indeed, we have informed the auction to give him Super VIP Room 69 if he ever comes, and it seems he is taking part in this bet, one of the bodyguards replied. Good. Let's mess with him a little. The elder smiled before he tapped something on his holograph. Super VIP 1, 25 trillion. The auctioneer once again announced as tears of joy threatened to fall from his eyes. Draco looked at this and smiled. If you plan on giving it to me, there is no need to play this hard. Well, it's not like I can't afford it. He thought. Super VIP 69, 30 trillion. The auctioneer screamed, and the audience were starting to sweat in excitement. Looks like they're having fun, let's join in. Inside the Super VIP Room 2, a green-haired young man with snake-like eyes said as he tapped something on his holograph. Super VIP 2, 35 trillion. Draco smirked in a mix of enjoyment and annoyance. And before he could type something on his holograph. Super VIP 3, 40 trillion. The auctioneer announced, controlling himself hard so as to not turn his clothes into shreds out of excitement. He was already thinking of the long vacation he was going to take and the beauties that he would invite along. I'm ditching that ugly bitch, he shouted inwardly as he thought of his wife of 350,000 years. One last push, huh? Draco thought. He could tell that the super VIPs were just messing with him and sending a message for fun instead of competing with him, and they wouldn't take this small money battle too far after they made their bets. Super VIP 69, 43 trillion. The auctioneer announced one last time as Draco put his price. The auction turned silent as heat could be felt all around. The guests were enjoying the time of their year and were looking forward to what the second day of the auction would be like. Any last bets? The auctioneer asked with a greedy smile on his face. 43 trillion, going once, going twice, and sold. He raised his hand to the sky. Dear guests, this final item shall mark the end of today's auction. All items will be delivered to their owners soon and they will be handed over after payment. In 30 minutes, please proceed to join the banquet held until the start of the second day of the 7-day auction. The auctioneer added. I hope every single one of you enjoyed the auction. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may you rest well. And the auctioneer disappeared as mysteriously as he appeared, with a slight bow and his hat on his chest. Draco looked as the auctioneer disappeared mysteriously, and then at Alexander and his wives. How long are you planning on staying here? He asked. The entire 7 days of the auction. We have yet to find anything interesting. Alexander looked at his wife and back at Draco before he replied. What about you? He added. You guys can stay here, I will be leaving. If you find anything interesting, you can put it on my tab. I believe they should have that option here. Draco replied that he wasn't planning on staying here for 7 whole days, he had things to do. Alexander started feeling himself becoming like a freeloader, as if the entire reputation he had as the anomaly was gone. No need, I put something on the auction. It should fetch a good few trillions for me. Thank you. Alexander sighed and told Draco. He didn't know why, but in front of Draco, he felt like a meaningless character. However, it was about time he regained his image in front of Draco and started building his reputation from the ground up in this new realm. A second later, a knock was heard on the door. Enter. Draco ordered. The door opened, and one of the service ladies that Draco had seen behind the auctioneer entered the room with two of the chests demonstrated before floating behind her. The lady looked unwell, as if she were trying her best to control herself and act professionally. Good day, sir. We've brought your items, if you would please pay. The lady bowed and asked Draco as politely as she could. Was it 44 trillion I had? Here. Draco, not paying any attention to the lady, waved his hands, and stacks of dark bills flew towards her, and a dark ring of swords absorbed them. A moment later, the lady got out of her bowing position after confirming that the money was just right, and she controlled the chests to float in front of Draco like mythical treasures. Without waiting for everyone, the chests opened with a click and the golden light showered the room once again in its presence, as well as the oppressive auras flowing out of the book that didn't do anything to Draco and Alexander. However, some of Alexander's wives had ever so slight problems with it due to their low ranks that were quickly dispersed. The divine pardon was a white feather emitting a holy aura that Draco quickly sent to his inventory. As for the book, the second Draco got up to approach it and touched it with his hands, a system notification appeared in front of him. Would you like to learn this technique, Fallen Fate, Origin Emperor rank? No. Draco refused and stored the technique inside his inventory. The reason he didn't learn it now is because he wasn't sure what the effect would be. So to avoid that risk, he would do so later, somewhere safe. The chest then closed, and Draco left them as he was heading towards the door, planning to see what this banquet was all about before heading back to his estate. Alexander and his wives also got up, still smiling, as they got back to talking between themselves after the book was stored. What is it you want to say, young lady? The service wanted to say something but couldn't, so Draco looked at her and asked. The chests are a gift from our humble establishment to you, dear guest, you can take them with you. The service lady, caught off guard by Draco's question, put her hands between her legs as she looked down nervously and said. Dravo raised an eyebrow, and after a few seconds of silence, which had Alexander's wives looking at Draco with a very judgmental look, he stored the chests and turned to head towards the door. Alexander's wives sighed, and some looked at each other with slight smiles, content that Draco wasn't as bad as they thought. However, the others had sad faces as they thought of the fate of such a young girl. I have no such plans, young lady, were the last words he said before he left the room. The service lady almost fell to the floor, not believing that what she feared didn't happen. Thank you. Thank you. Tears fell down her throat as she expressed her gratitude to Draco repeatedly, not just for sparing her but also for giving her more time to accept her fate. Whether Draco did what this devious job required her to oblige if she was ever asked to or not, it didn't stop the next super VIP from refraining. The banquet wasn't far, and as the second Draco and company reached the teleporter, they appeared right next to a ton of guests heading towards the large hall where the normal banquet was organized. But being super VIPs had other benefits, as a guide immediately came before the group and bowed politely before he led them all the way to another hall connected to the first exclusive to VIPs. The well-lit hall, the red carpet, the high ceiling, and the design were things money could surely never buy, as the materials and genius required for such a work of art were rare to find. Draco and Alexander's group were all stunned by the beauty of the room. There were tables all around where all kinds of delicacies were put out for the guests to enjoy. The VIPs, who knew each other, were talking in groups while drinking and laughing together. The waiters distributing the wine were in black and white uniforms with golden streaks, symbolizing their affiliation with the Golden Sun auction. When Draco and the group entered the hall, many eyes were directed at them as the news quickly spread and people were already aware of Draco, as well as the anomaly. When the group found their spot and a waiter came to give them their drinks, people started to approach them one by one. However, Draco was more interested in the beastmen. The VIPs, upon seeing Draco and company taking their place in the banquet hall, started taking the initiative to reach them. They wanted to make connections with the famous anomaly of the human continent and come to know of the new tycoon that just appeared, Draco Wallenstein. Alexander was eager to make some new connections to open up more paths in this new realm and in the central continent for later, because, why not? However, Draco only ever wanted to have something to do with people who would actually help him, and this was why he set his eyes on a lone Leoness that was devouring the buffet as if she were starving for 1,000 years. Draco smiled and approached her slowly as the guests who were getting closer to him with their noble smiles and wine glasses were left behind with a half-broken expression on their faces. Looking at each other, they immediately regained their composure and turned to the only one left behind, Alexander. Draco was getting closer and closer to the beast woman, and the latter didn't even care to look at him until he was right next to her. "I see you're enjoying your meal quite well, Mississippi." Draco put on a regular smile and spoke, knowing that his sweet and charming smile wouldn't work on such a rough lioness. The lioness continued eating without caring what Draco was saying, as she didn't believe someone would talk to her, but a few seconds later, when she felt that they were the only ones there, she turned to look at Draco and made a few scans to see if there was anybody else other than her before looking at him once again. "You talking to me?" she asked. "I don't see anybody else here, do you?" he replied calmly. "What do you want?" she asked before she turned her head to see the meals behind her, and as if she had an epiphany, she quickly turned to look at Draco with a defensive posture and aggressive facial expressions. "You want my food?" "Dream on," she shouted. Draco almost snickered as all kinds of heads turned to look at the new celebrity that just made his entrance to the station and the famous Lord Adventurer blood-smeared Leona. "Don't worry, I'm not here for the food," he said, still holding himself back from reacting to her silly reaction. "What do you want, then?" she asked before she sniffed the air. "Demon," she continued while looking directly into Draco's eyes. Draco was slightly surprised that she managed to guess what he was, but this much should be a given for the Num-1 race on Portalia. "I was just intrigued at what a warrior such as you is doing in such an event," he replied while looking at her up and down. The lioness was wearing a long orange dress that matched her wild hair's color and didn't do a good job at hiding her muscles. She had fierce orange eyes with similarly colored streaks beneath them, while the ears above her head moved slightly. "It's none of your business," she replied while looking sideways, still not wanting to answer the question, while still being on the defensive over her food. "I see, you were forced here." "Sure. Before I leave, I have one question for you." Draco nodded his head in understanding and said, "What are you?" The lioness was too stunned at what Draco just said, but she couldn't deny his words. "TSK, ask away," she added. "It seems to me that you're an adventurer, am I right?" he asked. Are you new here?" "I'm surprised someone doesn't know about me." She brought her hands back to her chest and closed her eyes while looked slightly down, then she opened them and looked straight at Draco. "Yes, I am." "What of it?" she asked. "Let's just say that I want you in my party." "What is required for you to join me?" Draco ignored the first question and asked her directly. Gasps were heard all around the room as those intrigued enough to hear what they were saying were surprised that Draco asked such a question without knowing that whoever asked the blood-smeared Leona never met a good end. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Once the lioness realized what Draco said, she started laughing out loud with her canines. Ha. Suddenly, she stopped laughing and looked at Draco aggressively. "A mere transcendent dares to act all high and mighty in front of me?" The lioness's apprehension rapidly spread through the hall as Draco, who was close to her, could clearly see the silhouette of an ancient mythical lion formed from her aura. "A mere transcendent or not doesn't matters. What do I have to do?" Draco responded calmly, not fazed in slightest by her aura. "How? Very well, meet me tomorrow in the guild's arena. If you win, I will join your party. If you lose, don't think of coming out alive," she replied as she retracted her aura and turned to leave the hall, not interested in her food anymore. "Wait." Draco stopped her on her tracks. She slowly turned to look at Draco and waited for him to speak. "Shouldn't you tell me your name?" he asked calmly. "Leona Lionheart." "Remember it well, demon," she replied, continuing on her path back to leave the hall. Meanwhile, everybody who was here and looking forward to tomorrow's battle heard her say her name and was surprised at what she said last. "A demon," was the question circulating as if asking for confirmation. Even Alexander wasn't spared from it, however, he just ignored it and continued what he was doing while glancing at Draco, who was looking at the table where Leon was eating. "Leona Lionheart, huh? I look forward to having you in my team," he thought. Well, I didn't think someone would actually approach that fiery brat of our beastmen race." Hearing this, Draco turned to look at who just spoke those words, and what he saw made him smile. Draco turned to look at just who had spoken, and he was surprised that three important-looking beast men were approaching him, and a smile was plastered on his face as his plan was moving according to his calculations. 1 deer, 1 serpent, and 1 cow? Oh well, still counts. To who do I owe the honor? Draco asked with a polite tone. The ancient mythical white deer bloodline, the white-haired elder replied with pride. The ancient mythical green cobra bloodline, the green-haired snake man added right after. The ancient mythical cow bloodline. The last beast woman replied last. She had white hair dotted with blacks and wore a slightly oversized robe for heavy purposes as her golden eyes gleamed with ingenuity. What is your name, young man? The white-haired elder asked Draco with a slightly intrigued look. My name is Draco, Draco Wallenstein. Draco replied with a smile. Wallenstein, huh? I've never heard of a prominent deadly family or clan going by the name Draco within the demon continent. The cow bloodline beast woman looked at Draco up and down and said. Draco looked at her and almost laughed before he composed himself. Because there shouldn't be, he replied. The beast woman was taken aback before the green-haired snake man took the parole. If I remember correctly, you came from the human continent? Indeed, you're probably another anomaly born on that continent. He nodded his head in understanding. Draco just remained smiling, not clarifying anything. I hope you liked our gift to you, young Draco. The white-haired elder suddenly said, gaining the surprised expression of the other two. It wouldn't be called a gift if you paid for it now, elder. Draco replied politely, making the others even more worried, seeing as he knew what he was talking about, but they quickly composed themselves. Haha, I like you, young fella. You should really come to the center sometime. The elder laughed and said as he tapped Draco's shoulder. Draco felt the pressure caused by that light tap, which made him reconsider the approach he needed to take in order to complete the station destruction condition. How about this? The cowwoman, who had finally regained her calm, thought for a bit and said, gaining the attention of the other two. He can come to our Beastmen competition, which we will have in 2 weeks. She smiled with a finger on her lip. The green-haired snake man had a sinister glint on his face, however, the white-haired elder was surprised. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? You can come, young Draco. Someone will be sent to guide you then. I will be waiting for you. He said, then one of his bodyguards came close to him and whispered something in his ears. Well, it looks like our fun conversation ends here. Till we meet again, young Draco. With a wide smile, he turned and went towards another section of the auction, led by a guide wearing a golden uniform with black streaks. The other two followed behind him, with the snakeman leaving with a silent glare at Draco, and the cowwoman leaving with a mature smile. Draco, looking at all of this, retained his polite smile as his brain was scheming new plans for this event. A Beastman competition? I'm looking very forward to it. Presented with a chance to see the power of the almighty strongest race, Draco was having a hard time not converting to his signature evil smile. He then turned to look at Alexander, and seeing as he was busy, he directly left through the door. Finding Dreadful waiting for him, he got in and left for his estate. Meanwhile, back at the auction, the Beastmen were walking towards a secret teleportation pod hidden behind an invisible path within a forbidden hall. Why did you want me to invite him, elder? The cowwoman suddenly asked the white-haired elder. The elder stopped and looked at the cowwoman before looking at the sky. I don't know either, I'm just following instructions. He replied. Could it be? The snakeman hearing this was slightly surprised once he made the calculations in his brain. It's best for us not to dig too deep, whatever they're planning with him, matters not. What a shame he's such a fun lad. I hope he reaches greater heights than this cursed realm, the elder spoke in self-mockery. In any case, we will know soon what's going on. He said this as he looked in front of him at the dark pod. A second later, they were teleported to a dimly lit, dark hall with a round table where only 3 out of 6 seats were left for the elder and the other 2 to sit on. You're here. Very well, let us begin. A masked, deer man who was sitting on the far end of the table spoke as he looked at the newcomers. You must be wondering why you've been inviting her so suddenly. He said. Everybody remained silent, including 2 others, one of whom was a fierce-looking muscular tiger man not wearing anything on his upper body, and the other was a sharp-looking spider woman. In 3 months and a half, we will be going on an expedition to Banished One's area in order to look for his tears. This is a serious mission sent down directly by our monarch, and we've been instructed to take that young demon with us. He said. Elder, I believe you fulfilled the mission I gave you last time, he added as he looked directly at the white-haired old deerman. Indeed, esteemed messenger. He was easy to talk to, the elder replied. Good, I knew I could trust you on such a job. Try to make him join the competition so we can see his prowess, and after that, invite him to the expedition. He's very important for our next plans. Dismissed. And so the masked man disappeared in a dark mist. The others looked at each other and got up to leave, each going to a separate location. But what was the grand plan Draco was the main character of? Draco didn't take long to get back to his estate. With the auction also being in the core area, the distance between the two was short. The first thing Draco saw when he reached the estate was a drone stationed there that wasn't his. He smiled, knowing full well whose it was, and left Dreadful there while entering the estate with Zero materializing next to him and walking close to him. So, did you find anything? Draco asked. Yes, host. It seems there is a bigger plan out there they want you to be in the middle of. Zero replied. Oh? They want to use me, huh? Draco smiled while thinking back on his interaction with the Beastmen. So this big plan is related to fate, huh? Indeed, host. It seems someone very high-ranking amongst them is helping you kill him. No wonder. Draco nodded. It was pretty obvious. What other explanation would there be other than them wanting to kill Fate with his hands? But it's not like he was going to refuse a helping hand after all. Whether they were there or not, he had to kill Fate to evolve. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm still looking forward to that competition, but before that, we have that battle tomorrow, we have to make our preparations. Draco said. Roger, host. Zero nodded. A few moments later, they reached the wide gates of the estate. Upon entering, Draco was welcomed by 2 rows of maids and butlers, as well as a group of chefs at the end of the row. Right in front of the door, 1 butler and 1 maid were bowing in wait for Draco to reach their place. Welcome home, master. They said it in unison. I see, you're the maids and butlers I asked for. He looked at them and said it calmly. Indeed, master. I'm Marco, the head butler. The old-looking butler right in front of the door replied, still bowing. I'm Lisa, the head maid. The young woman close to him said she was also bowing with her hands, one on top of the other, on her maid dress. Good. You can do what you have to do. Draco dismissed them, and they made a path for him to enter. Once one entered the estate, they were welcomed by a wide hall with stairs in the middle. There were 4 doors, 2 on each side before the stairs and the other behind the stairs. Draco looked up, and there coming down the stairs was Elfina with a wide smile, portraying her happiness at seeing Draco after a long day at work. Zero, you do your work. Draco ordered as he looked straight at Elfina with a calm look. Roger, host, and she disappeared. Aren't you quite happy? Once Elfina was close enough to Draco, he said. Elfina heard this and got a little bit flustered before Draco opened his hands wide. Come here, he said. Elfina looked at his hands and stopped in her tracks for a second before she slowly walked to hug him. Did you miss me? Draco whispered in her ears. MHM. Elfina replied shyly. How was today? Draco asked. It was a little hard, I had quite a lot of customers, he replied, still enjoying the hug. Let's make you forget then, shall we? Draco then said, once again whispering in her ear with his devil tongue. MHM. Elfina replied. And the 2 proceeded to go up, leaving behind the group of maids that were either blushing after hearing and seeing what happened or controlling themselves not to see and going to do what they had to do. The next morning, Elfina woke to see Draco once again preparing coffee for her to drink while wearing his bathrobe. How are you feeling? He asked once again. I'm feeling well, thank you. She replied shyly, happy that she managed to get such a nice, handsome man. Good, you can prepare yourself, I will be waiting for you. He said as he went on to change himself into an outfit more suited for fights. Are you going on a mission? Elfina looked at him and asked. No, I have a battle at the guild, and after that, I will go on a mission with my new party member. He replied. A battle? Against who? She asked, slightly worried. Leona Lionheart. He replied calmly. Leona Lionheart? That Leona? Elfina suddenly got up from her bed, shouting in surprise. I think so. Draco said. You can't, you're just a transcendent. She's unbeatable, even amongst Lord-level adventurers. She's the number one. Elfina said as she was getting closer to Draco. Not for long. Draco replied with a smile. However, internally, he wasn't pleased with her over-worrying. I didn't think it would be so annoying to have someone worry for you. It makes me feel weak. He thought. But when he then looked at her. Still, she looks quite cute, even while worried. He thought as he smiled, before he bowed down to her level to do something that would shut her up. Don't worry. He suddenly spoke while leaning back up. I'm strong. He added and turned to leave. Draco. Elfina suddenly called, slightly blushing from Draco's previous action, but she had to say what she wanted to say. Draco turned to look at her. Well, you see. I have a week-long break coming soon, so, if you want. She stopped blushing profusely while playing with her hands. Oh? That sounds good. Thank you for telling me, Elfina. Let's make some plans for us when we meet later today. He smiled and told her before he continued on his way out of the room, heading towards the drone. 0. After entering his drone vehicle, the first thing Draco did was call for his useful assistant. Yes, host. 0 appeared right next to him a moment later, as she asked. Tell me, what is it that makes the Beastmen so special? Tell me, what is it that makes the Beastmen so special? Their bloodlines, host. With their connection to ancient mythical creatures, they're able to bring out unseen prowess in this world, as the weakest of them is capable of being unparalleled within the same realm. However, between themselves, it all comes down to what lineage they're from and how hard they work to sharpen their skills. 0 replied. I see. Is there anything I need to look out for? He added. Their aura, host. It's their strongest weapon. They use its natural opposition to defeat those of inferior races than them and cause all kinds of debuffs, which just puts them on a much superior pedestal than others, similar to the vampires and their ranks. I see. Draco said before his evil smile surfaced. I know exactly what to do, he added. The plan was simple. This one was actually a skill he remembered not from this life of his, but from the previous one. If the Beastmen oppressed those weaker than them with their aura and then fought against them, then all he had to do was make a skill that reverses that and makes him stronger in front of an oppressive aura or in front of a higher life form. Such a skill was definitely going to be useful when he confronted those of a higher rank. 0. What affinities do I need to buy in order to make the skill tree? He asked. Mainly laws that have to do with reversing, aura, debuffs, and buffs. Alright, you take care of that. He ordered. 30 minutes later, Elfina entered the vehicle, and she sat close to Draco shyly. Then, the two proceeded to have some small talk until they reached the guild. The guild was brimming with people of all races as they waited for the stars of today to arrive. The second Draco arrived and he got off the vehicle, a commotion started. He's here. One adventurer from the crowd shouted. Then Elfina came down after him, and he was left speechless. He took our angel. Another one said. I wish he dies in the battle. Another elf, who was almost crying blood, smacked his hands together and prayed. Stop crying, let's go. The blood-smeared Leona is already waiting for him in the arena. Another adventurer of the Sage Ogre race said this while looking at the group of people entering the guild once they confirmed that Draco was here. Good luck. Elfina said while looking down shyly before she ran to the guild. Draco smiled at her cuteness and proceeded to follow her slowly. Going for the teleportation pod in the middle, Draco only had to say the word arena and he was teleported right on the outskirts of the arena as the crowd was all on the circular seating. Whoa! Once he appeared, the crowd shouted in unison. It took you long enough. Looking back, he saw Leona wearing orange battle armor with a large hammer over her head, and her oppressive aura released outwardly. I feel it already. Draco said as he felt himself burning up and getting stronger. He was already an early Lord-level being, but Leona herself was a peak Lord-level being. Status. Name, Draco Valenstein. Gender/age, male/2-year-old. Race, Transcendental Chaos Incarnation, Transcendent Rank Creature, Stage 4. Blessing, S blessing. Host level, 100, XP, 100, 000, 000/100, 000, System level, 3, XP, 4, 000/250, 000. Health, peak condition, harmonious, calm. Immortal. Life and death, connected to the Great Cursed Forest. Stamina, infinity/infinity. Mana reserves connected to the Great Cursed Forest. Early filtration level strength early lord rank. 0 status points, 522,669,696 skill points, 9,579,285,432,441 gold, available. What are we waiting for? Draco replied to Leona as he materialized a spear and jumped right in the middle of the arena. It's been a long time since I fought. He cracked his head, even though it was just a day ago that he fought against the 10 lords, but this battle was bound to be more heart-pumping than any other. Once the crowd that was just teleporting to the arena heard Draco's words, they hurried to take their seats before they got sent flying by some rogue attack, and the guild staff that was overseeing the arena stopped the teleportation. There were VIP rooms on top of the arena's regular seating, and they could also activate a holographic screen in front of the guild's entrance for those who couldn't enter the arena to watch. Very well. Leona replied as she swung her hammer around and with a boom she smashed it on the dirt ground before she proceeded to circle around the arena with Draco doing the same. Roar. Her aura got more and more oppressive as the image of a roaring mythical lion once again showed up on top of her for the world to see. Seeing this, Draco smiled evilly as his majestic and chaotic aura that he controlled until now rapidly spread to cover the entire area of the arena, including the seats. Why am I feeling hot all of a sudden? One of the adventurers sitting to watch remarked as he used his hand as a fan. Yeah, same, another one replied. Hold your seats, fellas. This just means that the battle is going to be on fire. An adventurer who was sitting behind them shouted. FWSHHHH. Once Draco's aura completely materialized, the crowd started to see the silhouette of death. Not bad for a transcendent. But your meager power will never be enough in front of me. A beast woman. And she attacked. Znnnn boom. Bringing down her weapon from the top of her head, Leona wanted to smash Draco to the ground with her oppressive aura doing its work of weakening him as a lesser being. But is this all a beast woman is capable of? Draco blocked it with one hand, as his spear was situated just a little above his head. Leona, who was forced to stop in her tracks, did a backflip to put distance between her and Draco before she looked at him with a scary glare. You. What are you? You. What are you? Leona asked as she glared at Draco aggressively. Why don't you find out? Draco said as he rapidly slashed his spear to the side, making the wind churn. Humph, show off. Very well. Let me see what you're made of then. Leona flared her nostrils as she raised her hammer all the way up. World Smasher, she shouted with all her might as she brought her hammer down with such strength that the entire arena quacked with her single strike. Boom. The ground cracked, with parts of it sinking down while others went up. Leona took advantage of this to use her agility and attack Draco before he regained his balance, but the latter wasn't going to let her have her way. You want to mess with my balance, huh? Very well. Draco smirked as he took his spear overhead. Chaos. Overload. ZNNNNBOM. Using his new favorite skill, Draco wasn't able to hit Leona head-on as the lioness managed to evade at the last second while the spear continued its way to explode once it neared the crowd. But, hitting Leona wasn't what Draco was trying to do. Try to evade this one. Appearing right on top of her, Leona looked up to see a fist coming right down at her. With speed surpassing common sense, Leona turned around and used her hammer to block Draco's fist just in time for him to hit her. Boom. A cloud of dirt rose up where Leona was thrown, and Draco used his law power to form another spear, and this time, he wasn't going to miss. Chaos Overload. ZNNNNNNBOM. Beast Transformation. Was all Draco heard before the arena was drowned in orange light and aura noise. A second later, Draco felt that something wasn't right, before he looked down, and saw what looked like a humanoid orange lion aiming for his neck. Shit. BOM. Caught by surprise, Draco couldn't evade in time before he found himself in a situation he was in when he was nothing but a demon goblin. Fixed on a wall, Leona caught Draco by the neck as she ran at light speed while dragging him all around the artificially lit arena. Tisk, chaos teleportation, Draco teleported away to escape the grip of Leona, who was surprised to suddenly not have him caught. She slowly turned to look at him glaring at her from a distance, and she grinned. "Not so cocky anymore, are we?" she said. "Oh, you're still able to think, I thought you went berserk." Draco spat blood on the ground and said this while wiping his mouth. "Tisk, bastard." Leona was easily angered once again, as she unveiled her claws with both her hands to the side and squatted in an attempt to attack him once again. "Not so fast." Draco suddenly appeared behind her, making her flinch in surprise. Holding her shoulder, the lioness tried to put some distance between them but found that she couldn't move. "What did you do to me?" she asked as she glared at Draco once again. "Just a little trick," he replied. In truth, Draco was using the new skill tree he created after knowing about the Beastman's qualities alongside a time skill tree that allowed him to slow or speed up himself as well as completely stop enemies on their tracks. When the battle just started, Draco activated his new skill tree, Beast Slayer, to power himself up. The way the skill worked was that every time Draco was attacked by a Beastman or in their oppressive aura's presence, depending on how strong the attack or aura was, he would get stronger and stronger. This continued until now, when no matter what Leona tried to do, she just couldn't move. "Endless nightmares," Draco said. Leona, who was just about to use another one of her racial skills, suddenly stopped moving and fell to the ground. The skill Draco used was another skill tree that worked similarly to Chaos Origin, just focused on a single being and wouldn't hurt them, just make them unconscious. Leona woke up to find herself in front of a dark beast of immeasurable size. The beast looked down at her as it opened its massive jaws for Leona to see an endless abyss swirling within the creature's throat. "Where the fuck am I?" She started feeling scared as she backed down and looked around for anything or anywhere she could go to escape. The creature didn't blink as it gazed down at the scared Leona, who was like an ant in front of it, and a second later. Growling. The air turned violent, and Leona didn't know what happened until she felt herself getting sucked up by the creature's mouth. She tried to catch the ground with her sharp claws, but found out that the ground was nothing but some kind of cloud she couldn't catch. Her breathing got heavier, and her heart beat rapidly as fear started to seep in, and she screamed. Wait, please stop, I surrender. I surrender." She shouted and shouted to no avail, as she couldn't be heard by anyone. The creature opened its mouth wider as the abyss within it swirled faster and faster, and the air was sucked alongside Leona, not giving her any chance at escaping. The poor beast woman screamed and screamed to no avail, until she was swallowed. But it didn't end there. Appearing to be floating in some kind of white realm, she looked around with her ragged breathing in hope of knowing where in hell she was. She calmed herself down and accelerated inside the realm as she went while second to second time passed. She flew and flew for who knows how long, and time passed without caring for her worsening condition. She was getting increasingly worried, as no matter how long or how fast she traversed the white space, she never reached anywhere. Slowly but surely, she began to lose memories of herself and what got her here. Where is this? What is this? Who am I? How did I get her? Leona stopped as she caught her head and started thinking. A second later, the realm she was in opened to show a path darker than anything she could remember after who knows how many millions of years she spent in solitude. But what was waiting for her was worse than what she just went through. What waited for Leona at the end of the path was hell itself. After who knew how many years in the White Room, she had to walk for longer on the dark path, and by the end, she reached purgatory. People screaming for dear life, hellish temperatures, cut off heads, burning coal on the floor, and overseers. Overseers in the form of giant eyes with dark wings gazed at her the second she reached her location. She looked down at those getting punished and up at the overseers, and she fell on her knees. Why? Why is this happening to me? Blood flew out of her eyes uncontrollably as dark hands were sent down by the overseers to catch her all around, not giving her any chance at escaping. What did I do? It wasn't supposed to be like this. Why? 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 And she was ruthlessly dragged into the unknown. Nobody knew what she was going through, nobody felt what she was going through, and nobody saw what she was going through aside from a single being. He who sent her down this path of endless nightmares. This is more like it. Do I add anything else? Draco had his hand on his chin as he looked at Leona, going through what she was going through while thinking to himself. Truthfully, she had done nothing for her to go through this, but Draco was feeling that things were getting more and more boring as the days went, and somewhere around the time he was conquering the Empire, he made this skill and was waiting for a chance to use it. It was just that he spent most of his time being a good dad and a nice partner to use it, and now that he had a chance, he did. After all, at the end of the day, he was a demon and not a polite, handsome man. His soul had been burning for some chaos ever since he evolved, and it was about time he looked for it, even if only a little. The crowd on the arena looked at the lioness, who was unconscious with her head right on the dirt ground. The battle ended, and Draco sat down right where he was while a team of healers was sent by the guild staff to take care of Leona. A new legend of Draco was going to start with her, as the #1 Lord Adventurer was completely overpowered by this newbie, Transcendent. Seeing Leona getting transported by the healers, he removed the influence of his skill and even tweaked it a little bit to not leave her traumatized, as finding such a talented ally was hard to find for Draco. He was going to have her by his side as a subordinate for the battle to come as well as those after it, and he didn't want her losing her mind over a little mental illusion. It only took 20 minutes for Leona to get up. And the first thing she did was come to Draco and look at him, who was sitting cross-legged. After taking a deep breath and cracking his head, Draco got up, cleaned his behind, and looked straight at her. Leona looked right in his eyes for a few seconds, before she brought her hand up. Draco looked into her eyes and felt a hidden sense of fear towards him, which she tried to conceal. And looked down at her hands, proceeding to do the same. You won, so I will keep my word, group leader. As the two waved their hands, she said. Good to hear that. Draco smiled slightly and said. You didn't have to do that, though. Bringing her hand back, Leona crossed her arms and looked to her sides, trying to look wronged. Do what? Draco asked with closed eyes and a smile, as if he didn't know what she was talking about. Hearing Draco's words, a few glints of what she went through surfaced in her mind as she flinched in fear. Never mind, forget that. When are we going to officially form the party? She asked, looking at Draco. Let's do it now, and also take our first mission. Draco replied as he walked towards the teleporting pad, leaving Leona slightly behind him. The lioness looked at him and then at her hammer, which she threw somewhere back, before she proceeded to get it back and follow him. The crowd looked at the duo, who were already getting comfortable at each other, in silence. The fight was much better than anything they'd watched in ages, and they would definitely remember it and Draco for many years to come. Such entertainment was rarer than a divine pardon in this hellish realm. A few minutes later, the crowd also dispersed, and those standing in front of the guild building to watch the show also separated to do their work. Elfina, who had the chance to briefly hear of Draco's victory, sighed in relief and smiled while thinking, he did it. Draco and Leona appeared in the guild hall, and they immediately walked towards the staff counter. One of the staff looked at Leona and then at Draco, and he saluted them with a smile. What would you like me to help you with today? He asked. Draco replied that they wanted to form a party with him as the leader, and the staff quickly worked on that. A few minutes later, the party was formed. Now, let's look for our first mission, shall we? The reason Draco got Leona on his party wasn't to finish some meaningless guild missions together, but he liked her demeanor and felt potential in her to become a worthy ally, so he decided to snatch her. The first mission they chose was also nothing special. They had to kill 15 Lord-level filthy, and Draco alone would have been able to easily finish it. Thus, after successfully clearing the mission, they returned to get their reward and had a slight drink together in a bar Leona suggested before each of them returned to their homes. And that's how their days had been for the next 2 weeks, aside from when Draco went on another date to a different part of the station with Elfina. It was important to note that Draco was able to reach the 50% filtration milestone for the neutral law, and once he reached 100%, he would move on to filtrate chaos, origin, and then all the other laws. It wasn't necessary to understand the neutral law to filter other laws, but Zero suggested that Draco do it, as it helps him massively by making his body purer and eases the process. This day, Draco started his usual morning routine of taking a bath and drinking coffee leisurely as he waited for Elfina to wake up. After that, he didn't go to the guild, he had Elfina go there by herself with the drone he had bought for her and then came down to find a guide sent by the elder waiting for him at the gates of his estate. Good day to you, Sir Draco. The old deer butler bowed down as he saw Draco and opened the luxurious black flying car he came in to escort Draco with. The flying car looked like a sports car from Draco's original world with its slim body and eye-catching design. The deer butler opened the door, and Draco entered it. He then proceeded to sit on the driver's seat, and the two traversed all the way to what Draco could only describe as the most majestic castle he had ever seen. White and golden color, it lit up the core area of the station like a sun, and it stood up amongst its neighbors like a sore thumb with its tall towers piercing the sky. The castle looked like a city of its own with its square design, and he could even see the empty center of it, and that's where he believed the competition would be held. He was right, however, the vehicle didn't reach there. It stopped the second it reached the huge gates of the castle, which had a good few miles of greenery and tall walls like a fortified city's, though more futuristic, separating it from its other neighbors. More guards were stationed outside the gates, and once Draco got out, the butler proceeded to go and park the vehicle while another one came to guide Draco inside. "Welcome, Sir Draco. We've been expecting you," he said. Draco just nodded, and the two entered through the gates, passing by the guards who didn't even bother to look at them. The entrance to the castle was majestic, the inside was many times different than the outside, as the darkness of the prison was nowhere to be seen, as if the castle's inside was an entirely different dimension, with its sun hanging above and slowly moving towards it set for the night to come. In front of Draco was a beautiful garden with a single path that went on for eternity, but Draco and the guide only had to drive one of the horses stationed right at the beginning. The horses were white with a golden horn and rainbow eyes, reminding Draco of the unicorn he killed back in his explorer days. Riding them, it didn't even take 5 minutes for them to reach a huge clearing with what looked like another crude arena where warriors would fight to the death. The seating was looking more comfortable. Right below him, Draco could see the elder alongside the cow woman, the snakeman, and other beast men that looked important yet he had never seen. The horses flew right down with precision to the ground without making a single wave of noise. "Oh ho ho, if he isn't young, Draco." Once the dear elder saw Draco, his smile widened, and he began to be all jovial. "Good day to you, elder." Draco put on his polite smile that he was starting to hate and then turned to nod at the others, with some doing the same and some seizing him up and down. "Come, don't just stand there, let me introduce you to our clan representatives at this station," the elder told Draco and turned to face the others. "For those of you that don't know, this young man here is none other than a young prodigy that managed to beat our little Leona while still being a transcendent, though now he seems to be a lord," the elder said as he turned to look at Draco to analyze him. "Era, so it's you, I've heard so much about you." The spider woman that was at the auction meeting approached Draco and looked at him all over before she licked her lips. "Nice to meet you all. It's such a pleasure meeting you all here." Draco, still with his polite smile, saluted everyone here. "I heard you were here to participate in this little competition of ours. What a shame, if I were younger, I would have loved to battle it out with you," said the tiger man who was in the auction meeting. There were a few other beast men from what Draco could see, and they were, namely, lion men, bull men, and horsemen. Some had features that gave them out and others did not, but all of them were mostly humanoid. Come, let's sit, we have something to tell you, young Draco." The elder, seeing as no one was going to approach, welcomed Draco to sit and drink coffee. But what is it they wanted to talk with him about? Draco followed the group of beastmen big shots as he concluded that the competition wouldn't be starting any time, seeing as they had the time to chat and even go to what he could call a fancy closed restaurant. Sitting around a rectangular table, Draco and company waited for the chefs to do their work as the elder, who was obviously the most influential powerhouse of the bunch currently gathered around here, coughed to gain attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Seeing as we are all here and nobody is missing, we have an announcement to make," he said. "Seeing as we are all here, huh?" Draco, hearing that last part, thought. He already knew that this was the plan or whatever they wanted him at the center of. Draco then concentrated on what was going to be said next. "Some of you may have heard of the recently deceased Origin Emperor Azure, the architect of the Blue Lava Origin Law," the elder added, and some of the beast men sitting here nodded. "We've recently been ordered to go on an expedition in an attempt to snatch the recently formed Banished tier." Silence drowned the restaurant as the beast men looked at the elder with red eyes, trying to confirm if what he just said was true. Aside from those who already knew what the expedition was about and its goal. For those of you who don't know what a banished tear is, it's a white flower that appears after a banished one reaches the end of his lifespan or suicides, and by consuming it, one has the only chance in this world to own the origin law formed by another emperor, the elder explained. Draco nodded and then looked up to see the elder gazing at him. Young Draco, would you like to join us on this expedition? Of course, we would reward you accordingly, he asked with a smile. It would be an honor. Draco replied with a smile of his own. Very well, we shall move 3 months from now. You can come here then, and a guide will be sent over once again to transport you. After that, the meals were brought over for the group to eat. Everybody ate silently, and once they were done, they got out to see the arena full of youthful beastmen getting ready for a heart-pumping competition. The young ones of this generation are quite good. The elder smiled and said. Indeed, especially young Leona. The Spider-Woman said. True, she was undefeated for as long as I can remember. Until young Draco came, that is. The Tiger Man said this as all eyes turned to look at Draco, who was looking straight ahead. The young beastmen and women saw their elders and rushed to approach them. Welcome, clan elders, they bowed and shouted in unison. The clan representatives all had smiles on their faces. Some of the young ones then turned to look at Draco, and they had not so pleased faces. What's this guy doing so close to the elders, one of them thought. How dare he walk beside our idols, another thought. Who the fuck is this guy, the last one screamed internally. I see you're getting prepared. Good, good. The dear elder smiled as he looked at the young ones. Then he noticed their gazes and looked at Draco before he pointed with his hand. This is young Draco. A prodigy probably much younger than all of you that managed to beat Leona, he said. He beat Leona? Surprised shouts were heard all around. That Leona? Whispers started to traverse the arena as all those who had friends started expressing their surprise. Hearing this, most of the young beastmen's view of Draco changed as some started thinking that he was worthy of standing by the side of the elders. The beastmen were a race that believed in power and might, and if one was strong enough, then all their actions were justified, and there was no longer right or wrong. Alright, you guys can start now. A fierce-looking commander wearing a blue armor and standing far on the side with his bull horns popping out clapped with his hands to gain the attention of the lot before he looked at Draco for a second and focused back. As fast as those words were said, the young beastmen got serious, and in less than a second, only 2 were left on the arena and all the others were in their seats. The elders looked at this and slowly floated away to what seemed like a miniature flying island. Come with us, young Draco. Draco, who was looking at the bull commander, heard the words spoken to him by the elder and floated to follow them. The remaining 2 beastmen were the first on the list to fight. One of them was a deerman, and the other was a horseman. Draco watched intently, as he wanted to see just what made the deermen so superior. 3, 2, 1. Start. The commander, who was floating just above the arena, ordered, and the horsemen attacked the deermen at a speed that surprised Draco. The Horsema representative was looking at Draco intently in an attempt to see his surprised face, however, Draco didn't show much emotion. No matter how fast the horseman went, if he wasn't at least at a king of a sense, Draco wouldn't have any problem spotting him. However, there was one thing that made Draco cautious. It was the deerman. When the horseman attacked as fast as he could, the former didn't move, he remained in his place and waited calmly for the horseman. The latter, however, knowing the deerman's bloodline power, didn't attack immediately and circled around the arena at ever-increasing speed, waiting for the right time to strike. The second the deerman moved, the horseman changed course and went directly for his head. However, he was blocked with a single arm as the deerman's eyes glowed silver white. Everybody watched as the deerman blocked the horseman effortlessly. With one hand, the horse was not just blocked by that one punch, he couldn't even try to strike a few more times, it was as if he were stalled. The deerman, however, didn't follow up with an attack but simply stood there, analyzing the horseman with his glowing silver eyes. The horseman took his distance once again after he could move and stopped in his track looking at the deerman with scrutiny. A second later, he sped up once again, but this time he attacked directly. The second he reached the deerman, he attacked with a barrage of strikes all over his opponent. However, no matter how strong, how fast, or how precise his attack was, it was blocked without much effort once again. The horseman attacked with his arms, knees, feet, and everything he could think of, but was never able to land a single hit against the deerman. And it remained until the deerman's silver eyes started waning. Did this mean good news for the horseman? No, it meant bad news, bad news. Boom. Without alert, a large explosion was heard on the arena, and once the dirt cloud cleared up, Draco could see the unconscious body of the horseman on the floor while the deerman's eyes were tearing up slightly with blood. I see. He thought. The deerman's ability that makes them superior to others is foresight. I guess they might even be able to predict the future at higher stages. Draco put one hand on his cheek and thought with one leg above the other. The elder looked at Draco with a side eye and looked down at the arena to see the second person coming up to fight the deerman. The one coming up was a tiger man who specialized in speed and strength, much like Leona. The two looked at each other, and when the commander gave the signal to start, the tiger launched himself at the deerman. But this time the deer didn't remain still, he took a stance and waited for the tiger man to approach him. The tiger man brought out his claws, and once he was within striking distance, he slashed down at the deerman. The deerman, however, already knowing what was about to happen with his flickering silver eyes, caught the forearm of the tiger, spun him at high speed, and smashed him to the ground. Boom. Still catching the tigerman's hands, the deerman raised him once again, freed his hands, and, with precise strikes, hit him 7 times in his upper body with his palms. Papa pa 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 pa. The tiger man's back arched, and the palms of the deerman were clearly marked on his chest as they glowed with an ethereal silver, and a second later. Boom. He hit the walls of the arena as his eyes turned white, and he remained unconscious. A second after that, the third fighter came down, while the other two were still in their place, unconscious, with no one coming to take them back. The third beast man was a bull, his body was muscular, and he held a huge axe on his back as he walked with confidence towards the deerman. 3, 2, 1, start, and the deerman attacked. The bullman stood in his place and followed the deerman with his eyes as the latter circled around him looking for a weak spot he could hit. A moment later, the deerman derailed and attacked the bull from behind. The bullman moved his axe just enough to block the deerman's strike, but the latter already knew that he would be blocked, so he changed his strike to the side and hit the bullman straight in the face. However, there was so much damage to the latter. The bullman smiled and caught the deerman's leg with his muscular arm. The deerman grimaced as he realized it was absolute bad news for him to be caught. The bullman raised his arm high with the deerman flying high like a rag doll with a string, and he smashed him to the ground with such strength that the dirt floor was cracked. Boom. One strike. One strike was all it took for the deerman to be sent to the dream realm, as he couldn't open his eyes anymore with blood and acid coming out of his mouth. Next, and the fourth fighter came down. While Draco watched this, the elder looked at him and said, "Would you like to come down, young Draco?" "Sure." Draco nodded and got up from his comfortable position before he walked to the edge of the miniature flying island and threw himself down. Boom. A dirt cloud ascended as Draco came out to face the bullman with a neutral smile on his face. "So you're the one that managed to beat Leona? Good, I was itching to fight you," the bullman said as he cracked his arms and threw his axe to the side. "Come. Let's fight," he shouted. 3, 2, 1. The commander started the countdown. "It won't even be a fight," Draco said with freezing coldness that stemmed from his boredom. "Start." Boom. Not a single second passed, and a second dirt cloud bigger than any previous appeared on the other end of Draco. The beastmen rose up from their seats, not believing what just happened. Draco stood there as calmly and in the same stance as the beginning of the battle. The dirt cloud cleared and everybody could see the unconscious figure of the bullman with his bald head bleeding, his tongue out, and his eyes white. Silence reigned on the arena as the elders on top of the flying island either had smiles on their faces or a grim expression. The elder, however, was the former. "Ha ha 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 ha. What a fun lad, I really like him." He laughed out loud as he held his seat with both hands to raise himself. The beastmen in their seats, however, were looking down and at each other, not knowing who was going to come down next. "Next?" Draco called this time with his hands crossed together. How many of them was he going to beat? "I wonder." "Dallin, come down." The commander looked at Draco and then somewhere on the seat before he called. A second later, a deerman wearing a plain white robe came down. He had a confident expression on his handsome face, his long brown hair danced with the air, and his brown eyes were locked on Draco. Those who knew him could feel his excitement from their seats. None of the fighters spoke as they positioned themselves on both ends. Dallin was a peak lord level close to Leona in terms of strength, however, Draco was no longer as weak as he was when he fought Leona. "Start," the commander ordered. However, the two fighters didn't move from their place. Dallin's brown eyes shone with a silver luster more blinding than the previous Deerman, and his expression changed from a calm and internally excited one to a frightened one. "I'm impossible," he muttered as the way he looked at Draco completely changed. "Heh, I guess it worked just right," Draco thought as he smiled internally, but his outward expression was the same. The elder looked down at one of the best of this generation from his clan and his expression turned stern. "He can't see it, huh?" he thought. Indeed, the reason the Deerman was confused and frightened was because he couldn't read Draco's future, he couldn't see what he was going to do, and when he looked at him with his mythical lunar eyes, he could only see a fog of darkness that was like an abyss flowing outwardly from Draco that threatened to come and swallow him with its tentacles that caressed his face gently. Draco's face no longer looked like that of a handsome rival to him, but like that of a demon straight out of the deepest parts of the prison. The reason he couldn't see Draco's next move was partly because of the Origin Emperor technique he got in the auction and mainly due to a skill tree he formed with Chaos and Fate. Veiled Chaos was its name, and it made Draco even more of an anomaly whose fate wasn't just hidden, it was chaotic and unpredictable. It was completely impossible for anyone to guess it, so one had to take into account all possibilities, and even that didn't help much. "Are you going to attack?" Draco asked as he took the first step forward. The Deerman didn't hear Draco, but when he saw him approaching, all his body could do was instinctively take a step back. A deer was prey, but in the Beastman's history, it was always the ruling clan, and it never bowed its head down to anyone but its king. But this time, for the first time ever, it disgraced itself to the point of fearing someone. In front of the whole race. The Deerman's pride, however, didn't allow him to take a single step forward as his eyes turned completely silver, blinding most of the arena. "Oh!" the Deerman shouted as he attacked Draco with all his might. "It's useless," Draco said. He was far stronger and far more equipped than this Deerman in any area, even with his foresight. Draco raised his right arm up and his left one down, and the second time, the Deerman was within striking distance with his right arm ready to hit Draco's face. Draco spun his arms in a full circle, as before the Deerman knew it, his world was turned upside down. Poa boom. And another dirt cloud was raised. Just what? The beastmen on their seats held their heads as they couldn't understand what just happened. It was too fast and too illogical for their brains to understand. How could a Deerman not be able to intercept and block an attack as obvious as that? This was the reaction of the young ones. How did the elders react? "Outrageous," the bullman shouted. Even the elder wasn't quite pleased this time. It was his lineage reputation that was ruined, it was their image that stood strong since the creation of this world that was smeared. He could never be smiling in such a situation. What a shame for him to be called one of the best of this generation. The snakeman shook his head with a smile. "Forget that, the reaction he made wasn't normal. What do you think was the reason that made him do that?" the cowwoman asked. "He couldn't see," the elder replied, still staring intently at Draco. "See what?" "His opponent's future moves." "He couldn't see them," the elder replied. The elder stood silent. Their gazes, who were looking at the elder as if they weren't sure if they heard right or if he was too stupid to know what he was saying, turned to look at Draco, who was looking visibly bored at this point. "How is it possible? He's nothing but a mere lord, he shouldn't be able to do this even with the technique we gave him. It was something that should only work on Fate, not the celestial lunar eyes, and even if it was able to do so, he shouldn't have even started understanding it by now. Such a technique would take a King of Essence's entire life to understand to such a level." The cowwoman said she did not believe what she heard. "But he did it, even I can't see his future or what his next move would be anymore. All I can see is complete and utter darkness," the elder said. Silence reigned once again. This young lad was full of surprises, the dear elder thought. "Draco!" A sudden shout was heard from the gate of the arena as Draco turned to find Leona with a wide smile, just arriving with her hammer and armor as if she were ready for another battle. "Last time I wasn't ready, let's fight once again. Fair and square." She said this with her canines showing up from how wide she smiled. Everybody looked at her, and then Draco wanted to know his reaction and was eager to watch the rematch between these two monsters. The tension rose, and silence drowned out the arena as Draco looked at Leona intently and opened his mouth. No. No. Draco said as he looked calmly at Leona. Silence reigned in the arena, as nobody expected Draco to reply like this. Leona, whose words were stuck in her mouth, looked at Draco weirdly. What? Why? She said, looking wronged, and her violent demeanor that she was withholding threatened to come out. I'm bored, you can fight it out with these guys here, I have better things to do. He replied calmly, but his words were like spears in the hearts of the young beast men. If it were any other fella who said these words, they would be angry and start cussing, but this guy just beat some of their best fighters like they were nothing and stood as confidently as he came without a single scratch. Nah, there is no way I'm fighting these weaklings. Only you can be my opponent, and don't you think I'm still as weak as when you fought me the first time? I'm on the verge of becoming a king of essence. Leona dropped a bomb. Draco was surprised as he was with her all the time, and the progress she made was of course visible to him, but now that she said it, indeed, just from yesterday to today, she made huge progress. Let's fight, Draco. She shouted once again as, with a boom, she smashed her hammer to the ground, shaking the entire arena. Draco, at this point, was starting to itch to fight her, but... You're still not strong enough, Leona. Indeed, she wasn't strong enough. Draco could already fight head-to-head with a king of essence. What use would fighting Leona be at this point other than repeating the previous battle? Draco turned his back on Leona and looked up at the miniature island as if he wanted to speak to the elders. However, it seemed that the ascertained lioness wasn't quite pleased with what he just said. You don't want to fight me, huh? Fine, then, I will make you do so. She shouted as she squatted down as fast as she could, and with a boom she launched herself at Draco at speeds no other beastmen but the commander and the elders could see. And of course, Draco. Tisk. Leona clicked her tongues as Draco's, whose back was turned to her, caught her hammer with one hand and turned to look at her. What are you doing, Leona? He asked so calmly for the first time. Draco was truthfully not angry, he was, in fact, having a hard time controlling his inner desire to wreak the hell out of this entire arena. I'm fighting, can't you see? She replied as she flipped backwards to gain space and threw her hammer before she quickly transformed into her lion form. You can't put up a fight against me, Leona. Like last time, it would be a one-sided beating. Draco said as he turned to face her with a smile she had never seen before, his evil smile. Crack crack. Very well. Draco cracked his hands and then his neck, as he couldn't hold himself back any longer. Come. He shouted as he took his stance with his bare hands and looked at Leona. Leona, who was slightly surprised at Draco's different demeanor, could care less about it right now as a wide smile appeared on the battle junkie. Now we're talking, she shouted as she squatted once more and before anyone knew it. Boom 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 asterisk. All over the arena, there were sudden surges of air as clashes between Draco and Leona happened at extreme speeds. Boom. For a second, a dirt cloud appeared on the ground of the arena, and everybody could see Draco on the sky with his right hand down as if he had just punched something. And a second later. Boom boom boom. Clashes happened once again as Leona launched herself from the ground at Draco, who was in the air. Fucking monsters. One of the young beastmen in the crowd had a wide smile full of mixed emotions, excitement, fear, and sadness. Excitement at being able to watch such a battle, fear at the power achieved by those his age or much younger than him, and sadness at not being the one fighting such an epic battle right now. I swear Leona wasn't as strong as this last week. Another beastman said. I heard she managed to gain some super strong resources that allowed her to quickly rise through the ranks a few days ago. Another replied as all the eyes were concentrated on the battle, not wanting to miss any moment where their eyes could see the positions of the fighters or, boom boom, the explosions of the winds caused by their clashes. If only I was the one there. Tears fell down a beastman's eyes as, without even looking, other beastmen started tearing up too. Why? Why? Why were they stronger than them? What made them stronger than them? Why couldn't they be one of the best geniuses? Just what difference was there between them? Life is unfair. Boom. You really got stronger, huh? Leona. Draco shouted on the sky as he just punched Leona all the way to the other end of the arena. Boom boom. A second later, Leona appeared in front of him and punched him with all her might, with him blocking her punch with both his arms and getting launched a little behind. What do you expect? Of course, I have to be stronger. How else would I still be a party member of such a crazy fella? Leona shouted in response as her eyes held slight reverence, unwillingness, and rivalry. Being the party member of Draco did no good other than completely shattering their dreams with how fast he progresses and how strong he is from one mission to another. Day after day, the distance between them gets wider and wider. Being close to Draco only made one fear the possibility of being abandoned for not being too good, but I would never give up. Leona, having seen all of Draco's monstrous progress, only grew to be hungrier for power and for the honor of standing next to him, as without knowing it, she started revering Draco as the rival she wanted to never fall too far from. A monster, surrounded by even more monsters. Leona thought of Alexander, who had disappeared for 2 weeks only to appear as a king of essence. He really deserved his title as the anomaly, making no one understand just what or how he did to achieve what he achieved. Even Draco was surprised when he heard the news, but he knew the lad was capable, just outshadowed by him. Once Alexander put his head into keeping up and hopefully even surpassing Draco, there was no stopping him from ascending through the ranks and getting stronger like crazy. Draco stood a little far away from Leona as he looked at her with a neutral expression. I'm getting serious, Leona. Let's end this. TSK, come then. She shouted with all her might as her aura burned like a fire to show her might. Draco looked at her and then down before he shook his head. Leona, oh Leona, the last thing you should compete with against me is aura. BOM. What the fuck? Oh Mother Portalia. The second Draco's aura exploded outwards, and the entire arena quaked as everybody, be it the young beastmen, the commander, or the elders, got up from their seats, as the majestic abyssal aura was something unfathomable for even the strongest of them. How could an aura be this strong? The cowwoman looked down at the chaotic aura that made her feel dread as the other elders remained silent with grim expressions. They were beastmen. One of the strongest advantages was that their aura carried the might of their mythical ancestors. And now, Draco has completely outshadowed them. Just how? The answer was simple, Draco was just built different. Be it beastmen, dragons, phoenixes, vampires, humans, demons, elves, and dwarves. He would always be the best in every and all areas. The two auras clashed as the mighty lion surfaced from Leona's aura, and Draco's abyssal, chaotic aura almost formed a face to laugh at the efforts of its opponent. Since Alexander's wives were affected by Draco's aura, he has kept it at bay. He also did so to not cause any problems inside the city before he knew who he was against, but now that his pride was attacked by Leona, he would show her what a majestic aura was like. Motherfude - Leona turned serious, as she just wanted to curse, before Draco appeared right in front of her. What did I tell you about cursing? Draco said as he caught Leona with a single hand, making her body dingle like a loose string. Leona resisted and resisted in an attempt to leave his grasp, but her eyes soon feared its outcome as the memories of what she experienced within the endless nightmares spell resurfaced. Stop. She wanted to surrender, but looking at the elders above them and the young ones around, she just couldn't, as her pride couldn't be more damaged than this. You what? Draco asked. Everybody looked at the fighters as the scene of Draco's chaotic aura completely consuming Leona's mythical aura was there for them to behold, and all of them were watching intently, not wanting to miss a single second of what was going to happen next. Majestic excellency. In a last attempt to win against Draco, Leona muttered with whatever space there was between Draco's hand and her mouth to spell out her new skill. FWSHHHH. Silence drowned the arena as Draco, who was holding Leona with his right hand, looked at his empty grasp and then at the white and yellow space that surrounded him. Leona was nowhere to be seen, the arena was nowhere to be seen, and the elder, the commander, and the beastmen were watching. No one of them could be seen. Draco found himself alone within a space where he felt danger all around, as a single action of his would be met with divine punishment from some entity watching his every move. Is this your new skill, Leona? Draco retracted his arm while asking, and the reply he got was, the entire realm moving to attack him. Kneel, was what Draco heard when the air around him turned violent and attacked him from all sides. Roar. The sound of the wind mimicked that of a majestic lion roaring to show its excellency over all other living beings. Useless. Draco muttered calmly as the second the violent air touched him. the realm started to crack and fragment itself. Chaotic Overseer. Draco spelled out, as from the fragments of the realm coming off, hints of an abyss of darkness could be seen, and as that abyss slowly but surely consumed Leona's majestic excellency, a massive eyelid opened its eyes and gazed directly at Draco. Bone-curdling screams could be heard all over Draco as the eyes simply gazed down, and whatever was hostile to Draco was experiencing the worst of pain. Hearing the screams, Draco didn't bat an eyelid until the realm around him was so completely fragmented that he cancelled his spell, only to come out and see himself within the same place with Leona's eyes rolled backwards with blood tearing out and foam coming out of her mouth. Chaos Rejuvenation. Draco spelled out his healing skill, and Leona woke up at light speed with bloodshot eyes. The second she saw Draco, her eyes widened in fear. Shtap. Shtap. I sure an. She screamed with all her might this time, not caring for her image or her pride. But the reaction of those around her was silent, with nobody speaking a single word. The last comfort they just had within their spiritual space wasn't shown to them, but the oppressive aura of Draco's Chaos Overseer was enough to scare the living souls out of everybody here. The view they had on Draco was no longer and would never be the same from now on. Draco released his grip from Leona's face, and the latter fell to the ground without any resistance. Draco looked down at her to see her breathing heavily and looking at the sky depressedly without any expression. Draco then looked at the elders. I will be on my way, elders. If you'd excuse me, he bowed his head and said. For a few seconds, no response was heard until the dear elder replied. Very well, Draco. Don't forget what we told you, he said, with a more serious tone than ever. Once Draco heard this, he looked at Leona one last time. We will take on that mission tomorrow. That was the last thing everybody in the arena heard before Draco disappeared. Alexander was in his estate, eating dinner with his wives and laughing happily without any worries as his mind worked over time, making him think of some old memories of his. Who would have thought I would reach here today? Since he got closer to Draco, he started noticing his flaws more and more, and a flame that was dying slowly within him suddenly lit up, giving him enough motivation to better himself and rise through the realms like he never did. But before Draco was here, he was just leisurely doing whatever his mind told him to do, and life never seemed like a challenge to him. Since he was a toddler, Alexander has remembered seeing his mother disappear at night and appear in the morning, to then spend the entire day with him. When he was capable of thinking and talking for himself, he asked his mother where she went at night, and she never answered him, as all he could remember as a reply was the soft smile she gave him and the peck full of love that fell on his forehead. He never knew how his mother reached the realm she was in, and aside from Draco, his mother was the only one full of mysteries in his eyes. He just couldn't guess what she was thinking, he knew nothing of her past, and right now he didn't know why she was doing what she did, especially after she went into what he called a retirement when she conquered the human continent and formed the great empire of Devania. He, who was called the Anomaly, was indeed a genius who created many things, saved the humans from various corrupt nations, and gave them a safe haven they considered their homes, but he was never the type to care about others. The constant mysteries surrounding his mother made him a very curious person who wanted to know everything, and this in turn led him to go on all kinds of adventures where he learned of alchemy, smithing, and many other professions he used today to create all the different artifacts he made. Indeed, the Anomaly, Alexander Wallenstein, was nothing but a curious genius whose life was surrounded by the mystery of his mother. Alexander didn't even join the Celestial Academy when he could because his mother said it was a waste of time and he wasn't interested in it in the first place. So all he did was join an adventurer guild and travel the world, from the human continent to the continent of elves and dwarves, and then to the continent of vampires, where he lived the life of the night and luxury. There he came up with the idea of achieving immortality, and through the various techniques he learned from his friends and masters back on the dwarf-elven continent helped him do so. Alexander thought that life was fun because he was just satisfying his thirst for more knowledge and learning more things every day. Going to the Phoenix continent, he learned what baseless arrogance was, and for the first time ever, he got angry over what he considered dumb confidence. After years of killing and fighting that gave him a name feared by all phoenixes, he moved to the Witches' continent, and there he discovered his maid fetish. The witches were a race full of women, but the hierarchy there was harsh, as the talented were treated with immeasurable respect and those slightly less talented were to be forever someone's worker or assistant. Alexander didn't care, all he cared about was that the maid who assisted him when he became a researcher of magic there, unveiled something deep inside of him he never knew existed. He didn't know if it was because of the constant work his mother did when they used to live alone in a house hidden deep within the cursed forest or if it was something else, but that maid later became his first wife. After the research he made on the Witch Continent, which lasted for who knows how many thousands of years and allowed him to learn of trusts unknown to most of the population, he went to the Demon Continent, where he made his name there through the constant battles that put fears in the very bones of all the previous generations of the sovereign demons of the 7 deadly sins. After that, Alexander returned to the human continent to find his mother, starting her project of conquering the entire continent, which she gifted to him as a welcome-back gift. But after that, his mother turned weird, only ever enjoying her life and doing absolutely nothing else aside from enjoying the feeling of love that surfaced when Commander David pledged his loyalty to her when she helped his kingdom, which had lost its king, from the danger of an invading empire. And that was his life until many years later he joined the Guardians and continued his research before making his last masterpiece that allowed him to leave for the prison realm and continue his ascension at speeds that shocked even him alongside his wives. What realm would he reach in the end? And would he truly be able to keep up with Draco? It's been 3 months since the competition ended, and Draco was in the secret realm his main body made in his estate, with chaos and origin revolving around him without causing the slightest disturbance within the realm he formed with an indestructible foundation. Draco was rightfully not just a lord right now, but a fully fledged king of essence with not 1, not 2, but 3 law essences of chaos, origin, and the neutral law. Draco was now moving on to the last step before he started forming his origin laws, and it was the filtration of all the other laws he had. The process was the same as the previous time, when he was just fusing with them, as all he had to do was absorb them and then filter them before reabsorbing them again to fill the void caused by the filtration. The process went on and on until he completely filtered the laws he was fused with and only completely pure law essence was making his body. However, completely filtering chaos took him a month and a half, origin took him another month, and the other laws would definitely take him much longer. Thus, he was looking forward to the expedition and what it would bring him. Draco was once again heading to the core of the station for the expedition in an entirely different luxurious vehicle, driven by the guide that was sent the first time. When he reached the core of the station, he was once again led all the way to the inside, but this time he flew to another path with the horses and met with the elders. "Draco, you're here. Good, you were the last one we needed, we can move now." The dear elder, who had a stern look, was the only one Draco met when he came. Draco dropped of the horse and went close to the elder, and the two started moving towards another location Draco didn't know. In fact, the elder was only moving to an empty area, and once there, he turned to face Draco. "We will be teleporting to outside the station." The elder warned as a white flash took hold of them, only for them to appear slightly far from the station. Draco looked back and then in front of him, and his face turned serious. "Soldiers. We move." Oh. The prison's hellish wasteland quaked as Draco looked at the colossal army that was as big as the army of fate that was coming for him, as he thought. "Let's go, Draco. Don't pay too much attention to that projection, it's not going to do anything for now." The elder, who was standing with his hands behind his back, told Draco. Draco heard his words and focused in front of him as the other elders were coming to stand beside them as all of them nodded when they saw him this time, showing their respect as this young lad won't take long to reach their level and even as he was now, he could definitely be counted as worthy of their nod. The army that was floating on the sky started moving at many times the speed of light and Draco as well as the elders followed behind them. "Did you get any information?" the dear elder asked. "Yes, it seems there is an Origin Emperor filthy standing guard in that area," the snakeman replied. "What a hassle." The elder spoke as his expression turned slightly more serious. Draco heard their words and got serious. "An Origin Emperor filthy, huh? Good enough as a reward," he thought. The group traversed the prison realm for quite a few days as the army couldn't directly teleport like Draco did, and they even encountered a few loose filthy that the commander took care of with a single gaze. Suddenly, after 13 days, Draco started noticing the realm changing on the edge of his senses as the ground was chaotic and obsidian with a slightly bluish luster could be seen with streaks of what he guessed was the blue lava running around it, albeit they were small. As he approached more and more, he started sensing stronger and stronger filthy with blue cracks all over their dark bodies and the streaks of blue lava getting larger and larger to the point where they sometimes formed small puddles that burst out from time to time. Within that zone, Draco could see a larger and larger number of filthy people that got stronger as they got closer to a point where he started thinking that there were more filthy than there were soldiers. Halt! The commander's voice was like a thunderbolt reverberating through the prison realm as he led the army from the front. The second the soldiers heard his voice, however, they stopped. We're getting closer to the zone. I believe you're well rested. From now on, there will only be killing and death. Oh. The excited reply of the soldiers once again shook the realm as the weak filthy that were on the edge of the banished area were alerted. Kaya. From the other end, the response of the stronger filthy could be heard as the commander's voice was heard like thunder once again. Attack. Oh. Without a single second of delay, the army moved faster than they ever did, aiming to kill as many filthy as they could. Draco and the elders stood behind them without moving as they watched the army of soldiers attack. Draco, the dear elder, suddenly called out as he looked at their soldiers moving. Draco looked at him, and once the elder felt his gaze, he continued. I told you that you would be rewarded for your participation, but have I ever told you why you were chosen to participate? He asked. No. Draco replied as he attentively listened. It's simple, we have an enemy we want to kill, and we want you to grow as fast as possible, as our monarch deemed you the only one that would be capable of doing so when you reach an Origin Emperor. And who is this enemy? Draco asked, knowing the answer far too well. Fate, the elder replied as he turned to look at him with a stern look. Fate, huh? Draco's expression turned serious once he heard Fate's name. Yes, there are things even we don't know that you shouldn't be aware of, however, one thing I'm sure of is that it's a common enemy for both of us. What do you say? Are you in? The elder asked as he looked straight into Draco's eyes. If it's this expedition, then I have no problem participating, however, my battle against Fate is mine alone. I hope you understand that. Draco said as he spoke as politely as he could to the elder, yet there was still a hint of a threat. Ha, don't worry. We had no plans of participating, all we will do is help you grow faster, we old farts won't be able to help as much. He said as he turned to look at the army that was slaughtering filthy after filthy. Happy cooperation. The elder said with a smile as he brought his hand closer to Draco. Draco looked at the hand and then the elder, before he brought their hands together, and they waved their hands. Happy cooperation. Draco said so too. The group waited for a good amount of time as no one of them was interested in fighting weakling filthy that they could take out with a single gaze, and so the army fought for days on end to advance through the barren territory. That was until KR. The ground vibrated and the lava rose as a laughter of kind reverberated through the territory, stalling the army and making the elders as well as Draco wear cautious expressions. Cry. The entity that was announcing its presence finally roared to the world as a wave of wind followed by blue lava attacked the army. Retreat. The commander ordered as fast as he could, but alas, some of the soldiers weren't fast enough to escape an Origin Emperor's roar as they had parts of their bodies completely melted through, and the blue lava then went on to spread all over their bodies, not giving them a chance at survival. So this is an Origin level skill, huh? Draco said as he looked at the aftermath of the roar. Indeed. Get ready, an Origin Emperor is always followed by Kings of Essence. The elder said this as he and the others started floating. Very well. And Draco started floating. The army was going backwards, and the elders, Draco, and the commander went forward. Their destination? The core of the territory. The roar was nothing but an invitation. A burning one. Unlike the outer part, this place was full of volcanoes all around, the sky was dark, and the ground was full of obsidian and pools of blue lava all around. If one was not careful, they could easily be drowned by a sudden erosion of an Origin law. It didn't take the group even a minute before they appeared in the very center of the territory. Hundreds of Kings of Essence were slumbering, while in the middle, filthy, with 4 horns and dripping with blue lava, had a wide smile. KR. Laughter and amusement could be felt from the entity as Draco found himself smiling while looking at him. The second the group appeared, the slumbering kings woke up as their bodies cracked, and the blue obsidian making their bodies fell to the ground for the disgusting blue lava veins swimming all over their bodies to appear. Draco, you and the commander take care of the Kings of Essence before joining us. The elder said as the commander floating a little beyond the elders had already taken out his large sword. Draco looked at him and then at the elder, before he nodded. Very well, he said as he quickly moved slightly closer to the commander. Before they attack, we will bombard them with attacks. The commander spoke calmly, without looking at Draco. Draco, hearing this, only floated a bit as he prepared to use his Chaos Overload skill, just more advanced. Chaos Barrage. Space twisted and cracked as small portals were formed behind Draco, emitting an oppressive aura that made the commander look at Draco beyond his will. Out of the small abyssal swirling portals, droves of spears similar to the ones Draco launched with his Chaos Overload appeared slowly, as Draco didn't even have to take aim before. Fwish, fwish, fwish. BRRRBOOM. The area all around the Origin Emperor was bombarded with chaotic space, as the King of Essences didn't even have a chance to move before they were erased from existence. Draco already had experience taking on Kings of Essence, and he knew everything about them. No matter how strong they were or who was around them, he could always one-shot them. The elders turned to look at Draco in surprise, not understanding just what happened, as it wasn't meant to be like this. The filthy above the Transcendentity level didn't die this easily, so how? Simple. Draco already knew what made them so special, and knowing that their lives and deaths were most probably connected to the Origin Emperor, he completely cut that with nothing but miniature Chaos Origins. Draco then reappeared next to the elder. Can we take on that Origin Emperor now, elder? With absolute calmness, he asked. The elder, not knowing what to say, sighed as he looked at the commander, who was standing in his place, wearing a slight smile on his face while looking at Draco. Unbeknownst to others, the elder's face took on a pleading expression not befitting a representative of the Deer clan, as if he were apologizing to the commander. The commander nodded at the elder and turned to look at the Origin Emperor, who was fuming with anger, looking at the dead bodies of his subordinates. Kraa-aya. He roared once again as the entire realm, with all of its volcanoes, eroded with the small and big pools and exploded into the sky. Everybody take shelter. The elders took on serious expressions as the cowwoman used what Draco described as a peely white barrier that looked like a milk bubble to protect them from danger. No matter how fragile the bubble looked, Draco was surprised at the oppressive aura and solidity it expressed. The Emperor Filthy wasn't pleased with the barrier as he looked at the cowwoman and then at Draco, before screaming once again. Cry. Asterisk. FWSHHHH asterisk boom. This time, the Emperor Filthy actually moved as he directly attacked the milk bubble, although his attack wasn't able to completely shatter it. The cowwoman herself was an Origin Emperor. Taking on the attack of another emperor was nothing but an easy feat for her. However, the next attack the Filthy used was definitely not something her barrier could keep defending against. Kraa. Kraa. He screamed twice as the volcanoes that had eroded earlier exploded once again and the cumulative blue lava was concentrated right above the barrier as the cowwoman's eyes expressed worry. Don't worry, Muna, I'll take care of it. The elder stepped forward as he tapped the cowwoman's shoulder, and she sighed in relief. Looking at the Filthy and then at the blue lava above, the elder only scoffed as he moved his sleeves up and took on a stance with his eyes starting to shine a blazing white. Celestial projection, he shouted as, all around the area, bright white spots appeared on the Filthy, blue lava and even the mountains. Draco looked at them and guessed that they were most probably the weak points. With an interested glint, Draco turned to watch the next move of the elder. At the moment, the battle was going smoothly, as despite the many elders and the commander, only one or two attacked at a time, for whatever reason. Draco didn't complain as he looked at the elder, closing his eyes once and remaining like that just outside the milk bubble. The Filthy looking at one of his prey standing outside without protection had a wide smile on his face as, without thinking further, he attacked directly. The elder stood right in his place, not moving a single millimeter, as his white hair danced behind him with the wind, followed by his white robe. A flash of light later, the Filthy was right in front of him. And that's when Draco watched the sandals of the elder move slightly to the side as celestial projections of two blinding sun-like eyes split the dark clouds and looked from above. Divine punishment. The world spoke as Draco heard the elder's voice from all around before he was surprised to see the Filthy standing in his place with his mouth wide open. Kraa. 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 He screamed and screamed as tears threatened to fall from his eyes before, a second later, reality started to crack and splinter as the lava-drowned Filthy had white cracks appear all over his body. The elder got up from his stance and opened his eyes as the projections above closed with them. I leave it to you, Commander, The elder said as he went back to the barrier calmly, not even looking at the Origin Emperor cracking like broken glass with fragments of his body as well as the entire Origin Law flying to the sky until only a husk of him was left. Draco looked at this and wondered why there were so many elders when just the elder alone was enough to take care of the Origin Emperor. But he then returned to the fact that a king of essence was far stronger than a king filthy, and if the same remained true for Origin Emperors, then something bigger and unknown to him was in play. The real thing will start soon, Draco. Prepare yourself. The elder who entered the bubble, looking completely unfazed by what he just did, said with a serious expression as he looked at Draco. The commander moved outside the barrier and right towards the husk that he took and threw directly at Draco's feet, then looked up at the sky. It's right there, he said as the attention of the elders directly looked up at the sky. And there, just above the dark clouds, they could see a white bubble swirling with so much fervor that the clouds were dancing with it. The prison will move as soon as I take hold of the tears. Do everything you can to stop them, he said as he slowly floated upwards. The elder's expression turned serious as the barrier was strengthened many times by the cowwoman, and she left it there standing on its own as all of the elders surrounded Draco, leaving the young demon in the middle as if they were protecting him. This is what you should be careful of when you're facing fate, Draco. The snakeman, who was silent this whole time, told Draco, as he was the closest to him. The second the commander approached the flower, the realm raged as the earth quaked and the volcanoes started erupting with so much fervor that Draco was starting to get worried. And when the commander touched the flower, crack crack boom. The volcanoes cracked and fell down as their weight made the entire core area quake, and the rocky mountains drowned the blue lava beneath them as the elders who were right in the middle of it were now surrounded by so much debris that they formed entire mountains, making them look like a drop of milk with the massive pearly bubble protecting them. You dare! A thunderous voice reverberated all over the realm, making the elders and Draco squint their eyes from how loud it was, as the voice traversed such a huge distance that even those back at the station could hear it. Draco's entire body quaked from the sheer might of the sound, as whoever was the owner of such a voice was far stronger than anybody here. You filthy mortals! You filthy mortals! The voice reverberated once again as the dark skies split right in the middle as an abyssal fog concentrated right where Draco and the group were. The commander was now nowhere to be seen, as the fog had already consumed him, but the elders didn't look worried. Draco himself wasn't concerned about the commander, but more confused at why the voice sounded so sad, so wronged. More than angry at their deeds, it seemed hurt. But just who was it that was speaking? It seems that this one was quite close to the prison, huh, the snakeman said while snorting his nostrils in amusement. From its voice, this much is obvious, the spider said as her serious expression changed to that of mockery. It's none of our business, make sure every one of us leaves safely. The elder, who was still serious, commanded the two, who had faces full of mockery, to shut up once and for all. Draco didn't care about their interaction, as once he heard that it was the prisoner who was talking, many theories were running through his mind. So the prison is a conscious entity, huh, he thought. Does the same thing apply to Portalia? His mind returned to his first world. This world is getting more interesting by the second, he smiled, not caring one bit if this realm was hurt, crying, or dying. Get ready, it's coming, suddenly and out of nowhere, the commander's voice wanted the lot as their serious expression returned. Everybody! Use your strongest offensive skills. The elder suddenly said as he once again took his stance, his eyes turning blazing white but not closed. The snakeman looked up, the tiger man clacked his hands, the cowwoman puffed her chest, the spider woman swayed her waist, the bullman caught his horns with his hands, the horseman flared his nostrils, and the lion man looked up with both of his hands crossed together. Draco, however, just shook his head. Die. The realm screamed once again as, out of the clouds, a dark hand formed and directly attacked the group and their milk barrier. Draco looked at this and then at the elders, as the pressure from the hand was no joke for any of them. We have only one chase. Attack, and with that command. The elders moved. Milk Haven. Silk Paradise. Poisonous Hell. Rule of the Jungle. King's Roar. Bull's Might. Horse Power. Ascendant Judgment. One after another, the elders launched their strongest skills at the rapidly approaching hand, aiming for their deaths. Chaos Overseer, and Draco is still as calm as ever, calling on his ever-dependable, chaotic entity. as the roars and manifestations of various mythical beasts faced the death sentence of an entire realm. Two particular skills were different from the rest. The first of them was nothing but another white palm, half as large as the hand of the prison, and the other? It was bone-curdling, eye-like entity that was huge enough to put a scare on the experienced and wise hearts of the elders. The eye gazed at its maker, then at the hand, and one time a scoff appeared on its ball-like shape. Its eyelid slid down slightly and the air around the realm stalled and time almost stopped as the elders looked at the eye and then at Draco, not understanding what the heck was happening. This shouldn't be something a king of essence should be capable of doing. What is his affinity? The elder had a sudden thought, as up until now they've never put any mind on it as they believed in the supremacy of their bloodlines and cared not for something like an affinity. The elder looked into the eye, but he couldn't figure out Draco's affinity. The dark hand of the realm descended, and the counterattacks ascended, only for them to meet in the middle for the grand showdown that would decide the life and death of everybody below the pearl barrier. BZZT BZZT BOOM. The dark hand stopped in the middle as it met the first round of attacks, and after only slowing down a little, it destroyed them and continued, leaving only two more obstructions. Don't stop attacking. Now that Draco used his skill, we have a chance to use our skills more than once. The bull spoke as he once again looked up. The black hand was still coming down rapidly, but somehow it was much slowed down after Draco used his Overseer. The hand met with the elders, and both of them stopped in the middle as a great confrontation between the black hand that was a quarter as small and the white hand that was sent from the elder but met. Push! The elder shouted as he seemed still in control over his hand, pushing one more time, which allowed him to raise the realm's hand slightly above, but this was all he could do. Laughable. Crack. The elder was forced to his knees against his will as the realm's hand pushed down stronger, almost splintering the elders into 1,000 fragments. The cracked white hand was still holding up as the other elders used this chance to attack once more, and with their combined attacks. Crack crack boom. The elder's white hand cracked and disintegrated as blood came out of his mouth slightly. The other's attacks were useful, but just enough to have the realm's hand attack with 1/10 of its original size. And that's when Draco's Overseer came to the rescue. Its massive black abomination-like wings unfolded fully as it launched itself just below the hand protecting the group below it. Draco looked at it without moving and smiled. Mission complete, he muttered under his breath as an abyssal ball of sorts concentrated at the eye's pupils, and it swirled around until it reached an atom size. VRAAA. The beam shot from the Overseer as it got bigger and bigger until it was wide enough to engulf the entire eye when it reached it. This shall not be the end. The realm's voice was once again heard as the hand was nowhere to be seen, and the Overseer looking at this disappeared as suddenly as it came. Huff huff. The cowwoman heaved in relief as her barrier was cancelled and the dark clouds cleared just enough for them to see the commander with tears in his eyes. The white flower still had the swirly white sphere around it, and the commander's hands pierced right through that to hold it. Everybody watched him closely as he floated down with a smile on his face. I see you've survived. Good good. What a nice day this is. For a second, the commander's attitude changed, as he was genuinely happy that they could survive, as their deaths would have some consequences he wasn't ready for, especially Draco's. The commander then scanned the area for its destruction and then looked at the army that was waiting far away for them and back at the group. Let us move, and thus his words marked the conclusion of the expedition. Portalia, Draco's continent, Celestial Academy. Within a luxurious suite reserved only for the top students, a young man with caramel skin, black hair, and brown eyes was clutching his pillow while crouching on his bed, his head buried as if he had a stomach ache. Who? He screamed, asking a question no one knew the answers to. Who did this to you? He cried. Why? Why is life so unfair? Why did it have to be you of all people? Why, Brother Marco, why? He suddenly calmed down as his tears flew down to flood the pillow. He twitched and twitched as his voice turned hoarse from how long he had cried and screamed. But, what did he have to do with Marco? And was it that, Marco? Your smile used to lighten my day, you were the light that brought me out of slavery and into a world full of joy and happiness. What happened that you became so manipulative? He cried and cried as he remembered the smile of his dearest friend, brother, and savior. Out of all those closest to Marco, there was only one boy who had a history of being a slave. It was Abdo, the moonlight of the group. Why didn't they notice? Weren't you dear to them? Why is it only me that noticed your change? He asked, thinking about Marco's fiancée and his other friends who were with him to this day, but didn't notice the molecular changes that made him cosmically more ruthless than he ever was. The pure soul that cared for those close and strangers to him. What happened to it? He screamed, nobody hearing him as the academy ensured full privacy for all of its students. When did this happen? When did it begin? He asked, and nobody answered him. Suddenly, he got up as he looked straight in front of him at the plain wall of his bedroom. Wasn't it when you returned from the forest? Yes. It was then. He shouted, finally figuring it out. Who did it then? Just who? I swear. I swear I will make you experience the worst of hell. He shouted with all his might as his anger almost materialized. However, he was too weak for such a phenomenon, being only a D rank and just allowed to officially join the crew. My, what a pitiful soul you are. Out of nowhere, a soothing voice that made Abdo's heart warm reverberated inside his room. Who's there? He shouted as he threw his pillow where he guessed the voice came from. Unfortunately, the owner of the voice wasn't physically here. Worry not, dear. I'm only here to help, said the owner of the voice. Don't screw with me. I won't accept anyone's help, I will be taking that bastard's life with my own hands, he said. You will never be able to, the voice said. How do you know? Abdo's expression turned annoyed. Because I know who it was, and it's a monster not even the emperor of this continent was able to compare to. She said. Our emperor? Abdo's eyes opened wide as he couldn't believe what was just said. Their emperor was called the Anomaly for a reason. I can help you. The voice said when she saw the face of Abdo, who started second-guessing himself. What can you do? He asked. I can give power and answers, she said. In the cursed forest, a massive city was built around the hearts of undead workers, and beasts of all kinds could be seen running around, everybody doing their job. This was the new empire that was formed as a home for Draco's subordinates. A Fenrir could be seen running around the medieval streets made out of concrete. The city that completely followed the fantasy-like medieval style of houses was large enough to house the citizens of the entire continent and still in the work, but an EX rank monster like the Fenrir could easily cross that distance. Running till the core, where the heart was situated, the Fenrir stopped just outside the dark altar that was formed to protect the heart. My lord, the first batch of Gomans that was sent to the demon continent is coming. I heard the mission was successful, and the heads of the remaining sovereign demons of the 7 deadly sins will be brought to you in as little as 1 month with the Leviathans as a gift. The Fenrir spoke calmly in the direction of the altar, with his head bowed down. Suddenly, the closed doors of the altar opened widely, as if a strong wind had pushed them from the inside. Draco, in his Chaos Anomaly form, came out to face the Fenrir with a smile on his face. Draco walked all the way to the Fenrir, and the latter got into position for Draco to ride him. Well, isn't that good news? We've finally conquered the 6 continents. Draco was on top of Fenrir and heading towards the sea, where he first woke up. When they reached there, the first thing they saw was a huge wooden boat Draco bought from the system shop. He gave one to each Goman group that went to conquer the continents, and out of all of them, the last one to come back was the Demon Continent group. It was coming straight at the dock that was constructed by Draco's undead. This all started a few months ago when Draco dabbled into the deadly sin laws of lust and greed, and they influenced him to plan on conquering their continent since he was already the owner of the human continent, now informally known as Draco's continent by the upper echelons such as the Emperor, Empress, some of the EX ranks back on the first, and the Guardians. The plan to conquer the other continents also served as a good experience for the Gomans that they're going to share amongst themselves and fight it out once the group that was sent to the Celestial Academy comes back. This was all to form the ultimate form of the Gomans. Draco's final plan to take down fate. As the boat got closer and closer, Draco started seeing the head of a large dragon on its front, and after analyzing it, he came to know that it was the Sea Leviathan, one of the monsters that put fear into the very hearts of every Portalian. Oh ho, what a good affinity it has, it might turn out useful. Draco thought as he seized its sea affinity. Draco was already in the process of filtrating all of his other laws to forge the most broken origin law in existence, and any new law he managed to get was without a doubt worth it. That is also another reason why he's been doing harder and harder missions as an Origin Emperor level adventurer, which was an exclusion the guild had done for him after knowing of his achievement with the expedition. In fact, it was just courtesy of the commander, but Draco didn't know that. all that mattered was that he thought he deserved it. And now, him and Leona have been going on such expeditions non-stop, with only them as the strongest duo party in the entirety of Portalia and the cursed prison. After the expedition, many things changed. One of them was that Draco was formerly an Origin Emperor, unbeknownst to all. How he was able to do that? It was by sheer coincidence. When he devoured the corpses of the filthy he was given as a reward for the expedition, it turned out that an Origin Emperor has so much concentration of an Origin law that it doesn't count as fake anymore, making Draco able to make it his own even without consuming the tear of the banished, which was something never seen before in Portalia. Draco didn't complain and just accepted the Origin law, and so far, only Leona, who's fiercely loyal to Draco as her party leader, knows of it. That is why Draco and Leona, who is now also in the process of forming her own bloodline Origin law, have been fighting the Origin Emperors, which can only be found where a banished is chained, from time to time without touching the banished's tears. But such areas are rare and far in between, as most banisheds are immortal, have long lifespans, or have already claimed their banished's tears. This, however, didn't stop the group from finding new ones every now and then for Draco to devour and gain the most important thing, gold. Yes, gold, not the Origin laws. Draco's was planning on purchasing every law and immunity he could find in the system shop, thus, he was doing all of this to gather as much gold as realistically possible before the Gomans were ready to go at it and for him to completely filter all laws. It's been almost a year since he first entered the prison realm, and by now, the number of laws he had was beyond any existing being's imagination. It was simply ridiculous to have more than 250 laws. And there were still more laws than one can imagine. It didn't take long for the boat to arrive, and once it stopped on the dock, the Gomans, who were vastly different from when Draco first remembered them, came down. There was a group that was coming down first to greet Draco. The group had 6 Gomans in total. 5 of them were holding the heads PF the demon sovereign, and the last one was dragging the large snake-like body of the Leviathan. "We greet our lord," they shouted in unison as they bowed down and presented the gifts they brought for Draco. Draco nodded and jumped off Fenrir before he raised his hand and called. "Devouring." The familiar black and red vortex shot out from Draco's hands and aimed straight for the demon sovereigns and the large body of the Leviathan. "Devouring in progress." Draco looked at his devouring screen, which showed him the 6 new affinities he had, namely, see from the Leviathan, then wrath, pride, envy, sloth, and gluttony. The Gomans raised their head and looked at Draco for a second, but they were scared shitless. "Lord," they shouted. Draco looked at them in confusion. "Why your face?" they said. "What of it?" he asked as he moved to touch himself with his own hands. "What's this?" Draco asked. From an onlooker's point of view, all one could see was Draco's expression glitching, from prideful to angry, to lustful, to envious, to greedy, and lastly, to hungry. The Gomans took a few steps back, and Fenrir, who was closest to Draco, also jumped back in fear. Draco exclaimed as, for a second, his face stopped its constant transition, then suddenly his expression changed to that of pure anger before it started transitioning once again. "Mere laws dare to mess with me." Draco's chaotic aura exploded outwards as the Goman who were slowly coming down the boat were thrown all over the sea. "If you think you can use me to come back, then you have the wrong idea," Draco suddenly said. Nobody understood why he said that or who he was talking to. However, there was only one thing that the accumulation of all 7 deadly sins inside one body could cause, and that was the return of the original sin. "Congratulations, host, you've comprehended the original sin of conquest." The system interface showed up to congratulate him on bringing back a lost law. Draco didn't care about the system notification, all he cared about right now was controlling this Origin law that was trying to take over him. "Behave!" Draco shouted as the entire continent quaked with his voice alone. Even if he was only an EX rank in this form, he was still able to cause such effects with his law affinities alone. Once again, the constant face switching was stopped, this time for a longer time, but once it wanted to start again, it stopped. "Chaos Overseer." Draco, called as the eye-like entity, showed up once again, although much smaller than before. However, a single one of its gazes was enough to stop the original sin's attempts once and for all. Once the eye disappeared, Draco turned to look at the Goman, who were all looking at him in fear. "You guys have nothing to worry about. Let's move," he commanded, and the Goman shouted in unison as they quickly got out of the boat and followed him. As Draco 3 was heading back with an army of Gomen behind him, a particular hero wasn't so calm about the resurfacing of his greatest enemy, no matter how short that duration was. The mythical hero, who was still focusing on his research, felt the fluctuation of the original sin all the way from his void dimension, and this made him stop whatever he was doing and get out of his void dimension after, who knew how many millions of years. A single teleportation was enough for him to appear above Draco, gaining the latter's attention. "You guys continue, I have a guest," Draco ordered, as Fenrir took the lead, and he blinked to appear right in front of the hero. "To who do I owe the honor?" Draco asked. "I see you managed to control it. If you hadn't, I would have had to kill you." Tuya seized Draco up and said. "Well, isn't that a rather confident claim?" Draco smiled calmly. "Take care, young man. I have better things to do." Tuya, without answering Draco's answer, teleported back to his void dimension. Draco, looking at this, didn't speak, however, in his mind, he had other plans. A researching arc sounds good, he thought before he teleported back to the altar, not bothering to follow the Gomen, he already had what he wanted. It didn't take long for the Gomen sent to the Celestial Academy to come back, thus, starting Draco's second phase of the plan to form the ultimate Gomen. At first, the Gomens looked like muscle heads, they were of short stature, long hair, wise eyes, and buff bodies, and the only difference was in the elders, who, through what they experienced, could have their bodies' properties changed. For example, a Gomen who fought against water monsters and dived into the seas could change to become more compatible with water, have smooth blue hair, gills on their necks, fins on their arms, and many other properties. Another who fought fire monsters and traversed the desert would have a completely different body by the end of his journey. So what about these, who traversed not one, not two, but 6 continents, fighting all kinds of races, those with advanced technologies and magical spirits, throughout the night, all over the mountains and on the air, with magical knowledge not known to the world, and lastly, with pure brutality and scheming only a devil could ever think of using. Just how would such a race evolve to be able to have an absolute advantage over every other race? What would the ultimate form of this ever-adapting, ever-growing race be like? The Gomens now had the smarts of the dwarves, the calmness of elves, the immortality of vampires, the fiery wings of phoenixes, the brutality of demons, the shamelessness of a pirate, and the agility of a fish on water. Their bodies were fairly tall, with white, lush hair falling down their backs, golden eyes, and ethereal white wings that could disappear with a single thought. They could fight in the air, on the ground, or underwater. They could fight against schemes, technological wonders, magical phenomena, immortal bodies, and mythical creatures. Right now, the Gomen were better than ever, and wherever they were, they could always find a way to come out on top. However, they had yet to express what made humans more special. They had yet to express what made humans some way or another. Throughout years of hardship, they always found a way to survive. If the other races had supernatural advantages and innate traits that made them superior, then humans had their mental and spiritual advantages, their emotions, and their drive to always be better. The Gomens had yet to express the ingenuity of humans, their cunning, their greed, their love for conquest, their knowledge, and their people. A Gomen's ability to adapt surpassed a human's on a supernatural level, but they were yet to surpass a human's ability to adapt mentally. That is why Draco sent another group to the Celestial Academy to snatch everything from them. And now, all that was left was for the Gomens who went to conquer the continents and those sent to the Academy to gather around in his forest empire and share all their insights, and Draco would be lying if he said he wasn't excited for the ultimate specimen he would be forming with his very hands.